Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Star-Lord's punch landed squarely, but it did nothing. Instead, it had a far graver consequence. Ego awakened. A pulse of celestial energy erupted across the cavern. Rocket, who had been guiding little Groot with the bomb, froze. Ego was awake now. Sending Groot forward would be suicide. Thor had just arrived and stared at the unfolding chaos, expression flat. He knew what kind of fool Quill was. Still, this exceeded expectations. Ego's body shimmered with divine power, laughter rising like a tide. "Quill, you've done well," he boomed. "I know you're tired of being weak, tired of mortality. Together, we can ascend. Don't resist your nature." Tentacles of raw energy lashed out toward them. K. Stormbreaker's blade flashed through the air, cleaving through the tendrils with ease. "I'll say this once," Thor growled. "Leave now, and I might forget your insult." Ego's booming voice echoed in defiance. "You dare threaten me? I'm a god. If you die here, even Odin cannot save you." Thor smirked. "You still don't get it, do you? You can't kill me, but I can destroy you." That taunt snapped something in Ego. A monstrous roar tore through the chamber as Ego's true power surged. The earth cracked. Oceans churned. Volcanoes across the planet erupted in unison. Yondu, caught beneath a slab of energized rock, struggled to move. He tried to summon his arrow, only to watch it crushed under falling debris. Gamora, Drax, and the others were trapped in the rubble. Onyxia reverted to her dragon form, trying desperately to shield herself from the energy storm. One of Ego's tendrils pierced Quill's body. It didn't kill him. Instead, it fed on his divine spark. A skeleton emerged from the ground, slowly taking form, its flesh knitting together with godly essence. "I never wanted to do this alone," Ego said, stepping closer. "You were meant to rule with me, Quill. Billions live and die, but we were chosen. Don't throw that away." Boom! Stormbreaker smashed through falling debris as Ego continued his speech, deaf to the chaos. He couldn't hurt Thor directly, not without risking his core, but if Quill could just be recharged, he might be able to delay the Thunder God long enough. Yondu, pinned and bloodied, called out, "Boy, I didn't control that arrow with my whistle. I used my heart." Quill's eyes fluttered. He closed them, reaching deep within himself. A forgotten warmth stirred. Power, ancient and immense, surged inside him. His fists clenched. He opened his eyes, glowing with newfound clarity. "You shouldn't have killed my mom," he said coldly. With a deafening snap, the tentacles impaling him shattered. Quill shot forward like a meteor, grabbing Ego by the throat. Father and son collided, fists and divine power crashing together in a brutal, messy brawl. Thor stepped forward, voice resolute. "I'll handle this. Get everyone out now. This place won't last." The others didn't hesitate. Even Yondu, who once stayed behind to save Quill, now trusted Thor's presence enough to retreat. One by one, they scrambled toward the surface as the underground cavern crumbled. Thor looked back once. Quill and Ego were still fighting, less like gods, more like wounded animals, neither gaining the upper hand. It was almost pathetic, but Ego saw Thor out of the corner of his eye, and panic took hold. He knew the Stormbreaker. He knew what it could do. "No!" Ego roared. "I won't let you near my core." Quill wrapped himself around Ego's body like a chain. "You're not stopping him." Thor inhaled deeply and leaped. Above ground, Rocket and Yondu reached the ship. "Start the engines," Rocket shouted. "This whole planet's about to go sky high." The engines roared, and the ship took off in a blaze. Underground, Ego thrashed against Quill's grip. "Stop. Quill, listen, you're a god. If I die, you'll lose everything. You'll be just ordinary." Quill tightened his grip. His voice was calm. What's so bad about that? No. Stormbreaker descended, wrapped in crackling divine force. It struck Ego's core. For half a second, the celestial shell resisted. Then it exploded. Planet Ego, the final collapse. No! Stormbreaker slammed into the planetary core. A thunderous explosion followed, molten fire erupting outward like the wrath of a dying god. Flames and lava surged across the terrain, consuming the surface in a tide of destruction. The once-living planet became a blazing inferno, purgatory made real. Ego stared at his disintegrating hands in disbelief. Ash spread along his arms like decay eating through divinity. He was truly dying this time. No recovery, no resurrection. In his final moments, as oblivion crept over him, Ego thought back. What if he had stayed on Earth after that third visit? What if he had made a different choice? Boom! The planet convulsed violently. Its end had come. Mission complete. Destroy Dad. Star-Lord quest. Reward unlocked. Alien Arena Challenge ticket. Used to randomly select 3 alien warriors. Choose one to duel. Win to earn a new hero summon. Note: equipment prohibited. Failure forfeits the ticket. The message echoed in Thor's mind, but he paid it no attention. His eyes were fixed on Star-Lord. Peter stood in silence, watching as the faint divine light in his hands faded away. Do you regret it? Thor asked softly, stepping beside him. Peter didn't speak for a moment. His lips trembled. No, he said at last. But if I had to pull the trigger myself, I'm not sure I could have done it. Thor nodded in quiet understanding. He tossed a space suit to him. This planet is falling apart. Put that on, unless you want to die a poetic death. Peter caught the suit and gave a small, serious nod. Thanks. Above, in Yondu's spare ship, Star-Lord sat silently, lost in thought. Baby Groot sat beside him, uncharacteristically quiet, clutching his tiny fingers like he was offering comfort. Yondu looked back from the pilot's seat. Kid, he said gruffly, he might have been your blood, but he was never your father. Peter slowly looked up, eyes weary but clearer. What will you do now? He asked. Yondu gave a small, lopsided grin. Gotta go find Starka. No matter how long I've been away, it's time to go home. Peter whispered, almost to himself, yeah, it's time I go home to Wakanda. The council hall. Chains rattled as Eric stood defiantly in the center of the chamber, his wrists bound. The room brimmed with tension. If you think you know who I am, he growled, then say it. Princess Shuri folded her arms. Eric Stevens, American operative, mercenary, assassin. That's your identity. A cold smile spread across Eric's face. That's not my real name, Princess. Do you dare ask what it really is? Who the hell are you? Barked the counselor. Eric's voice thundered as he ripped free of the guards. I am Jadaka, son of Prince Njobu. Gasps echoed across the hall. All eyes locked on him. No, that's not possible, someone murmured. My father bore the claw marks of your so-called king. Your Black Panther murdered him. That's a lie, the queen shouted, rising to her feet. But Wakabi, Wakanda's stern-faced military leader, stepped forward, holding up a necklace, proof undeniable. Silence fell. The truth was undeniable. Eric's voice rang out once more. By right of blood, I demand the sacred challenge. I will fight for the throne. I will fight for the mantle of the Black Panther. Chalice stood motionless. The tradition was clear. A prince's son could challenge the throne. Usually, it was ceremonial. No one truly expected to win. A counselor hesitated. Such a challenge requires preparation. Weeks at least. I don't need weeks, Eric said coolly. I don't need warriors. Just unbind me and let him fight. The queen leaned in close, whispering, Chala, don't agree. He's dangerous. But Chala, gaze lowered, studied the necklace in his hand, the one that once belonged to his uncle. He saw the truth. He felt the weight of legacy and justice. After a long breath, he looked up at his cousin, warrior to warrior. I accept your challenge. A smirk crept onto Eric's face, cold and victorious. Father, I'm finally home. In a pool on the edge of a cliff, Many Wakanda female guards are looking at the field with serious expressions. The voice of the ancestral calendar sounded. The power of Black Panther in the king's body will be stripped. T'Challa sat quietly for a few seconds, feeling the disappearance of Black Panther's power. He walked up to Eric and said in a deep voice, "This is your last chance. Put down your weapons. We can solve it in other ways." Eric fell on deaf ears, yelling, "I've been waiting for this moment my whole life. I was trained, cheated, and killed just to get here." He took off his shirt, revealing brand marks. "I have slaughtered all over the world in many countries, and even slaughtered my own brothers and sisters on this continent. Every time I kill a person, I burn a brand on my body. Everything is for today, killing you here." Seeing that he couldn't convince the other party, T'Challa nodded to Zhu Li. "The challenge begins. Challenge coupon for Alien Arena. Randomly select 3 alien characters. Choose one of 540 to challenge, and win the challenge to get the corresponding hero call. Drawn. The lottery is complete. Please choose a challenge within 10 minutes. In a tavern in Sakaar, Thor looked at the 3 figures on the system panel with a painful face. After Igo was dealt with, plus the beating of Yondu before, the task of killing Dad has been completed, and it is meaningless to follow Guardians of Galaxy. Oh, by the way, Xingjue owed 2 meals and didn't eat, but considering the other party's mood now, Thor definitely won't be aggressive. So let's write it down for now. The situation on the Earth will take some time to ferment. So he came to Sakaar to revisit. Onyxia was obviously very interested in the arena and rushed to kill the quartet. A black dragon appeared in the arena, which attracted the attention of many challengers. Of course, Ahaj. Of course, whether they have the ability to be a dragon-slaying warrior depends on their ability. In Thor's view, there is no such possibility. Don't look at the cowardly competition in front of him. In fact, the Black Dragon Princess is very fierce. The one who can defeat her is a resounding big shot. How could she come to the arena? He declined the hostess arranged by Gao Tianzuan. Thor's taste is very tricky, not to mention this kind of hostess. Even if it is a simple vase, he doesn't like it. Alone in the tavern, I used a challenge ticket. 3 names and basic references appear on the system panel. Clark Kent, from the Justice League universe. Jean Grey, from the world of X-Men, Apocalypse. Red Lotus Godzilla, from the world of Godzilla 2 King of the Monsters. Thor, I used to have no choice, but now I... Looks like you can't beat any of them. Thornton burst into tears. Over the years, he has already been famous. The strongest Avenger is worthy of the name. The cosmic tyrant Thanos has suffered a lot from him, and he killed a god just now. In his opinion, he is basically invincible. Clark, isn't that Superman? Write Justice League and read it as the real protagonist of Superman's story. Defeat this guy? Get some sleep. My current strongest skill is copied from others. It's okay to snap your fingers if you gather all 6 gems, but the challenge requires you not to bring equipment, which is a pain in the asterisk. And you have to choose a challenge within 10 minutes. How do you fix it? Within 10 minutes, go sacrifice the Widow, kill Vision, and slam Ancient One. The second option, Jean Grey, the 5th level mutant, the famous Dark Phoenix. This thing is soaring. What is certain is that the Man of Steel will definitely not be able to hold it. Then there is only the third choice, Crimson Godzilla, already in a state of full energy. I need to use a pair of fists to beat him down. The picture is so beautiful. Also, this product is actually the weakest of the 3. It is clear that the mountains of gold and silver are in front of my eyes, but because I can't carry them, I can only drag away a pile of scrap iron. However, it seems that this is the only bone that is not so difficult to crack. At least I can resist the opponent's attack. Counting down, 60 seconds, 59 seconds, 58 seconds left. Thor sighed. Choose Red Lotus, wait. Thor suddenly had a flash of inspiration in his heart and stared at the system panel. There was a smile in the corner of the mouth. Choose the challenge object, Jean Grey. The people in the bar suddenly saw that Thor's body was slowly becoming illusory until he disappeared, and they were all surprised. That person just now seems familiar. I recognized him, the champion of the duel field more than 10 years ago, God Pikachu. In an arena that didn't look special at all, Thor looked at the panic-stricken girl on the opposite side, with a smile on the corner of his mouth. "Who are you? Where am I?" Sheen asked with a look of vigilance. He was obviously still in the academy just now. Why did he come to this strange place all of a sudden? Her face was a little dignified. Few people are able to hide from the professor and abduct himself out of the academy without anyone noticing. Thor smiled. "Beat me, or be beaten to the ground by me, you will know." "No, I can know now," Sheen said, and activated the mind-reading technique. Thor didn't do anything, and the system's notification sounded in his mind. Drip. The invasion of psychic energy has been detected. The mental barrier has been activated. Ugh. Sheen let out a muffled hum and felt dizzy in her mind. Hell, this guy on the other side majored in spiritual experience like the professor? Seeing Thor walking up, Jean glanced at the empty arena, gritted her teeth, and activated psychokinesis, trying to control the floor. Warning, the arena scene cannot be damaged. A sudden voice sounded in my mind. Jean! Before she could react, Thor came behind her with a sprint and cut his palm towards the back of her head. "You!" Jean's eyes blurred, and she fell unconscious. Drip! Congratulations to the host for successfully challenging the challenge. Reward the Omega-level mutant, Jean Gallet. Thor reappeared in the bar, looked at the unconscious girl in his arms, and breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, he was really worried that Qin Yuan would accidentally burst out and say, "It seems that the current Qin has not become a Dark Phoenix or even an Awakening Phoenix Force." The reason why she was chosen just now is because of the time period of the plot of Apocalypse. Qin didn't break out until the end. Although it was very strong before this, it was still within the acceptable range. Seeing the weird eyes around him, Thor realized that he was being regarded as a corpse picker. After all, Chingalei's appearance is really worthless. On Earth, Wakanda's battle for supremacy has finally come to an end. Although he had the upper hand for a time, Chalia's guilt and sympathy for his cousin made Chala show mercy again and again, but he was beaten back by Eric and fell to the ground with serious injuries. The soldiers around were silent. Everyone knows that Chala is more suitable to be their king. But Wakanda's tradition is that the winner is king, and now no one can stop Eric. Princess Surue almost couldn't help pointing a hand cannon at Eric several times, but the queen held her hand and shook her head. The consequences of intervening in a duel are very serious. Once she does, there will be no place for her in the entire Wakanda. "It's for my father." Eric raised his short sword and looked down at Chalia's neck. Bang! A spear blocked his dagger. Zuli was full of grief. "Your father died because of me. Your enemy is not him. Kill me." Eric was stunned for a few seconds and said with a ferocious face, "You and him are going to die. I won't let go of a fight." With a backhand shot, Zhu Li vomited blood to the end. No! Zhu Li's death finally aroused Chalia's anger, and he rushed to try to fight Eric. Zero, ask for flowers. It's a pity that he has been seriously injured, and he can't even stand still, so how can he be an opponent? Eric punched him hard and knocked him to the ground, stomped on his sorrow, raised his head and shouted to everyone, "This is your king." Grabbing her hair, she lifted Chala up, slammed it on the ground, and continued, "This is the Black Panther who introduced you to the future. Can he protect you?" Eric picked up Chala and threw it off the cliff. "Now I'm the king." The priest put on a necklace symbolizing royal power for him, and all the soldiers expressed their surrender for the first time. This is Wakanda. Whether it is Princess Surue or the Queen, they're extremely sad. But at this time, they knew that they couldn't stay any longer, so they covered their mouths and left while no one was paying attention. In the middle of the night, Eric woke up from a dream inherited from Black Panther. Now he has been completely reborn. Burn the rest of the heart-shaped grass. The first order he issued was to cut off any worries. However, this is not in line with our tradition. Eric grabbed the maid by the neck. Tradition should have been changed a long time ago. In the raging fire, Princess Surue sneaked in and picked a heart-shaped grass. "If you leave during the day, I don't even bother to stop you. But now you are courting death." When the cold voice came, Surue raised his head in horror and saw, as the little princess of Wakanda, Surue has never been a weak file-size sister. She actually has a lot of black technology weapons on her body, and her signature is the hand cannon. But she also knows that she is by no means an opponent of Eric, who has become Black Panther. What's more, once there is any movement, the soldiers who rush over will never take into account the past friendship and will definitely obey the new king's order. Without any hesitation, turn around and run. The chase lasted for more than half an hour. Eric has just become a Black Panther and has not yet adapted to this power. In addition, he did not wear a battle suit, so he did not win 533 Shurue in the first place. But he didn't care. With an order, the entire Wakanda Progar team began to hunt down. At a critical moment, Hulk appeared. Because of the rejection of the Sokovia Act and the attack on the island prison, Bruce Banner has also become a wanted criminal in 117 countries. During this time, he lived in seclusion in a small country, just like in Brazil. Banner has always maintained contact with the Avengers and Shuri. When the news of the change of Wakanda's throne came, he immediately realized that Princess Surue was in danger and rushed away overnight. Hulk's attack was unstoppable, and the soldiers had compassion, so Hulk easily took Surue away. On a comfortable big bed, Chingale slowly opened her eyes. She couldn't react to her thoughts for a while, but she only remembered that her eyes seemed to be inexplicably blacked out. She came to a strange arena, met a strange man, and was knocked out. Chin! She was startled and jumped up on the spot. Her first reaction was to check her clothes. There was nothing abnormal. Chin breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Why would she think in that direction? Are you awake? Thor's voice came suddenly from his side. Chin was startled, subconsciously launched a psychic attack. And then, with a scream, Chin covered her head with one hand, pointed at Thor with the other, and said in horror, "Who the hell are you? Why do you have such strong mental power?" She was shocked, knowing that even if she is a professor, even if her mental strength cannot penetrate, she will not be able to have such a terrifying backlash. Thor looked strange. Young Phoenix, really? My name is Thor Odinson, Prince of Asgard. You may call me your Highness, or Thor. Asgard? Is there such a country? Chin wondered for a while. There are not many countries that retain the monarchy, but I have never heard of the one you mentioned. The world she lives in does not have Norse mythology. You definitely haven't heard of it, because it's not a country on Earth. Thor scratched his head and said, "Forget it. You can see for yourself. Let go of your mind, and take the initiative to let Chin see part of the memory. The 9 realms. Thor. The Avengers." Chin muttered to herself, "So, now I am not only on another planet, but also in another universe? The Earth here is no longer the original one." Thor nodded. "Yes, this is a similar but completely different world. There are no mutants, only super ability people. However, sometimes super ability people are in a similar situation to mutants. After all, people always it's the fear of the unknown. But it doesn't matter. I'm not a professor. My philosophy is closer to Magneto. Even under certain circumstances, I don't mind doing apocalypse." Jean nodded. In fact, many times she doesn't quite understand the professor's philosophy. More than once, she felt that the professor was too easy to talk to outsiders. "Who is Apocalypse?" Jean suddenly tilted her head and asked. "You just need to know it's a big boss. Didn't Apocalypse appear when she was summoned? You really are not a good person." However, she felt that Thor was very appetizing to her. The atmosphere was suddenly a little awkward. "By the way, do you know Cyclops?" Thor changed the subject. "Laser 2.7 eyes? Who is that?" That emits red laser light." "Oh, you're talking about Scott Summers." "Yes, a rebellious boy who just came to the academy 2 days ago, even burned down the professor's favorite tree." "What did you ask him to watch?" "Nothing, just a little curious." This time, Thor already knew the time point where this Jean Grey was. It turns out that the plot has just begun, and it is still a newcomer. No wonder it is so immature. In the halls of Wakanda, Eric sat on the throne of the king as Black Panther. He looked around at the crowd with different expressions and said his decision. "Where I grew up, when black people were oppressed and rebelled, they were unarmed and helpless. At that time, where were we in Wakanda? No one spoke, except Wakabi, who looked hopeful. Today, it will be a new beginning. Those who enslaved us, and their descendants, their accomplices, will pay the price for all this. We will send vibranium weapons to every colonial country, arm those who oppress countrymen, overthrow their rule. The more he spoke, the more excited he became. He couldn't help standing up and said, "It's time to let them know our true colors. We are warriors, and the wheel of the times goes round and round. This time, we will rule the world. Wakanda will be the new empire on which the sun never sets." However, Wakanda can continue to this day because we have never resorted to military action. The captain of the guard objected. "It used to be so. Times have changed, my lord." Wakabi, sitting next to Eric, said, "The world is changing, elders. The world is getting smaller and smaller, and other countries are catching up. Soon, this will be an era of conquest or being conquered. I would rather we are conquerors." His eyes swept over many elders, but no one spoke. "Then it's decided. Get ready now." Walking out of the hall, Eric had a gloomy look on his face. Princess Shu Rue escaped, and more importantly, she took the heart-shaped grass, which means she can cultivate another Black Panther to stop herself. Although he doesn't think any Wakanda person can beat himself in a duel. In a cave in Africa, several people are hiding from hunting. It was Banner Yusu Rue and others. Eric is a warmonger. He will definitely lead Wakanda into the abyss. Chala's girlfriend, Nakia, said worriedly. However, we don't have the ability to stop him at all. Even if there is a heart-shaped grass, it will only make me eligible to become Black Panther, and there is still no chance of winning against Eric. Several people fell silent. Princess Surue looked around, and suddenly her eyes lit up. "Bruce Banner, will you marry me?" "Banner, when are you still thinking about this?" Seeing his doubts, Surue said eagerly, "Listen, I'm the Princess of Wakanda. If you marry me, you will be the Prince of Wakanda. As a member of the royal family, you are also eligible to drink the heart-shaped grass and become the new princess. The Black Panther. In fact, even if the thin Banner got the strengthening of the heart-shaped grass, he couldn't be Eric's opponent. But Hulk can." Everyone looked at him, which seemed to be the best way. Even though Banner is white, but in the future the two will give birth to a child who must be black, also of royal blood. Banner was stunned for a while, and smiled wryly, ready to agree. "Wait, no." He suddenly trembled, and then his face quickly turned green, his head grew bigger, and he yelled, "No," then fell to the ground with a thud. "What's wrong with you?" Princess Surue quickly helped him up. Banner shook his head. "It's okay. However, I may disappoint you. Hulk told me that the power of the heart-shaped grass will be absorbed by him, and it will not be able to bring the power of Black Panther at that time. For me, the heart-shaped grass, it's a waste. In fact, even if there is no heart-shaped grass, Hulk can easily hit Eric. However, without the power of Black Panther, it cannot be recognized by the people of Wakanda." "How could this be?" Surue's face collapsed. "I have a solution," Nakia suddenly said. "M'Baku. He may be our only hope." "M'Baku? The chieftain who once challenged T'Challa? But he is a barbarian," the queen said in amazement. "The chain of contempt exists everywhere. The whole world thinks Wakanda is a bunch of savages, and all of Wakanda thinks M'Baku leads a bunch of savages. A fisherman found him by the river and brought him to me. He's still alive, the only breath left. M'Baku, who saw the heart-shaped, grass, resisted the temptation and led them to a tent in the back mountain. Surue was pleasantly surprised to find that his brother was still alive, but fell into a deep sleep. Bury him in the snow so that he won't be reunited with his ancestors. Everyone knows that only medicinal herbs can save him at this time. The queen grinds the medicine herself and feeds it to T'Challa. Bless the ancestors, Goddess Black Panther, keep my son safe and sound. In a daze, T'Challa entered the dream again and saw a Black Panther not far away turned into his father. "Son, it's time to go home. Come and reunite with me." I always feel that you're deliberately ordering me, and you're also exercising my psychokinesis in the name of exercising. Jean Grey frowned, sweating profusely, manipulating a whole set of cleaning tools to clean Thor's villa. Although you don't need to do it directly, it's tiring. But the other party was watching her with great interest, looking like a gentleman. Thor definitely won't admit it. No, I'm just evaluating your ability. You should know that there is a terrifying force in your body, which may erupt at any time, right? Sheen suddenly fell silent. After a long time, he whispered, "Then can you solve it?" Thor shook his head. The solution is impossible. The Phoenix Force is one of the most powerful forces in the universe. It comes from the primordial universe and was born at the beginning of all things. It is the immortal, eternal, but impermanent existence of chaos. It is the sun of the universe. It is the incarnation of life and spiritual power in the original universe, symbolizing life and emotion. 490-inch. The only thing you can do is to control yourself as much as possible and not be controlled by the Phoenix Force. In a few days, I will take you back to Asgard. My mother is the wisest person in the world. She should be able to help you. Like Wanda, Chingale has huge amounts of potential. As long as she can make good use of her own power, it will be unimaginable to help her. Silently calculating the power I currently have in my heart, I can't help but have full confidence in the future. However, Thor has always had doubts in his heart during this period. It stands to reason that even if Ancient One and Odin are not considered, it would be difficult for Thanos to invade early. Why can he be so stable as an old dog and let himself develop casually? He has already left the Nine Realms twice, and he has not kept a low profile. How could Thanos be patient and not make a move? Thinking in another way, if it was me, I would definitely try to besiege and kill the biggest threat on my ideal path. Whether definitely can succeed is another matter. Is this guy planning to boil himself to death like he boiled Ancient One and Odin? Thor shuddered. What are you thinking? So preoccupied. Sheen wondered. I was wondering, what's going on here on Earth? For Thor, stronger strength means greater confidence in the face of Thanos, but not necessarily for Chala. When he woke up from the dream of Black Panther inheritance and led everyone to the royal city to stop Eric, it can be said that he was full of confidence. After all, we have Hulk. Outside the palace of Wakanda, fighter planes that are hundreds of years ahead of European and American technology slowly take off. Everything is ready. Have the undercover agents been notified? Eric asked. Yes. Some are disobedient, but many more are poised to go, including London, New York, and Hong Kong. Eric nodded. It's okay. When we do it, more people will participate. It's time to let the whole world know how powerful we are for 400 years of anger and sorrow. Boom! On the distant horizon, a fighter plane crashed. In the firelight, Traitla in Black Panther uniform walked slowly. Eric, I haven't thrown in the towel yet. No, the duel is over. I am the king. Eric laughed and said, although I don't mind killing you again, but I have more important things to do now. Immediately ordered. All planes take off, and then open the protective cover. Oops! Chala turned pale in shock and rushed forward, but was blocked by an invisible barrier. Roar! Hulk let out a roar, rushed towards him, and punched the protective shield with a punch. Bang! Huge amounts of anti-shock force came, and Hulk was ejected several hundred meters. The defensive power of Wakanda's protective shield is rare in the world. Except for a very few high-level space teleportation, it is difficult to rush in intact. In the movie, as strong as Black Dwarf, they're all strangled by the power of the protective shield. If it weren't for the constantly vanguards using human sea tactics to charge, the victory of Wakanda would be unpredictable. If it weren't for the fact that the Wakanda fighters still needed to fly out and the protective cover hadn't turned on the attack effect, the punch just now was enough to cut off one of Hulk's arms. You have already lost. Do you think I will give you a second chance to duel? Stop dreaming. Eric taunted loudly. So what if you have the Hulk? You can't stop all the planes. Countless fighter planes took off and flew in all directions. Chala and Hulk, as well as Princess Shu Rue with a hand cannon, tried their best to block only one direction. No, you be asterisk 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 D. You're bringing Wakanda to its end. T'Challa, who has always been good at controlling his emotions, lashes out. No one knows better than him how powerful Wakanda's black technology is, and he already has a premonition that a black storm is about to sweep the entire world. Jingle bell. At 5 in the morning, Stark was woken up by his phone ringing. Who the hell is calling so early? Do you know what time it is? Stark looked sullen. Last night he spent a whole night on Little Morgan, and he just fell asleep for half an hour now. Tony, it's me, Bruce Banner. There's something big going on. Tell the military to prepare for war. What? Stark shuddered. Don't worry. Speak slowly. What happened, Dash? What war? The throne of Wakanda is changing, and the new king wants to avenge the descendants of all the colonists. F asterisk asterisk K. Stark let out an exclamation and jumped to his feet. When he took the paralyzed Rhodes to treatment a while ago, he had seen Wakanda's level of technology, and Stark Industry was even worse. Not to mention, they have an inexhaustible supply of vibranium. Pepper, I have something to go out, so don't go out recently. As he spoke, he put on his armor and hurried out. Hong Kong, a cosmopolitan metropolis. At this time, the entire sky is shrouded in a layer of darkness. Strange, now Dr. Strange, stared gravely at Caecilius across the way. The surrounding space-time is constantly changing. It is the ultimate showdown of Camartage magic. In the sky, a huge amount of cracks slowly appeared, as if the terrifying energy that would destroy the world continuously emerged. Fortunately, the time of all mortals here has been frozen. Otherwise, it would be difficult for anyone to bear the fear alone. In the distance, more than a dozen Wakanda fighter planes are flying towards this side. They were lucky because they came late. Doctor Strange casting had already ended, and their time was not frozen. But they are just as unfortunate as it means. They will face the pressure head-on. The dark energy radiated out, and in just a moment, the fighter plane turned into fly ash. At the same time, in the control room of Wakanda, more than a dozen flight crew screamed and fell to the ground, unconscious. Strange didn't stop this and couldn't. He glanced at Fatty Wong and Modu beside him and sighed. The strongest Avenger is not on Earth, and even if he is no match for Dormammu. Then, only myself with the eye of Agamotto left. He wore a cloak and flew towards the crack. Dormammu, I'm here to negotiate terms. You are here to die. Boom. Dormammu, I'm here to negotiate terms. You can't stop me. No matter how many times you reply, you will only be killed by me. But others were saved. Grass Mud Horse. Report, Your Majesty. The plane flying to Hong Kong lost contact at the same time. This is the video sent back before the loss. 10 soldiers in the Council Hall of Wakanda reported to Eric. Lost contact? Could it be that the Avengers made a move? Eric frowned, turned on the video, and a doomsday scene came into view. There was a sharp pain in the eyes, and the power of Black Panther boiled violently. Eric was shocked, smashed the screen with a punch, and then fell to the ground, panting heavily in shock. Phil asked for flowers. It took him a long time before he realized. Let's let go of Hong Kong. Those who enslave us are mainly in Europe and the United States. So let's start from there. Dormammu didn't realize that he had done a good thing. Now, he's being driven crazy by a certain horse-faced doctor. Cole. You stop and let me out. No, I'm here to negotiate terms. What the hell do you want to talk about? Dormammu forcibly suppressed his killing intent. Take your fanatical followers and leave the Earth. Stop doing evil in our world and never come back. If you agree, I will stop the cycle. Dormammu's expression of eating poop made his ugly face ugly. But he couldn't help it. Even though he felt extremely humiliated, he still had to agree. What's going on here? Caecilius and his followers were shocked. Their bodies were deteriorating bit by bit. Doctor Strange slowly floated down. My deal is done, and you'll get everything you want right away to be a part of Dormammu's life. Still, you might not like it. No, Master, Caecilius screamed, being sucked into the crack. Strange watched their fate and complained, "Actually, you really should have stolen the whole book, because the warning is written after the spell." Righteous. Fatty Wong laughed out loud. This guy's smile is very low. "It's all over, we made it." Strange whispered, "Yeah, we succeeded, but you also violated the law of nature. You still think it's no big deal, right? It won't cause any consequences. We broke the rules like she did, and sooner or later we will pay the price. It was meant to be karma. I don't want to go on anymore." Modu sneered, turned around, and left. Wong looked at his figure, hesitated to speak. Modu suddenly stopped at 467, turned around, and asked, "I think of that Asgardian who came to Kamar Taj twice. This person must have broken the rule, right?" After finishing speaking, without waiting for their answer, they continued to take steps. The strange events in Hong Kong have not attracted much attention. Only a few media outlets mentioned it. Some people are somewhat interested in this, but they were quickly drawn to another matter. After Stark received Banner's call, he immediately found the military and informed him of the danger, but he was ridiculed. When did our Iron Man become so timid? A third world country that could be wiped off the map in a few minutes? Don't worry about it. Stark is angry and anxious, and he even reveals some inside information about Wakanda. Wow, Mr. Stark, have you watched too many movies? Black Panther? Battle Suit? Tell me the plot of which anime is this? Stark reluctantly leaves. He quickly thought of Thor and immediately rushed to Tritium Manor. Natalia opened the door to receive him. "Thor is not here. I can represent his attitude. Unless the Sokovia Act is officially repealed, he will never take action, and I will not tear down his platform. I don't want to run out this time and do my best. When the crisis has passed, those politicians will say that I violated the law again." "Bill." Stark sighed helplessly. "You know, those politicians are unlikely to give up easily, but the people are innocent." "But politicians are also elected by innocent people," Natalia said coldly. "Also, one thing you need to understand is that we are not the ones who caused the crisis. We have done nothing, and we have no obligation to fight Wakanda to the death. No matter innocent or not, we are not the ones who brought them disaster. You may choose to stand up and be a selfless hero, a hero who bleeds and tears, but I won't, and neither will Thor." Stark was speechless. "By the way, there is one more thing to tell you." Natalia had a strange face on her face. "A few hours ago, Thor contacted me. Once there is a war, no place on Earth is safe, and Asgard will always take us away from Bifrost as soon as possible. True, everyone in Durham Manor will temporarily leave the Earth and return to Asgard." Stark left dumbfounded. After some hesitation, he took out a mobile phone and made a call. Didn't expect it to be needed so soon. "Hey Steve, it's me. World War, coming soon. We need you. The Sokovia Act, they may not care about it anytime soon." Stark's hunch was right. That afternoon, Western countries around the world were attacked almost at the same time. One of the most amazing is the symbolic landmark of the United States, the Statue of Liberty. A plane with a strange shape suddenly appeared from the clouds. A missile blew it up and then disappeared immediately. True invisibility is not only for radar, but also for naked eyes. The United States is proud of the shorting facility as if it does not exist. In addition, a large number of important buildings were devastated, and even the former residence of Washington was bombed. An African third world country, Wakanda has claimed responsibility for all attacks. This is a naked declaration of war. This kind of provocation has aroused the anger of everyone. People in the United States can't remember the last time when the mainland was attacked. During this period of time, from the streets to Washington, there were all kinds of violence and riots everywhere. When the news of the attack came out, the high-level leaders in Washington, who were all over the place, reached a consensus for the first time and immediately formed the TF-58 Nation Destruction Force. Led by 3 Nimitz-class aircraft carriers, they rushed to Africa. However, this fleet, which is enough to wipe out any non-nuclear country, was attacked in the Atlantic Ocean. The largest naval battle since the new century officially broke out, lasted for half an hour, and ended with the complete annihilation of the United States fleet. For a time, the whole world was shocked. Extra. The United States Navy was attacked on the way to attack Wakanda, and the three major nuclear-powered aircraft carriers were silent. Wakanda shows technology ahead of its time. Does this mean the transfer of world hegemony? Is this a terrorist attack? A repeat of Pearl Harbor? The fiasco of the United States Navy frightened his legions of dogs. Some countries originally planned to follow up and engage in a wave together, just like they did with the Middle East at the beginning, but they are silent at this time. While the sky is falling and the tall man is topping it, the United States wins the best, loses the big deal, and changes the owner. As long as there are bones, whose dog's leg is not a dog's leg. But they don't know. In Eric's eyes, they themselves are bones. How can it be? A senior executive in Washington slapped the table angrily. Half an hour? Our naval forces were destroyed in half an hour. The opponent must have a super ability person intervening. It must be a super ability person. I suspect that the group of guys who refused to sign the contract may be taking revenge. Let's inform Stark. Dispatch the Avengers immediately. Okay, I see. I'll go to Wachudian right away. In the building of Stark Industry, Stark hung up the phone, looked helplessly at the Avengers who rushed over, and sighed. Because of the forced passage of the Sokovia Act by Washington, there are not many Avengers left in the hall. Vision, Rhodes, and himself are almost all. What made him even more angry was that in General Ross's phone call just now, he added a sentence at the end. If you encounter Captain America, Bruce Banner, and other fugitives, shoot them to death. Is there any shit in your G mind? A group of idiots who haven't recognized the situation until now. Don't they think there are not enough enemies? He would have begun to understand that Thor had withdrawn the people. It's okay to work hard on the front line, but you have to endure backstab from the rear. What's the matter? Looking away at the little Spider-Man, Stark whispered, "Go back to school. Peter, war is not what you should face." No, Mr. Stark. You said last time that I'm already an Avenger. And I even had a 5/5 with the captain. Stark wanted to say no, but he didn't say it. He took a deep look at Peter, nodded, and said, "Yes, you are an Avenger now." Mr. Stark, ex-king of Wakanda, T'Challa, and Bruce Banner are at the gate asking for admission. Let them in. Stark was pleasantly surprised. No matter what time it is, Hulk can bring him a lot of confidence. He hugged Banner, who walked in, and said in surprise, "Hey, Banner, you're here too? Long time no see." Banner smiled wryly. "I didn't expect to meet under such circumstances, but it's too late to catch up with us now." Aside, T'Challa said in a deep voice, "Eric, my uncle's son, he seized the throne of Wakanda and took over the armed forces of the entire country at the same time. He wants to use violent means to avenge all colonized countries, relying on the level of technology crushed, just like the Indians were treated." Stark's face is a bit unnatural. This metaphor is really... How many forces can be called now? T'Challa's face darkened, and he said helplessly, "Barely. He has already taken control of Wakanda. According to the tradition of Wakanda, from the moment he duels to become the leader, all the people who have been in control of me immediately switch sides." "Wait, why didn't I see Thor?" Banner said suddenly. He found that many people were missing. Not only Steve and the others, but even Thor and the people around him were absent. Stark was about to answer when Friday's voice sounded. "Mr. Star 417, General Ross is calling. Connect." The image of General Ross appeared in front. "Your Excellency, we will leave soon." General Ross ignored him and looked at Banner. Banner was stared at uncomfortably and said hello. "Hi, Your Excellency General, long time no see." General Ross said in a cold voice, "I remember that the island prison robbed prisoners. Did you have a share?" Banner, "Do you think that the world is in crisis, so you are forgiven?" Banner explained, "Listen, I'm here to fight, not to argue with you. Wakanda is now." Unexpectedly, General Ross ignored him at all, turned his head and said to Stark, "Arrest him. Banner will already understand why Thor and the others are gone." Stark definitely won't be following General Ross' orders to arrest Banner. Just kidding, not to mention whether it can be done, but at the moment when Thor's not around, Hulk is already the strongest combat force on his side. If it weren't for the sense of responsibility to protect the world, Stark would want to turn his mother against him. Morning after a day. Drink. In a small village on the border of Wakanda, Bucky escaped from the siege covered in blood. He just woke up from a deep sleep, and the voice that had been troubling his heart for a long time finally disappeared. However, before he was happy, a large number of Wakanda soldiers came to the village and killed him involuntarily. His long-term combat experience and physical fitness made him escape with great difficulty. Behind him, Wakanda soldiers with some vibranium spears are still hot on their heels. With the newly installed vibranium arm, he can barely fight the vibranium spear. But 2 fists are no match for 4 hands, and the high-intensity pursuit all night has already exhausted him physically and mentally. Hiding behind a dirt slope, Bucky tended to his wounds. Damn, why are these Wakanda people crazy? Are they still misunderstood that I killed the former king? No, it is impossible for T'Zila not to inform his subordinates. Just thinking about it, suddenly a black shadow flashed past in front of my eyes. Hey buddy, it looks like you need help. Bucky was taken aback. He slapped out reflexively, and a young man stepped away with a whoosh. Calm down. I'm not your enemy. Oh look, I'm not from Wakanda. Who are you? I don't know you, Bucky said warily. The skill of the person in front of him is far superior to him. Even if he fights in his prime, he is not sure at all, let alone he is injured all over his body now. Seeing that he stopped doing anything, the young man grinned. Let me introduce myself, Pietro Maximov, nicknamed Quicksilver, a member of the Avengers. The captain knows that you are in danger and will be here soon. I will come first as soon as possible. Step. Bucky breathed a sigh of relief, but still had some doubts. You said you were an Avenger, so why haven't I met you? Quicksilver was stunned. You mean the airport war, right? Oh, I'll retire because of that stupid bill. Boom, boom. The deep voice interrupted Quicksilver, and at the same time, the whole earth began to tremble. Holy shit, what happened? An earthquake? A volcano eruption? Quicksilver wondered. I'm afraid not. This is not an earthquake zone. Bucky's face was gloomy. As an antique that had lived for nearly a century, his forgiveness was much stronger than Quicksilver's. This sound is probably from a large herd animal running on the African grassland, and it's coming towards us. As if to confirm his words, on the horizon in the distance, countless burly figures rushed towards. F***K. Are these rhinos crazy? Quicksilver's face turned green. They're Wakanda's army of rhinos. With vibranium decks, every rhino can crash a tank. Bucky said in a low voice. He didn't know why. Wakanda Turtle launched this army without any scruples. In his understanding, Wakanda has always been very low-key. On the grassland in the distance, the Wakabi rhino is on the back. It's time to let the world know our power. T'Challa actually used the precious vibranium on an outsider. I have to correct this mistake. Boom, the roar of a helicopter sounded. Steve opened the hatch and threw down a staircase to the 2 who were surrounded by rhinos. Bucky, come up. Bucky was taken aback for a moment, but his reaction was quick, and he pulled Quicksilver over. Boy, you go first. At this moment, Falcon hovering beside him suddenly shouted, Be careful. Get out of the way. Hawkeye, who was in the driver's seat, was stunned for a moment. Before he could react, he saw a ray shooting from a distant place. Boom! The attack of the vibranium weapon, Li Zhao, was shot down. The helicopter was hit by the propeller and fell from the sky with black smoke. A giant appeared out of thin air, grabbed the falling helicopter, and gently put it on the ground, avoiding the bad luck of crashing the helicopter. Facing the black mass in front of him, he kicked it out. Bang, sentence. Damn it, Wakabi said loudly. He saw several rhinos being kicked into the air tens of meters high and fell heavily to the ground amidst howls. Even though the rhinos are wearing vibranium decks, the Wakabi can add food tonight. As the saying goes, more ants kill elephants. Even an elephant, facing enough ants, will still be heaped to death by crowd tactics. In the current scene, that is called The Rhino Kills the Ants More, after paying dozens of rhinos, The huge Ant-Man finally fell to the ground, shaking the sky with dust. Watching the herd of rhinos approaching slowly, Steve's face was solemn. Booming, a Quinjet flew overhead, and several figures fell down. "Hey, Steve, do you need help?" There was a joking voice in the air, and Stark fell from the sky wearing the latest armor. Next to him are Vision and Rhodes. "I'm sorry, Captain. Because of me, I have troubled you." Chala apologized to Steve. Roar. With a roar, a huge body descended from the sky and slapped a rhino flying with a palm. "Hulk!" From Wakanda's side, a mocking voice came. "Ha! It's ridiculous. A small Hydra 003 remnant actually gathered almost all the Avengers. Just right. Send me to find you one by one." Eric looked at them with a sneer. Behind him, the steel torrent of Wakanda looms. Chala stepped out, yelling, "Eric, stop it. This is your last chance. Don't drag Wakanda to hell." Eric laughed. "Please open your eyes and see. Now, I have the upper hand. You're all here now. Who can stop me?" "Not good." Stark shuddered and hurriedly asked, "Friday, how is the outside world?" "Half an hour ago, because of criticism of Wakand's large armed forces, they launched attacks on major cities such as New York, Los Angeles, and London." Stark just felt cold all over. New York in this world is full of disasters and is always so unlucky. Since the Zarita invasion began several years ago, the disaster in New York has not stopped. Later, it was almost neutralized twice in a row. Because of Thor's secret promotion, a large number of riots broke out all over the country, and the most violent one was New York. After a few months of disagreement, the riots basically subsided and Wakanda bombers focused on it again. If this continues, it is estimated that the world's largest city will change hands. The day before the Wakanda fighter appeared, Bifrost fell from the sky and brought everyone from the Tritium estate to Asgard. Over the years, the Tritium estate has always been a serious concern for Washington and the high-level council members, and they have been thinking about erasing it all the time. Thor, the strongest Avenger in this world, has the power to threaten the whole world, but he is not controlled by them. After finally finding an opportunity, the Sokovia Act was introduced, but in the end, the superpowers in the manor didn't even have the intention of negotiating and completely ignored all of this. This is a bomb that can be detonated at any time, with dire consequences at any time. In order to solve this great threat once and for all, Washington did not hesitate to use nuclear bombs and buried half of New York with it. As a result, not to mention the failure of the plan, it was also met with tragic retaliation, and 1/3 of the naval forces evaporated. Well, plus Wakanda killed 1/3 of the U.S. Navy's position as the world's #1 is no longer stable. In fact, although there is no evidence, the top officials in Washington are well aware that the chaos of the past few months was also provoked by Thor. The departure of everyone in the manor made the politicians breathe a sigh of relief. Soon, however, they stopped laughing. When Wakanda's bombers appear over New York, people discover for the first time how much they need the Avengers' protection. Actually, Stark has an Iron Army. It's a pity that Ultron made a wave last year, and the entire Iron Army was wiped out. These days, it has only recovered to less than 1/3. Moreover, Tony's technological level may not be weaker than that of the Wakanda people, but even the most powerful steel soldiers can't stand up to Wakanda's vibranium weapons. The Iron soldiers were retreating, and the Wakanda fighters were pouring in constantly, turning Stark into an elite commander in no time. When the Avengers came back, what they saw was a messy New York. Not just New York, news of being bombed came from all over the world, and basically every country that participated in the slavery of black people was retaliated against. Even in a developed country in Europe, after only resisting for half an hour, the two sides of the national flag were cut off, and the middle part was hung up. It's a pity that the people of Wakanda don't pay attention to these cowards. A black storm is sweeping the entire world. Asgard, Thor's originally empty palace, became overcrowded for a while. I understand the truth, but why didn't you let me know in advance? Peggy Carter asked Natalia with a dark face. I didn't even say hello, and it was still in the middle of the night. What should I do if something goes wrong? She is full of desire to complain now. In his peaceful sleep, he suddenly heard the air defense siren. When a manor was designed, an air defense point had been set up long ago, and when everyone was assembled, a colorful brilliance fell from the sky and took everyone away. Natalia looked at the non-combatants Helen Zhao and Christine, who had changed into their pajamas, and said with a light smile, "Don't worry. Thor has already said hello and specially transferred the guards away, and the person in charge of opening Bifrost replaced by Sif." Paige, do you always feel like we're not talking on the same channel? It was the first time in the history of Asgard that so many people were brought in at once. Definitely, the kind of dark elf invasion does not count. The people of Asgard were stunned, even though they had already quoted their own heir to the throne as a comparison. "Mother, am I right? My elder brother is unreliable and wants to change Asgard from the Nordic gods to the Greek gods in the mythology of the Earth people." Inside the Golden Hall, Loki pays his respects every day and gives Frigga eye drops by the way. Although he also knows that he has no chance to inherit the throne, the next king must be Thor. And judging from the current situation, there's a high probability that in the future, the dirty and tiring work will be done by yourself, and Thor's guy will be in charge of the hands-off shopkeeper, and it will be enough to harvest regularly. Is that what that old man Odin meant when he said he was born to be king? To your uncle. Definitely, he also knows that Thor's private life is not a big problem for Asgard except for some talking stuff. At least he is the heir to the throne. But that doesn't stop Loki from giving him trouble. Is Loki, who doesn't make trouble, still the god of mischief? In fact, Frigga was also a little helpless at this meeting. Many years ago, both she and Odin were worried that Thor only loved the hammer in his heart, and even wore women's clothing for it. For this reason, the two tried their best to match Thor and Sif desperately. As a result, 20 years ago, Thor seemed to have changed overnight, from a straight guy to a big guy, at a speed that stunned the two bosses. They can only be attributed to the release of the acquired nature of long-term abstinence. The Queen of God was also a little embarrassed. If Thor brought back one or two at a time, she would definitely go to see her daughter-in-law immediately, just like she did to Jane Foster. "Ah, Loki, are you talking ill of me behind my back again? Is your skin itchy?" A sullen voice sounded from behind. Loki froze all over, and when he turned around, he saw Torpes smirking. Frigga also looked at Thor, and then she looked strange because she saw that there were two more girls beside Thor. Loki really didn't lie to me. Loki felt that he was about to be beaten again today, rolled his eyes, and immediately greeted him with a smile on his face. "Ha-ha! Where is it? I'm just praising you. You see, you just went out for a while and gave me another added 2 sisters-in-law." 0. Seeking flowers. After hearing this, Onyxia on the left showed a playful smile. "Don't dare. I can't afford someone like your highness. I'm just a little maid of his highness." That's what I said, but I didn't think so for a few days and no one knew. Onyxia said nothing, but Jean Grey on the right quit. 0. It's annoying enough to be dragged here by Thor from his own world and never go back. Fortunately, Thor's attitude towards her was not bad, and the world didn't feel the discrimination and rejection of mutant, so she reluctantly accepted it. In fact, at present, her impression of Thor is still very good, definitely not to that point. After all, the time spent together is still short. It should be said that as long as they are willing, no girl can refuse Thor. As a result, the B**************** D in front of him was full of nonsense and directly pointed out his own thoughts. He glanced back at Thor. Thor nodded. "It's okay, my brother is very resistant to beating." Loki suddenly found that his hands and feet were out of control, and his whole body was suspended in the air. Thump! One with an onion upside down, the whole person flew out of the palace, fell into a mess, and ushered in a group of melon-eating crowd. Cheen stood there quietly, seemingly motionless. Frigga looked at Cheen Galay with some surprise in her eyes. Seeing Loki's miserable state, Thor showed a slight smile on the corner of his mouth, and then felt a little helpless. Don't think that rewarding a superhero for a mission means that you have obtained this combat power. My own system is actually half-baked. The rewards for completing the mission are quite problematic. The so-called summon characters are really just summoning, and are only responsible for bringing people over. I don't care about how to subdue them later, just like Onyxia, as a mount, turned against her as soon as she was summoned, and she had to do the job of taming the dragon by herself and put on the reins by herself. Called by another person with weak strength, it is estimated that he was killed by riding a 927 at the first time. The same is true for Chingale. When she was first summoned, she was completely unfamiliar with herself, and because she was beaten by herself in the arena, her initial favorability was probably negative. I have to try my best to cultivate the relationship with the mind of collecting, people, convincing money, two hands gaining. Even now, Chin and her relationship are mostly friends, and they're willing to give themselves face, but it is impossible to expect to obey, at least not now. On the other hand, Princess Black Dragon's loyalty has increased very quickly, and she can bite whoever she wants. Definitely, this is also beneficial. Every summoned character, whether it is Onyxia or Chingri, has flesh and blood, not just a tool person. Your body is actually very similar to Midgardians, that is, people on Earth. However, a different gene awakening of yours has brought changes to you and endowed you with some special abilities. Frigg spoke slowly. That's not what I asked. Thor was sweating profusely, and the mother saw through the essence of mutant at a glance. Frigga glared at him and continued. In addition, there is a very powerful force in her body that is sleeping. If it erupts, I am afraid that even if your father is still at the peak, it will be difficult to suppress. Thor nodded. Once the Phoenix Force is fully awakened, it will be at the same level as the fully awakened Chaos Force, and one of the three ancient forces in the universe. Even Odin can't handle it. Definitely, the premise of all this is that she can really and completely control it. If I'm not mistaken, you shouldn't be able to control it now, and you're always worried that this power will get out of control, right? Jean nodded. Actually, I can't find a good way. When your emotions are unstable, it may get out of control. So, the most important thing is yourself. Learn to control your emotions. I will work hard. Jean was a little sad. She looked at Thor, a little worried. As the strongest mutant, Chingale can be said to be strong but timid, and feels that she cannot integrate into the group. When she was in the academy, her unrestrained power often frightened other students, so she was excluded to a certain extent. When he came to this world, although Thor often made fun of her, he made her feel at ease. Seeing Chin's worry, Thor smiled heartily. Don't worry, I'm here. As long as it doesn't explode completely, I can suppress it. A smile appeared on Chin's face. I didn't notice the other meaning of Thor's words. If the Phoenix Force completely explodes, I can't suppress it. Can you tell me why you brought us all back? In the middle of the night, in Thor's palace, everyone was so tired that they fell asleep. Peggy Carter put on a piece of clothing alone and came to the window to ask Thor. Worrying that you're in danger, is there a problem? Evacuation of citizens when war breaks out. Isn't that what every country does? Although you were born on Earth, you are actually all Asgard. Peggy shook her head and said angrily, Still fooling me with this? Not to mention others. Jane's presence alone is enough to protect the entire manor, right? Besides, the large number of defensive facilities in the Tritium Manor should not be regarded as I don't know. Even the whole of Wakanda would be impenetrable. Thor was taken aback and couldn't help smiling. Haha, another occupational disease? As expected of a 10th level agent, I can't hide anything from you. I brought you back because they haven't given up on the Sokovia Act. Once we can't help it if they move their hands, they fell into the calculations of those politicians. If there is one, there will be two, and they will work harder to implement such bills in the future. Anyway, we will not ignore the danger. So, your purpose is to let the 5.4 Council in Washington take the initiative to ask you to completely solve this problem. Page understood what he meant. Thor showed a mocking smile and continued. Besides, if you are a veteran of SHIELD, you need to obey the Council in theory. If I still don't take action, they will definitely order you to stand on the front line to resist. Then I will have to intervene to save you. Don't underestimate the shameless tactics of politicians. Paige sighed. She knew Thor was telling the truth. This country has really changed. Actually, I think the time is almost here, Peggy said. In fact, many people in the council now regret that they are against you. As long as there is a step down, it is not difficult for them to abandon the bill. In fact, now everyone can see that the United States and even the entire Western world are not Wakanda's opponents. The technological latitude is too crushed, just like the Indians who use spears to resist muskets. At this time, it is impossible for them to cling to the Sokovia Act. Politicians also have brains and are afraid of death. In fact, although they say that Steve and others are acting illegally, all countries turn a blind eye. Originally, it was like this, but now I have 7 better ideas. Thor said mysteriously. What do you think? Do you mind telling me and listening? Looking back, Natalia smiled affectionately. Thor didn't answer and changed the subject. What do you guys think of Steve Rogers? Justice, bravery, daring to sacrifice, and affirm are the representatives of the spirit of the United States in that era. He has many qualities that people of this era lack. Thor's face suddenly turned dark as he listened. Peggy noticed his expression, and she was very angry. What kind of expression is this? You asked me to say it. Besides, I am just analyzing it from a third-party perspective. This kind of good person is sold out. The character of helping to count money is not my type. Why are you so jealous? It's inexplicable. Natalia snickered from the sidelines. Thor's face was very strange. He wanted to laugh, but held back. Hey, Loki. Seeing Loki wandering in the square, Thor went up to say hello. Loki shivered. I have a hunch. It must be good for you to come to me. He was simply terrified of being beaten. Not only Thor, but also the group of women in his palace, each fiercer than the other. I'm so sad that you misunderstood me so much. Thor said, haha. Didn't I see you nest in Asgard all day, and I want to take you out to relax? If you want to catch me again, just say so. Don't act for your own good. Loki burst into tears. Why is my elder brother more shameless than me? And I don't need you to bring me. I can go out any time. Thor was taken aback. Didn't he take the bait? Continue to induce. Don't you want to go to the earth to make trouble? Loki was obviously moved, thinking about it for a few seconds. Don't go. Because something happened, you will definitely sell me, and then you will be the savior, beat me up, and a bunch of people will be grateful to you. F***K. What you said makes sense. Don't worry. This time, you don't have to do it yourself. Someone will be responsible for the dirty work. You just need to make a plan. Don't worry. We're going to save the world this time. Speaking of this, I was afraid that Loki would not agree, so I continued. Our dignified Prince of Asgard is naturally a real man, not a beast. How can we see the world in dire straits, and hide at home and sweep the snow in front of our doors? Loki's face turned green, and he had the same tone as him, and he had a new understanding of his big brother's shamelessness. You are still in dire straits. By the way, the earth is in dire straits, and most of it is your credit, right? But others don't care. We are the gods of mischief. Moreover, what you said, it seems that if you refuse to help, you're not a man, and you're not as good as a beast. Okay, then I will go out with you to save the world. Loki grits his teeth. That's right. Thor held out his hand. What? Loki rolled his eyes. Get out any time? I remember you don't have permission to use Bifrost any time. Well, bring it. 480-inch. Loki handed over the Tesseract with a dark face and walked away. On the Earth, the Wakanda army is doing crazy things in different places. The whole world is full of smoke and flames. Europe has become a war zone, bombed and attacked from time to time. Some elderly people recalled those years 70 years ago. Gallic chickens are used to surrender, but unfortunately they didn't get preferential treatment. Wakanda has no shortage of leading parties, just all kinds. This is still the case in Europe, as the world's police, the United States, is given more attention. Wakanda is not eager to conquer at all. What they want is to make each other a little bit desperate. Among other things, as a former slave owner, the statues of the founding father of the United States have been blown up all over the country. This makes the proud people angry, but helpless. A battle on the border of Wakanda that day ended in victory for the Avengers. But it didn't help. After Eric retreated the protective cover, No one could break in again, and the Avengers did not have as many vanguards to attack with crowd tactics. Eric's goal has never been to destroy the Avengers. The Wakanda army will bloom more, and the Avengers will put out fires everywhere, is his plan. He succeeded, even though he fought on multiple fronts, and those countries had already entered the all-out war mode, and they had been beaten helplessly. And the number of Avengers is limited, so they can't take care of every place. I didn't expect that this backward planet would hide such a terrifying level of technology. In the empty living room of the manor, Loki watched the TV news in amazement. There are more things you didn't expect, Thor said unhappily. The Earth is far from being as ordinary as you imagined. Except for this technological power, a hidden magician's blocking power is even worse than that of a fairy. Okay, Loki shrugged. What do you want me to do? Simply stop the war, and you can do it yourself. I'm just going to make the chaos here worse. I have a good idea. Go and blow up the White House, and it will definitely blow up the pot. Loki sneered and flickered. I thought that the unreliable idea would be picked, but I didn't expect you to nod in satisfaction. Hey, my brother has made progress. You can guess what I'm thinking. Loki stared wide-eyed, looked at Thor for a while, and then smiled bitterly in a low voice. Brother, you are playing too big. Thor ignored him and played with his back. How is this place compared to Stormwind City? Do you have the confidence to make more trouble? In the shadows, a slender figure came out and chuckled softly. It's too simple. This place is a powder keg, and it can be detonated by just adding fire. Moreover, the people here are too weak, so use a little the method couldn't be simpler. Thor nodded. When he came to Earth this time, what he was going to do was not glorious, so he only brought Loki and Onyxia with him. Loki, the god of mischief, has a top-notch level of troublemaking in the world. And it's really a joke, just beat him up and give him an explanation. As for Onyxia, let alone, in the original book, she made the entire Stormwind City a mess. Even a wise king like Varian is no match. The statue of the founding father of the United States was destroyed, which seemed to arouse the anger of the whole country. Unlike another world, the current president is not Ao Guanhai, but a white man. Facing the cameras of the media all over the world, the president delivered an impassioned speech. This is a day of shame, not just for the United States, but for the whole world. Just yesterday, a group of savages destroyed our home and blew up the Statue of Liberty, the symbol of the spirit of the United States. A group of descendants of slaves, garbage people, keep saying that we oppress and discriminate against them. But they never reflect on the reasons for all this. Yes, our ancestors did enslave them, but most of those slaves were actually trafficked to us by themselves. We brought them to America, gave them a chance to live, and even they were freed from the privileges of slavery. But how did they repay us? In the blink of an eye, from a gesture of gratitude to greed for everything. There is no hope for this race. If we look at the past 10,000 years of human history, of all the races in the world, they have never been able to build a society that has influence around them, never have promoted the progress of civilization, and some have only barbarism. Keep your eyes open. This is a race with no sense of responsibility and honor. It's a race with low productivity and high crime rates. It's a race that hasn't fully evolved. If you've been to East St. Louis, you will understand very well what the above paragraph means. This city is rampant with drugs and violence. Good for Zhao. All thanks to them. Today, on behalf of Washington, on behalf of the entire United States, I officially announce our determination. Even if we fight to the last man, we will never surrender to a group of orangutans. The words of the president can be said to have shocked the entire world. This is blatant racial discrimination, and he brought it to the table. In this regard, this guy can be said to be famous through the ages. The major media don't care about the influence. Such a big news. After a night of work, everyone on the earth knows the president has become an existence that everyone criticizes. In the United States, speech is not as free as imagined. In fact, freedom of speech means that you cannot be arrested for what you have said, but just giving you the right to speak does not mean that you are free from the consequences of saying those words. What's more, as a politician, many things, even real objective facts, cannot be said casually in public. Sometimes it is just mentioned casually, which may be taken out of context by the media and condemned by words. What's more, this is no longer a sideball. Under normal circumstances, the parliament will start the impeachment process immediately. Even if the president belongs to the group, this kind of thing cannot be like his. But the problem is, this is a time of war, and although the president is cheating, his words are still hard-nosed. If it goes on like this, does it mean a bit of surrender? 983 Washington high-level executives are in entanglement. F***K. Stark, who was fighting fires all over the world, heard the news and finally couldn't hold back the countless grass and mud horses running through his heart. Chala and Rhodes on one side also dripped water gloomily. Falcon had a sneer on his face. That's why I don't want to sign the bill. I can hardly believe the character of this group of politicians. Isn't this map gun too scary? It's hard to imagine that such words will appear in the mouth of a head of state. The president's wave of coercion has huge amounts of influence. First of all, it means that there are mutinies in the military everywhere. Blacks definitely have advantages. They have stronger physiques and better endurance. They are very good choices as soldiers. They account for almost 20% of the Army of the United States, including 2 generals. With such a large number of people protesting, the already precarious situation of the war became even more erosive. The wind and rain are turbulent outside, and the president is hiding in the depths of the White House shivering. My God, how could I say something like that? It's over, it's over. He now wants to die. In fact, most of his remarks are not nonsense, and everyone knows it well on weekdays. But some things are okay to think about in your heart, but you can't say them out, let alone say them through the lens of the world's media. Your Highness, how am I doing? Onyxia smiled and asked Thor for credit. Great job, Thor Long Yin-Yu. Just to make more people disappointed with the current leader. After understanding Thor's meaning, Princess Black Dragon's demagogic black magic is really overkill to deal with a mortal. Besides, it just made him speak his mind. Now, what's our next move? Princess Black Dragon's eyes are bright, ahad, and to be honest, she didn't expect her operation to be so effective. Don't use it for now. Let the emotions of fear and hatred ferment. 3 days later, Wakanda's elite stormed the White House. It was a decapitation operation, and Wakanda even dispatched the vibranium robot, the mechanical Black Panther, which had never been used before. A large number of high-level officials in Washington were killed, including the president and vice president. When the reinforcements arrived, the White House in front of them was already in ruins. In history, the President of the United States is not without precedent for being assassinated. However, it can be said that this is the first time that such a national-level invasion has caused such a large number of casualties. This year happens to be a general election year about re-election. If this incident happened, the originally unfavorable competitor could be said to have picked up the presidential throne for nothing. This guy made a speech calling on the whole country to get through the crisis together, and, at the same time, condemned Wakanda's behavior. As for what he thought, no one knew. Under normal circumstances, when the former president's group has no second-hand preparations, his appointment in the general election half a month later can be said to be a certainty. As a result, I don't know if this person has a brain problem. When he described the Wakanda people in his speech, he used the names starting with N throughout the whole process, and he didn't realize it at all. Give him a cool song. Anyway, the next day, the poor child was found dead at home, and the key to the scene seemed to be an assault. It doesn't matter who kills him. Anyway, the one who wants his life more is the difference of who strikes first. The fault is naturally Wakanda's. To a certain extent, the deaths of both of them belong to themselves, and they could not blame others. So, not many people mourn their death. But at this time, the people suddenly discovered that the huge United States has fallen into a situation where there is no leader. Moreover, the 2 institutes also suffered heavy casualties, and each institution has been riddled with holes. At this time, many small groups that were previously speechless began to have new ideas. Thor has ignored this matter for the time being. The seeds have been planted, and some arrangements are almost done. After all, he is not a politician, and he's actually not good at this aspect. Just leave it to Onyxia and Loki. Both of these two are masters of intrigue, and both are proficient in black magic in this area, and they are responsible for extraordinary events. As for the others, gold is enough. Although he is immortal without any super abilities, in Thor's eyes, his value is even higher than that of an Omega-level mutant like Jean Grey. There was a survey in the previous life. Who was the most terrifying villain in the Marvel world? Not Thanos, not Dormammu, but Jean Bin, because Jean is the most likely to appear in reality. Like now, Kim is the only one of them who has guessed his true intentions and is already executing the plan. Thor didn't care about his loyalty, nor was he in the mood for it, because in any case, Jean Bing's interests are in the same direction as him. To some extent, Jean Bing is even more reliable than many girls around him. At least there will be no moral hurdles. This wine is good. Your tricks are good. Teach me later. Thor looked at the rising water level in the wine glass and nodded to strange opposite. Unlimited refills are definitely of profound significance to Asgard. He had heard about the death of Ancient One. The Sorcerer Supreme, who had guarded mankind for countless years, finally accepted his fate after finding Doctor Strange, the best successor in history. If he hadn't seen the other party make a move, maybe Thor would have suspected that the bald man who was stabbed to death with a knife was a parallel importer, but now he has no doubts. Even Thanos couldn't suppress Hela's strength with a raised hand. As far as I know, only Odin or Dormammu has this strength. Even Sudard is almost there. He is obviously powerful, but accepts death calmly, which is why it is difficult for Thor to have a common topic with Ancient One. If I have this strength, I don't care what your fate is anyway. If you want my life, don't talk about it. Thor didn't feel much about the death of Ancient One. The two of them were actually not the same way. At most, they just lamented that there was one less strong man on the earth. Also, if Ancient One is still there, maybe Phoenix Force will have some insights on Sheen. This is very important. God knows if the Phoenix Force will break out. If there is a Dark Phoenix, no matter who wins or loses, he doesn't want to accept it. Whether Sheen killed his relatives and friends, or let him kill Sheen, it was unacceptable. But what worries him a little is that the strength in Sheen's body is growing all the time. Even if he deliberately controls his emotions, there will always be a day when it will explode. Strange stared carefully at Jean Grey, frowned, shook his head and said, I don't know what to do now. However, you can study the many books in Camartage, and maybe you can find something useful from them. Before his death, Ancient One told him that the future of the world is deeply involved with Thor, and Camartage can cooperate with him as much as possible without violating the principle. Thor nodded. He originally didn't expect Doctor Strange, who had just inherited Sorcerer Supreme, to be of much help. If her power explodes, can you use this thing to turn back time and bring her back to a time when she didn't explode? 0. Seeking flowers. Strange thought for a while, but still shook his head. You should know that some existences transcend time, like Dormammu, who can see through the cycle of time. The power in her also transcends time. Forget it. I knew it earlier. Seeing Sheen's sullen look, Thor comforted. Actually, there are still 10 ways to completely solve the problem. What way? Sheen's eyes lit up. Let that power truly become your power and be completely used by you. Jean was silent. How could it be so easy? Searching through Camartage collection, of course, found nothing. This is normal. There is no mutant in this world. Phoenix Force is not owned by this universe. Even Camartage has never seen it. No, I might have a way. Seeing Sheen's face getting darker and darker, Thor suddenly said. Sheen glanced at him and said in a low voice, I will try my best to control my emotions. No, I really have a way. Thor took out a blueprint. This was acquired 15 years ago during the time in Sakaar. Having been with Xing-Yun for 5 years, he has already triggered the task on Xing-Yun and received this reward. Back then, I always thought it was useless, so I've been forgotten by myself all the time. I didn't expect to have the opportunity to use it at this time. Forging blueprint, Qianquan's circle. From the world, Nezha, The devil boy comes into the world, husband. Chinkuan's circle. Dryness is the sky. Kuan is the earth. And the Chinkuan circle is a magic weapon with the spirit of heaven and earth. Wearing it can control the power in the body and suppress the devil at the same time. Thor has also watched this movie, and many places are ingenious. No matter Li Jing and Nezha's deep love between father and son, Nezha and Albing's passionate, they are completely different from the traditional mythology. What is particularly impressive is that the universe circle is no longer an ordinary weapon. Its greatest function is to suppress the demonic nature in Nezha's body. Once the power of the magic pill is released, Nezha loses consciousness instantly. How is this situation similar to Jean Grey's Phoenix Force? After saying hello to 403 Doctor Strange, Thor took Jean Grey and hurried to Nadawi. The function of Chinkuan Circle is actually relatively simple, and there is no attack ability. For Dwarf, it is not too difficult to craft, not to mention complete drawings. In addition, according to his own understanding, Dwarf Wang AI Chui added some rare materials to make the effect better. Most importantly, there is an additional function, which can be completely hidden at ordinary times. Well, this is a very affordable little function. If you really want Jean Grey to wear a dog collar around her neck all day long, this picture is too evil. How? Feel it. How does it feel? Thor asked. The effect is great. For the first time, I feel so relaxed. I don't need to suppress the power in my body anymore, and I don't have to worry about losing control and hurting others. Jean cheered. When Thor put the collar on her just now, her eyes changed, and she thought that the other party had some strange hobbies. Knowing that she misunderstood her, Jean's eyes couldn't help but watery. She knew that the two had no relatives and no reason. But Thor almost traveled all over the world because of her problem, which was very useful for Mutant, who was short of love since childhood. Seeing her expression, Thor suddenly felt that he was not only a Dragon Knight, but maybe he could challenge the achievements of the Phoenix Knight. Not the right time yet. Thor glanced at her and exhorted. Although this prevents you from losing control, it also constrains your strength. When you need it, chant this spell, and the collar can be turned into a bracelet, keeping the bottom line of control next. Release your power to the maximum. Well, I will. Thor took Jean Grey to run around the world, accompanied by beautiful women leisurely. But the people of the United States are in dire straits at the moment. The top politicians are almost taken over by one pod, and they can't even find a spare. It was originally a federal country, and its cohesion was weak. Without the overall planning of Washington, each continent would do its own thing. There are parties fighting for power and profit inside, resurgent civil riots, and a new Wakanda stalking outside. Bombing every 3 days is commonplace. Some terrorists took advantage of the fire to loot. Having been the world's policeman for so many years, the United States has made countless enemies all over the world. Under the impetus of HYD array, almost all the turmoil was created. People in those war-torn places definitely attribute their failure to the United States. While this is true, there is nothing wrong with saying it. Under internal and external troubles, this country is already in turmoil. Many people desperately think of another superpower that collapsed at the end of the last century. How similar is the United States now to what it was back then? Troubled times make heroes. This saying applies to every country. Many people are longing for a real hero to come and lead them out of the predicament. Boom. Get rid of all irrelevant knowledge. A mob takes control of an upscale New York hotel. On weekdays, this place has always been a high-end residential area, and there are bodyguards with live ammunition everywhere. Under normal circumstances, riots and terrorist attacks are difficult to involve here, but at this time the country has long been in chaos, and the firepower of those mobs is unexpectedly strong, almost at the level of special forces. Several small groups held a meeting here to discuss the future of this country. When the vitality of the two major groups was severely damaged, and they were notorious for political correctness, these small parties saw their own opportunities. 43. Maybe it's the only chance. Unexpectedly, just after the meeting started, there was a terrorist attack. This is no ordinary mob. These people are well-equipped and highly qualified. They are outstanding in any army. How can they be ordinary people? The leader sneered and taunted the members who were bound on the ground. It's not yours, so don't think about it. Isn't it good to be safe and secure on weekdays? If you have to stretch your hand to that position, you can't blame others. The muzzle of the black hole was raised and aimed at them. Boom! The door was kicked open, and a tall figure appeared in people's eyes. Captain, the captain is here to save us. The people who were already in despair suddenly saw the figure approaching and shouted in surprise. Captain America! As a well-known hero in the war years, the spirit of Captain America has inspired countless people over the years, and many of these congressmen were once his fans. Perhaps the captain is not the strongest Avenger, but in times of crisis, he is often the most reliable. Steve glanced at the situation around him and said in a deep voice, "In the face of such a crisis of national ruin and family destruction, don't want to fight against foreign enemies, but point your guns at your own people." The leader of the mob showed an unreadable smile. 07. So it's the captain? An old antique 70 years ago also came to preach to me? If you're so capable, then go and fight Wakanda. Oh, I seem to have forgotten. You are still wanted. The subordinates all laughed. The leader waved his hand. Fix him. A group of minions pointed their guns at him. Well, I was going to talk nicely. Steve sighed, raised the shield suddenly, blocked the bullet, and a struggle ensued. Although these people are well-trained retired soldiers, they are not superpowers after all, and fell to the ground within a few rounds. A bunch of trash. The leader cursed and looked back. The kidnapped MPs were shocked. They understood that at such a time, they and others would become hostages. Unexpectedly, the leader suddenly seemed to be out of his mind, and he rushed up and joined the battle. The leader's strength is obviously stronger, and the effect of joining the siege is obvious. There is one more wounded lying on the ground. Your skills are far superior to ordinary people. At this time, you could have become heroes fighting to protect our people instead of being reduced to being guns of politicians. Not one of the thugs was intact, and they all wailed on the ground, Steve said sternly. He didn't kill them because he found that this group of thugs seemed to be principled and the bodyguards outside were only wounded and tied up. The mob didn't appreciate it. The leader laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha, who do you think you are? What you say makes sense, but it's meaningless. You're nothing more than a decades-old mascot, a so-called spiritual leader. No one listens to you. Go. He is still wanted, and he won't stay here for long." His subordinates followed him. One by one stumbled towards a door. Among the hostages tied up behind him, a leader of the People's Party named Underwood. His eyes lit up suddenly. As if he had thought of something, he lowered his head and meditated. The thugs escaped from the hotel and came to a hidden place, where 10 middle-aged men with sunglasses picked them up. Is the plan going well? Is there any suspicion? No. The leader seemed to be a different person and said respectfully, "The boss is really right. As long as we don't kill anyone, the captain will definitely let us go. The plan has to be seamless. It's new identities. You're going to get a lot of money and start a new life in a place no one knows." The mob left happily. This means that they're now free, no longer have to live in such a precarious situation, and can enjoy retirement in advance. The middle-aged man watched them leave and suddenly turned to a shadowy corner behind him, wondering, "Boss, since you want to keep a secret, why don't you?" He reached out and made a cutting gesture. A deep voice came. "When treating meritorious people, we must clearly reward and punish them. Otherwise, who will do this kind of dirty work next time?" 897. We need to change the way we did things in the past. In the darkness, a tall figure looms. "Gold." Steve sighed. He really couldn't stay here for a long time, and he also found out for a while that his group of Avengers who didn't sign the Sokovia Act were attacked by both Wakanda and his own government. He came up and untied them and said in a low voice, "Let's go. Try not to gather everyone together again." Everyone thanked them one after another. Underwood shook his head and smiled wryly. "He's right. No one listens to you. even if you are right. Captain America froze. Underwood hesitated, gritted his teeth, and said, "Actually, you should not just be a spiritual leader." Steve frowned and said in a deep voice, "What exactly are you trying to say?" "I mean, I hope you, Captain, will become our true leader." After one sentence was finished, the audience fell silent. Everyone, including Steve, froze. Some counselors began to whisper and glanced at the captain from time to time. Some looked troubled, and some nodded secretly. Steve looked serious. "Sir, do you know what you're talking about?" Underwood seemed to be going all out without any hesitation. "I know. I hope that you, the captain, as the candidate of the third party, will participate in the presidential election in half a month's time." "Sorry, you got it wrong. I'm a fighter, not a politician." As for his whims, Steve flatly refused. "Washington is also a fighter," Underwood exclaimed. "I know the idea is crazy, but I don't think I'm wrong. Look at the United States today, divided and divided. 70 years ago, when you almost lost your confidence in the face of evil. Captain, you once left everything to answer the call. But today, we are facing more crises than ever before, and we need you again." Steve shook his head. "The position of the president must compromise with reality every day. The reality is harsh and gloomy. It is dreams and hopes that make life worth living. I'm the kind of person who would rather drown in ideals." Underwood smiled. "There are many people here, all gathered together for ideals. This country has reached the most dangerous moment, like a giant with deep mud feet, which may fall at any time. The Wakanda invasion is just a fuse. That's because, compared with the past, we lack a certain spirit that we once had. And you, Captain, are the representative of this spirit. When it comes to debating, Steve is no opponent, which is not what he's good at after all. Such a major matter, Steve definitely couldn't decide on the spot. He said perfunctorily that he needed to think about it, and then left. Underwood, are you serious? Is the captain really okay? He was 70 years ago, after all, and he has no political foundation. Everyone surrounded Underwood, needing his explanation. Underwood smiled. No one is ready from the beginning. Moreover, what we need is not a politician. This is an era that needs heroes. The captain is the biggest. Goose. However, he did not agree. I think he'll agree. In a hidden room of the hotel, Thor and Jean Grey sat opposite each other. This is the real mind manipulation, more than the professor's super ability. Is it your purpose to have someone who is truly just to steer the direction of this country? Jean thought about it. She couldn't help thinking about the situation of mutant in the original world. She believes that when mutant is being excluded and hostile in various ways, there must be some people who have made their minds on the president. However, in the end, nothing was done. The professor's personality made it impossible to accept such a method anyway. In Magneto, if he was given a choice, he would most likely want to get a puppet. And this is impossible to accept. The captain of the United States is different. Whether he agrees with it or not, whether in the hearts of the Avengers or ordinary people, at least he will not be disgusted with him. It is a situation that can be accepted by both parties. To change the situation of mutant, there is no need for policy inclination at all, as long as it is fair and just. Having figured this out, Jean looked at Thor with a complicated expression. "It's a pity that there is no such schemer as you in my world. Otherwise, mutant situation wouldn't be so bad." "No." Thor shook his head and said with a smile, "It's not that you can't think of it. It's just that you're all people in the game, and it is inevitable to be biased when considering things. But I stand at another height. In fact, even if the entire Earth to be my enemy, that's all." Steve returned to the temporary residence in silence. He's not someone who craves power. However, Underwood's words moved him and made him fall into a tangle. "We need you. This country needs you to make it a beacon of freedom and democracy." But he wondered if he could really bear all this. Thinking about all this, Steve didn't sleep a wink all night. No good. Jingle bell, jingle bell. At 6 o'clock in the morning, the phone rang. Steve, who hadn't slept all night, picked up his phone. It was Stark's call, and he pressed the answer button. Hey, Steve. You gotta explain to us what the hell is going on? Is that what they say? Stark asked a series of endless questions, and Steve was dumbfounded. What happened? What did you say? You read the news yourself. Confused, Steve turned on the TV. His pupils shrank suddenly. Extraordinary. Extraordinary. The Captain of the United States will participate in this presidential election as a third-party candidate. The hero is back. The former leader will lead us out of the crisis again. Most of the interviewed people expressed that they are willing to vote for the captain. In the lobby of the Stark building, all the Avengers gathered together. Outside, it has been surrounded by reporters. During this period of time, Wakanda blossomed more, and the Avengers had to spread out to fight fires. But now there are obviously more important things that need to be decided together. Steve, I think, you shouldn't be getting involved in politics. Really, you're not a fit. Stark weighed his words. Also sorry, I've never liked politicians much. However, today's people 247 need unity and need a leader to unite them. No one is more suitable than Steve. Today's world is completely different from 70 years ago. The ideas of those years may not be able to solve the current problems. If Steve is elected, it means that the Sokovia Act can be officially repealed. I didn't expect that a young man in Brooklyn would come to this step, but after all, Steve has no experience in this field. Damn experience. Approve the experience of dropping a nuclear bomb on New York. Most of the people put forward their own opinions. Everyone insisted on their own opinions, and Steve's head was getting bigger. Okay, this kind of thing, there's a reason to participate, and there are scruples about not participating. Abba, no one can say for sure. It still needs Steve to make his own decision. Stark waved everyone to silence. All eyes turned to Steve. Steve thought about it for a while and was about to speak. Hey, you didn't inform me of such a wonderful event? I'm not late, am I? Everyone felt a blur in front of their eyes, and Thor appeared at the door with a smile on his face, with Jean Grey beside him. As for Loki and the Black Dragon Princess, they're still playing the rhythm everywhere. Everyone, long time no see. Why are there different beauties around you every time I see you? Stark looked depressed, and at the same time, he didn't forget to provoke the relationship a little, suggesting that Thor has many girlfriends. Jean's face was expressionless. This kind of glib playboy is the most annoying. Seeing Stark, who was dying every day, Thor took out his phone expressionlessly and played a long recording. Dude, I bet 50 cents your son will be a super big B asterisk 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 D in the future, and he will definitely be better than you in the future. He is definitely a role model for getting tired of playing and finding an honest man to marry. F asterisk asterisk KU crow's mouth. Me. Forget it. If I really get what I say in the future, if I can't make a move, you can help me beat him. Little Spider-Man came to make up the knife. Who is this? Why does the voice sound like Mr. Stark? Mr. Stark, do you have a son? Stark, carrot. Oh, then everyone understood. A group of people were holding back their laughter, including Vision, who had the highest laugh point. Ant-Man was the first to laugh, and then quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Mr. Stark, I didn't mean it. Believe me, I will never laugh casually unless I can't help it. Ha ha ha. Stark's face turned black. What he hated the most was that this guy put his elders in front of him, and it's so reasonable to behave. Pepper Potts looked at Stark with a more dangerous expression, staring him on pins and needles. It turns out that I am that honest person. It really is. Stark couldn't stand the atmosphere anymore, so he quickly changed the subject. I'll talk about my father later. Let me talk about your opinion first. Don't tell me you're really just passing by. Knowing that he was changing the subject, most people were still attracted by his words and looked at Thor. Don't look at me. I don't understand your politics. However, this reminds me of another thing. This is what another president has been through. First, he was commissioned as a reserve officer in the United States Army, enlisted during World War II, and after Pearl Harbor, he was assigned as a lieutenant to the film team of the Army Air Corps, making training and educational videos to make the most of his acting experience. Steve, I suddenly discovered that this guy's experience is quite similar to yours, except that he doesn't have super abilities. There seemed to talk about him sideways, but everyone understood what he meant. He supports Steve's candidacy. By the way, where's Wanda? Quicksilver asked suddenly. She's not here. I'm taking her back to Asgard. Thor showed a weird smile. After all, we are all unwelcome people now, and we will be legally killed if we are not careful. The black lines on the faces of the Avengers. In fact, with so many people gathered in the Stark building this time, it's impossible for Washington not to know, and if they don't act, they just turn a blind eye. After all, they don't dare to touch the Avengers anymore, and if they are forced to turn against them, they can announce the disintegration of the United States in advance. Definitely acquiescing is one thing. Admitting that bills are wrong is impossible. Thor seems to be here to say hello, and after finishing speaking, he turns around and prepares to leave. Are you really not going to make a move? Stark couldn't help but asked. You've saved the world many times. This time really not going to do it? Thor stopped in his tracks, shook his head, and said, It's not that I can't make a move. It's that 11 cups are needed. I need to make a move. Actually, the board of directors in Washington have now tacitly no longer implement the bill. Otherwise, we would have troops here to arrest us. Why is he still? Little Spider-Man looked a little aggrieved. Didn't you say that the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility? No, kid. Unexpectedly, it was Stark, who always liked to contradict Thor, who retorted. He sighed and said in a deep voice, The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. This sentence is only used to restrain one's own behavior and should not kidnap others morally. In fact, for him, helping now is equivalent to approve the bill, and now he represents Asgard, will not accept this kind of compromise, even if it is only a nominal compromise. 3 days later, in a public speech specially held by Underwood, Steve faced the camera and announced loudly, I will not let you down. I will not disappoint your expectations. I have decided not to lose in the election. The scene was silent at first, and then cheers resounding through the sky broke out. As the symbol of the spirit of the United States dream, the captain received overwhelming approval ratings. Participating in the election as a candidate of the third group naturally encountered unceremonious attacks from the two major groups. The patriotic entrepreneur, the famous Iron Man, was the first to announce his support for Captain Stark Industries, followed by Wilson Fisk, mayor of New York and great entrepreneur. Subsequently, a large number of officials who were secretly controlled by Gene Bing expressed their support for the captain one by one. Who is Gene Bing? A person who can completely control even an organization like the FBI. After so many years of operation, no one can imagine the potential power he has planted. When such a large force is mobilized at the same time, the impact is even enough to determine the direction of the entire country. In just a few days, Steve's position was almost certain. The result of the general election was as expected. Steve defeated his opponent by a landslide and became the first super ability president in history. This is a historic day. At the inauguration ceremony, the captain loudly preached to the crowd. Thank you for being here today, and I'll keep it short. I'm flattered to be elected president by the people. But I'm a soldier, not a politician. We're in a crisis right now. Falling apart, full of doubts, the situation is on the verge of breaking out, and people are panicking. 0. Seeking flowers. The people asked me to be a leader, and I asked the people of the United States to stand up for themselves. My grandmother always said, don't look for challenges in terms of strength, but look for strength in challenges. Children, I understand that in despair what it's like to grow up. I've been taught that everyone should do the best they can. We have to do everything we can to take care of each other. No exceptions. All people must reach their potential. If called, I will answer, otherwise it will be flat out. Looking at today, our once great country is torn apart and divided. I can remember leaving everything behind to answer the call, and now I realize that I can do more for my country, that I can reach my full potential. The crisis requires every one of us to contribute every ounce to rebuild the fragile national cohesion and to find the history area enough to meet the challenge. I have decided to answer the call of the people. I accept the election results. I, Steve Rogers, Captain of the United States, do solemnly swear that I will faithfully execute the office of President and that I will perform my duty to preserve, protect, and defend our Constitution. In the crowd, Thor looked at this scene with a look of nostalgia. This result can be said to be his single-handed promotion. Looking at the cheering crowd, Thor suddenly smirked and said, "At this time, what if Steve suddenly said, H-Y-E-R-A hail? What would it be like?" Puffed. There was a burst of laughter. "Then I'll yell right away, Avengers assembled." Natalia teased. This morning, Thor brought the girls back to Earth. If such a historic moment is not witnessed at the scene, I am afraid it will become a lifetime regret. What's more, the ascension of Captain America means that the Sokovia Act can be canceled soon. After all, it is a routine operation for a new president to withdraw from the group when he takes office. Without the leadership of the United States, the Sokovia Act is a piece of paper. For at least the next few years, the Avengers will be free of any constraints. April 4/7. If it weren't for my promotion, the person standing on the stage now would be a businessman president who is used to running the country on Twitter and will only shirk responsibility to other countries when something goes wrong. Thor had a weird smile on his face. "I believe it." Natalia glanced at him and smiled knowingly. Interestingly, as soon as the swearing-in was over, Steve immediately became the target of a sniper. One of the advantages of being a superhero president is that he can cut off the assassin himself. Captain America personally caught the gunman and handed it over to the bodyguards who came after him in a hurry. Bodyguard. Bodyguard. Shouldn't we protect him? Bodyguard B. That's right. But just looking at him makes me feel safe. Immediately after the inauguration ceremony ended, the new president took off his suit and changed into a combat uniform, picked up the iconic invincible big shield, and rushed to the plane to prepare for the battle, leaving the reporters' questions behind him. This is a leader who takes his own actions and leads the people to fight against evil. The only one who kept up with him was Peter Parker, a part-time newspaper reporter who chased after Steve and asked, "Captain President, who is the vice president? Are you moving to the White House?" The president of Captain America has a righteous face. The United States is my White House. The first decree the captain made when he came to power was to announce the repeal of the Sokovia Act. This is an era that needs superheroes. We put all kinds of constraints on heroes, but criminals have no constraints. Avengers should never become a weapon in anyone's hands. The leadership of the captain is a huge amount of encouragement for the entire country, and many people who have lost hope and are decadent have regained their courage. The most obvious is the military. The Wakanda people were surprised to find that the enemy, who was originally vulnerable, changed into a different person in just one day, and his fighting will rose several levels. Then, following Thor's order, a large number of superheroes in the manor joined the battle. Although Wakanda's technology is strong, it is only in the realm of mortals after all, and it has no advantage at all against the mysterious stream, especially the top players like Wanda, Jean Grey, and Jane Foster. No matter how strong vibranium is, it cannot withstand their attacks. The tide of battle was turned in an instant, and it was useless even if Eric was huddled in the protective shield. He didn't know from the beginning to the end that in Thor's eyes, he was just a dog used to bite people and a shit stirrer. Now that you've finished biting someone, it's worthless. On the African prairie, the rhino troop of the Wakanda border tribe rushed towards Thor and the others with the momentum of crushing everything. In the back, Eric's face sinks like water. It was this group of people who ruined his great cause and made his dream a joke. Moreover, everything I have done for so long seems to have helped the opponent clean up a large number of enemies. A huge monster tens of meters high landed in front of them, and a dragon roar that shocked the world was heard. The Black Dragon Princess showed the prototype of the dragon and roared to the sky. There was a commotion among the rhinos, and no matter how the fishing boat was directed, they refused to move forward. Although they have never seen such an existence as a dragon, it does not hinder their fear of the top predators of the food chain. There was excitement in Onyxia's eyes. During this time, she has been engaged in some intrigues, but her favorite is still the hardy battle. She took a deep breath. "Not good. Come back quickly," Wakabi shouted anxiously. But it was too late. A huge amount of flames covered the land of 3.1, This grassland was a sea of flames. The herd of rhinos ran wildly in the flames and let out heart-piercing screams. No, no, no. Wakabi let out a long howl of pain. For Eric, the rhino is just a weapon. But for him, these rhinos are carefully raised by him, no different from his soldiers. The flame roared forward and hit the protective shield. Eric looked at the other side with gloomy eyes, hoping for this last line of defense. The next moment, a battle axe condensed with divine power descended from the sky. A stormbreaker that can crush even infinite gems. It doesn't disappoint. Click! The moment the shield shattered, Eric knew it was over. Without this big turtle shell, one Chala is enough for him to drink a pot. Chala stepped forward slowly and said in a deep voice, "Surrender, Eric. You'll get a fair trial." Eric stared blankly at this scene and suddenly shouted, "No, I didn't lose." Quickly went out a controller and pressed a button. Boom! The ground broke open. Boiling smoke blocked everyone, and a fighter plane made of vibranium broke through the ground, carrying Eric and soaring into the air. Stark raised his hand and released a laser with maximum power, but the fighter just staggered and remained unscathed. This is the latest fighter plane equipped with the most advanced weapons. There is only one Wakanda 07. Its armor can even block nuclear bombs. Chala said anxiously, "I must go back to the control room immediately and get in touch with his authority. Otherwise, the destructive power of this fighter plane is no less than that of an army." Stark turned to look at Thor. He knew this guy must have a way. Thor didn't make a move. It was Jean Grey who made the move. She stretched out a hand, and the fighter plane in the air immediately trembled in the air. Even though the power was turned to the maximum, it still couldn't move an inch. Thor nodded slightly. The vibranium fighter plane began to retreat slowly, and as Jean's power suddenly increased, with a sound of whoosh, the fighter plane was pulled back and stuck upside down on the ground. Crack! With a swipe of Jean's other hand, the indestructible vibranium fuselage was torn apart, and several metal lines turned into spears to support Eric, who was still in a daze. "I'm sorry, this is my first shot, and I don't want to disappoint him." Jean smiled lightly and raised her hand, as if an invisible hand pulled Eric out, and fell to Thor's feet. Thor squatted down and looked at him, whispering, "From the beginning, you lost." Eric raised his head and glanced at him, and suddenly laughed maniacally. "Ha! You're right. I lost at the beginning. No amount of mortal strength can stop a god. But I don't regret it. I just want to make those who enslave us pay back all this. I'm just taking revenge. But most of your guns are aimed at innocent civilians." Chala said righteously. "Our compatriots are equally innocent." Thor didn't bother to listen to the brothers' argument. There is no point in arguing about this kind of thing, and no one could try to convince anyone. Are the civilians of the United States innocent? In fact, most of them are descendants of exiles, and everything that their ancestors did is beyond description. Look at what the Indians have not done. Are black people innocent? Thor acknowledges that the history of enslavement is pathetic, but that's no reason to transfer your misfortunes onto others. You must know that Eric's initial attack target included Hong Kong. If he hadn't happened to meet Dormammu and let him cancel this part of the plan, the war would not only spread to the west. Definitely, Thor has no position to stand on the moral high ground to say anything, because Asgard's history is also not so glorious. As Hela said, the resplendent Asgard was bought with the blood and tears of the 9 realms. Unlike the original book, this is no longer a dispute over the throne of Wakanda, but a catastrophe sweeping the entire world. Even Chala is not qualified to give Eric a lenient sentence. He will be court-martialed. Not necessarily the death penalty, but for Chala's sake, life in prison is most likely. However, Eric clearly had no such intentions. "I will not be a prisoner. Bury me in the sea, like those ancestors who jumped ship to die. Because they know, give me freedom or give me death." He took out a vibranium dagger and pierced his heart fiercely. The end of a hero. Thor sighed and led everyone away from the 710, leaving room for Chala. In all fairness, as a villain, Eric is one of those sympathetic villains. Whether it is Chala or the villain Eric, they all love the country of Wakanda deeply, and even have special feelings for this race. They are no longer black and white, but more like an extended discussion between conservatives and radicals in today's political game. Chala hopes that Wakanda will continue to be prosperous and peaceful, but at the same time, he also hopes that Wakanda will be connected to the world, so that Wakanda can take on more global responsibilities and help some people who have suffered injustice in the world. But he has been hesitation. Eric also hopes that Wakanda is good, and he hopes that black people all over the world will live better. He uses extreme methods and wants to use violence to conquer the whole world, just like what white people do when they oppress black people. The reason why he lost was not the nonsense that justice must defeat evil, but he was on the wrong team. Back in Wakanda, Chala retakes control of the country, recalls all foreign forces, and declares the end of the war. As the initiator of the war losses must be compensated by Wakanda. However, Wakanda is different from the defeated country in the conventional sense. Those who are rich will die. In addition, Chala made the same decision as the original book, open Wakanda and communicate with the world. These have nothing to do with Thor. There are more important things for him now. The time has come to the end of 2016. If there is no change, next year will usher in the final decisive battle. Although I had been mentally prepared for a long time, I was still a little nervous when things came to an end. After all, among so many bosses, Thanos is not the strongest, but he is definitely the most difficult to deal with. This is the only villain in the official history who defeated the Avengers alliance. In Muspelheim, a flame giant looks at the figure in front of him. Thor Odinson, Odin's imp. Surti recognized the man in front of him. Surti, the B******************** D of the B****************. So you are still alive? I thought my father killed you before 500,000. Thor retorted, it's not that easy. At least, before I fulfill my destiny and destroy your homeland. This possibility does not exist. Surti ignored Thor's taunt and said to himself, Ragnarok is about to open, and the great prophecy is about to come true. In your homeland, Asgard will be in ruins. I am the end of Asgard. Really? Thor sneered, curiously said. Then you should explain carefully what you mean. The end is coming. When my crown reunites with the eternal fire, my power will be awakening again. I will stand on the mountains, and I will pierce Asgard with my sword. But I don't think you have a chance. No, I'm the end of Asgard, and you can't stop it. Everything will be lost forever, and everything will be burned in a fire. Don't you give up? This is a great prophecy, and no one can stop it. Thor showed a smile. But prophecies are meant to be broken. This is a heroic act. Stretching out a move, the thunder wrapped Stormbreaker and slashed towards Surti. Outside the cave, a dragon flew roaring, trying to support Surti. It's so ugly. How dare you be a dragon? A female voice sounded, and a black dragon rushed out, biting its neck. Roar! Dragon struggled. It turned its head and tried to bite back. A black dragon claw held down its neck and twisted it hard. Crack! The huge dragon corpse fell to the ground, shaking up dust all over the place. Boom! The boulder on the top of the cave broke open, and then a huge amount of crown rushed out. Seal it! Seal in Jotunheim. This is the home of the giants of Jotunheim. Even though the giants of Jotunheim were wiped out by Loki with Bifrost 15 years ago, that planet is still an ice world. Putting Sur's crown there, the power turtle will continue to weaken, and one day it will disappear. I can defeat Hela without Ragnarok. Thanos is coming. Kamartaj, Thor said to Strange, sitting on the couch. Kamartaj needs to get ready. Ooh, Thanos, a tyrant collecting infinite gems. Forehead. Fatty Wong supported his forehead and joked. Are you sure you're not talking about yourself? Collect infinite gems. You seem to have 3 in your hand, right? And as far as I know, you have the potential to become a tyrant. I'm just being ruthless against the enemy. Thor said lightly. You guys don't know about the arrival of infinite gems, do you? Definitely. It is recorded in the tome of Kamartaj. Unlike Doctor Strange, who just took over from Sorcerer Supreme, Wong obviously knows more about these, woohoo. At the beginning of the birth of the universe, the world was full of chaos. Then, with a bang, a big bang created 6 elemental crystals, that is 6 infinite gems swimming in the newborn universe. Fatty Wong used magic to construct a picture. Each infinite gems holds a specific attribute: space-time, mind, power, reality, and soul. Strange added, the Eye of Agamotto, the sacred object that every sorcerer supreme of Kamartaj swears to protect, is the legendary time gem. Reaching out and chanting a spell, the green light of time gem flickered. Thor nodded and said, "You understand, that's easy to say. The Thanos I'm talking about now is the biggest tyrant in the universe. Every planet he invades will wipe out half of the life. Now, he is tired of conquering planets one by one. Decided to collect 6 infinite gems, gather the power of all gems, and snap your fingers. You can erase half of the life in the universe." He stretched out his hand and made a gesture of snapping his fingers. "You can rest assured," Strange said. "The Eye of Agamotto is a sacred object that each generation of Sorcerer Supreme swore to protect with their lives. Kamartaj will do its best to protect it. Then I can rest assured that Asgard will not sit idly by Thanos' invasion. Many years ago, my father defeated Thanos, who came to snatch the gems, and let him lie dormant for many years. Now my father is old, and Thanos has once ready to move." As he spoke, he waved his fist and said confidently, "I will let him. There is no chance to escape." At this moment, the communication device on 943's body lit up. Thor took it out and took a look. His face changed. "As long as you are prepared, I have to leave first." After sending Thor away, Strange frowned and thought for a while, then sat down and recited a spell. Eye of Agamotto spun around, and the green light flickered. Wong Momo watched him floating in the air with his head balled up. With a bang, Strange fell heavily to the ground. "Are you okay? What did you do?" Wong looked worried. Strange took a breath and said in a low voice, "I went to the future, saw different endings, and I saw all the results of this war." "How many results did you look at?" 14,605. "Then how many times did we win?" Strange had a strange expression on his face, and he said after some hesitation, "All of them." "Ha ha ha." Fatty Wong laughed loudly. "It's too funny for that guy to say it so horribly. Thanos is so miserable, he has no chance of winning. However, in almost all futures, it is very difficult to win." Strange looked serious. "At least in the 12 million endings, it doesn't make much difference whether we win or lose. In most endings, the Kamartaj lineage will die, Asgard will perish, and Earth civilization will be destroyed. The price of victory is that mankind will return to the Stone Age." Wong gasped. "Then how many endings are there for us to win? Or, in other words, the ending where the loss is within an acceptable range?" "A sort of." Thor returned to Asgard with a serious face. His mother Frigga was already waiting for him at Bifrost, and Loki had a complicated expression beside him. "Have you seen him?" Thor asked in a low voice. "Well," Frigga nodded. "He said, he wants to meet you at the end and talk to you brothers alone." "Where is he?" "Midgard, in northern Norway, on the edge of a seaside cliff." Thor and Loki walked out of the portal and looked at the back of the front. "Is this still my father?" Both Thor and Loki's eyes widened in disbelief. In the past, Odin, even if he didn't do anything, as long as he stood there, he could feel a powerful aura rushing towards his face, as if he could destroy the world with every gesture. This is true divine power. But now, what they saw was like an ordinary old man. The number 1 powerhouse in the 9 realms, the ruler of Asgard, the king of God. Odin has finally come to the end of his journey at this moment. The end of the hero. Those were the only words Thor and Loki could think of at the moment. "My sons, come here." Odin's old voice came. Thor walked over. Loki hesitated and followed. "Sit with me, my world is running out." Odin said flatly, "In the last time, I need to talk to your children." Thor hesitated and finally spoke. "Father, in fact, I have a way to extend your life." "No need." Odin smiled freely. I know that you have changed a lot with your own efforts, including your mother's fate, but not now. Odin at the moment seems to have seen through everything in the world. I know your method of immortality, but it has one biggest premise. You can't bless a stronger existence. The only way is for me to become an ordinary Asgard people live, but that's not what I want. I'd rather die as the king of God. Besides, as the king of God, I will not really die, and my spirit will live on forever. Thor was silent. This is the pride of the king. Odin was silent for a moment, then continued, the child, Ragnarok, is coming. Loki's eyes widened. This word, he has only heard in legends. Thor interrupted Odin. No, father, I will not let it happen. Surti has been defeated by me. Its helmet is sealed in Jotunheim. The power of frost will eat away the power of fire, and I can completely destroy it. Odin shook his head and smiled. You can solve her problem too? Thor was silent for a moment, and his face was full of determination. Yes. Ragnarok, it's the ultimate move to kill each other. I will never use it. Wait, who is it you're talking about? What does it have to do with Ragnarok dash? Loki, who didn't know the truth, was confused. Odin said lightly, Goddess of death, Hela, my first child, your sister. I've spent my whole life trying to stop her, but now there's nothing I can do. Her ambitions swelled to the point that I couldn't control them. So, I had no choice but to seal her up. Loki was shocked. He never thought that Asgard had such a history. Perhaps this period of history has been completely buried. All the classics no longer exist, and there is no one who remembers that period of history. Frigg knew about it, but she wouldn't take the initiative to say it. Odin glanced at Thor, smiled lightly, and said, I know, you don't agree with my approach. It's normal. Your siblings, including Loki, are very similar to when I was young. Tyranny, conquest, treachery, it is definitely not as kind as it is today. When he was young, Odin, who fought in the Nine Realms, belonged to the existence of crying children at night in the universe. Loki Shanshan smiled. I hope you can prove you're right. Well, you're right. We're a family after all. Maybe it's really okay to not fight. Odin patted Thor's shoulder lightly. It's a pity that I can't see it anymore, no matter what the future will be. By the way, you have to remember that Hela's life and Asgard are connected together. Once she returns to Asgard, the power will become endless. You have to pay attention to this. He said these words to Thor. After all, in the face of such a crisis, Loki, the 5 scumbags of the war, can only call 666. Only Thor can really stop Hela and stop Ragnarok. Thor nodded. Do you know where this is? Odin suddenly pointed forward. Norway. Loki blurted out, and quickly felt wrong. How could it be that Odin didn't know where this was? Northern Europe, the place where the Vikings originated, is also the place where Asgard left legends in this world. Thor put the meaning of Odin. You're right. If when you try your best and still can't stop this, consider taking a step back. Asgard has never been a place, but a place for people. Like here, it can also be thick home. After speaking, Odin's whole body turned into a golden light, which slowly dissipated in the air. Odin, who once shocked the universe, has finally come to the end of his life. Thor took a deep breath. 0. Seeking flower 0. From this moment on, even if the sky falls, there will be no tall man to stand up for it. In other words, he is the tallest in the 9 realms, and he will be responsible for everything. In every corner of the 9 realms, everyone felt an inexplicable palpitation at this moment, but they didn't know what happened. Only Thor knows that Odin's passing means the end of the world's novice protection. From this moment on, the intruders in the universe will no longer have any scruples and can invade the 9 realms with great fanfare until Thor knocks them all down. In Asgard, Frigg looked up at the sky with a complex expression. After a long time, she suddenly thought of something and quickly ran to Bifrost's control room. Heimdall, I'm going on a trip to Earth right now. Obey. Also, no matter what happens in a while, don't take action without authorization. Asgard's power must not be consumed in internal fighting. As the wisest person in Asgard, she is not worried about Ragnarok the most. After all, the worst outcome is just family migration. The real concern is draining Asgard's vitality in the battle with Hela. Her worry is not unreasonable. In the original book, it is because Ragnarok consumes too much that he will be vulnerable to Thanos' invasion later. Heimdall is a little confused. Frigga hesitated for a few seconds and handed him a scroll. Make the contents of this scroll public. Heimdall glanced at the scroll with some doubts and instantly widened his eyes in shock. The scrolls with trembling hands looked at Frigg. Are you sure you want to do this? Frigg sighed. I think you will understand. Although it is inappropriate to reveal this dark history of Odin at this time, only in this way can Hela's anger be reduced as much as possible. On the coast of northern Norway, the sea breeze suddenly became chaotic, and the seagulls neighed uneasy, as if something extremely terrifying made it tremble in fear and flee in panic. The pale sky suddenly began to darken. When I looked up, I didn't know how far away above the sky. I don't know when a large black cloud appeared. These black clouds quickly overlapped and piled up in the sky, and there will be more and more. The light was obscured, and the coast was plunged into increasingly gloomy darkness. The black cloud is also getting lower and lower, so dark that it is as if you can touch it with your hand, and it is so oppressive that you can hardly breathe. Ahead, a mass of black energy was twisting, accompanied by a dark green light. A slender figure slowly walked out. Goddess of Death, Hela. Hela took a deep breath of the salty air, opened his eyes, and said sarcastically, "So it seems that he is dead? What a pity. I want to see him die with my own eyes." Thor calmed down and said, "Hello. Meet you again." Hela let out a sneer. "Why? You don't even want to call me sister?" Loki had already panicked in the face of this terrifying boss. But after thinking about it, his old brother is a fierce man who even beat the old thief of Thanos. So he suddenly gained some confidence. He said playfully, "Maybe we can talk. Yo, you're quite like him. It's just too weak, so weak that you can lose Asgard's face, and you are far behind you. But it's barely passable. Forget it. Kneel down to your queen. I reluctantly accept you as a dog-headed military advisor." Dog-head soldier? Loki was choked half to death and said angrily, "Damn, I'll put your nose on your face. Come if you can. I'm not afraid of you." With a sound of swipe, a pair of daggers were drawn out, and then, pushing Thor, "Brother, Thor, Hela." Thor covered his face. Fortunately, he thought that this younger brother had made progress just now. Now he can't wait to whip this disgraced brother on the spot. That's exactly what he did, kicking Loki in the ***, kicking in the direction of Hela. Hela kicked back. She also felt that this product was a bit embarrassing. Boom, 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 dash. The first round, evenly divided. Damn, stop it. Loki finally begged the advanced version of mixed doubles and rolled aside while gnashing his teeth. At this moment, he felt as if he was the protagonist in some martial arts novel, caught between two peerless masters to compete for internal strength. Loki patted the ashes and said angrily, "You two have conflicts. You can solve them yourself. Anyway, the throne will definitely not fall to my head." Mad, he has already seen that these two people are not the kind of respected people. The type who loves the young, beats himself unambiguously, and will have a sad life in the future. Hela raised her eyebrows and said with a low smile, "Yeah, you really don't have the throne?" Turning to look at Thor, "So what's your decision?" "I think we have to fight today," Thor said lightly. Hela raised her hand, and a slender long sword appeared in her hand. She smiled lightly. "As a sister, I can let you make a move, and you can take the lead. Use your strongest attack, such as throwing the hammer with all your strength. Throw it over and let you crush it, pretending to be coercive." Thor had a strange look on his face. "I disappoint you. I don't need a hammer now. Reach out, and Stormbreaker is in place." The fluctuation of divine power is spreading to the surroundings. Hela's eyes froze, and he re-examined the younger brother who was beaten 1.9 by himself a few years ago. "I admit, I underestimated you. Your progress has exceeded my expectations." Hela said in a deep voice. But is this the source of your confidence? Thor didn't answer. He stretched out his other hand to activate the sling ring, drew a teleportation circle, and Barlow slipped into it. With this kind of prize fight, Loki is a drag here. Neither of them took the lead. They stared at each other closely. The vast divine power seemed to be condensed in his substance, and the pressure around them was breathless. The battle is on the verge of breaking out. Stop it! The dignified atmosphere was completely destroyed by this shout. Thor withdrew his divine power and turned to look at Frigg, who had rushed over. Mother! Frigga ignored him and looked at Hela. My child, are you finally back? There was some struggle on Hela's face, and it took a while before she whispered, Mother! Unlike Odin, Frigga has always played the role of a loving mother. Whether it is Loki or Hela, no matter how unhappy they are with Odin, they always have a good impression of their mother. That's why Frigga came here in a hurry, because she knows that once Thor and Hela fight, she is the only one who can pull them apart. Frigga sighed and said in a low voice, Son, go back. After all these years, your father has regretted it long ago. But as a god king, he cannot admit his fault. I have declared your existence to Asgard, and your history will no longer be covered up. Come back to 07. Asgard should not be divided. Hela closed her eyes and shook her head. No, I can't go back. After a pause, he turned to look at Thor. I know. Odin announced that you are his heir. However, he once said the same thing to me. Then, as the eldest princess, I am qualified to challenge for the throne. Thor nodded, without denying. Yes, I understand your dissatisfaction. You are my sister, and according to the original rules, the throne should indeed be yours. To be honest, I don't fancy this position, and I wish someone would come forward, but that person must not be you. The current king of Asgard can't afford it. Really? Hela sneered. But what my mother said is good. Asgard should not be divided, including you and me. Thor froze for a moment, shook his head, and said, I'm sorry, but I won't call you queen. Then, we use the most traditional way to determine the ownership of the royal power. This ancient tradition, I believe most people in Asgard will accept it. The oldest way, Thor definitely understands. Asgard is a real fighting clan, and what they admire most is a hardy duel. Many disputes can be resolved through a duel, and sometimes the result of a duel can be used to determine whether the challenger is guilty or not. Well, the famous Vikings in Nordic history learned from them. In the last millennium, Asgard has slowly become more civilized. But this dueling culture has not faded away. Without returning to Asgard, my strength has not fully recovered. Hela said lightly, Definitely, it is enough. If you want to do it now, I am happy to accompany you. Frigga looked at Thor. This kind of matter needs to be decided by him. Thor thought for a few seconds, then said in a deep voice, I can wait for you to return to Asgard and fight me with all my strength. But you must promise me one condition. Conditions? Hela agreed without even thinking about it. Don't worry. You are more pleasing to the eye than Odin. I will keep you as the vanguard of conquering the universe, and let you return to glory with me. No, Thor shook his head. My condition is that if you lose, you will give me back the soul of Valkyrie who died in the battle. Asgard, you need this power now. Hela was taken aback, nodded and said, Yes, I have no other use for keeping these souls. But I want to remind you that these souls have only the most basic essence left, without any strength. That's enough. The quest triggered 15 years ago by survivors of the Valkyrian Sakaar is finally about to be completed. As long as those poor souls are liberated, the soul castle rewarded by the system will allow them to be reborn and become a super army of their own. Go back first, Thor said to his mother, 980, and summoned Bifrost. Heimdall, take us back. Boom! The colorful beams of light illuminated the sky, and the figures of Thor and Frigg disappeared. Hela watched this scene, slightly hesitation. Gritting his teeth, he walked into Bifrost. Asgard, Thor and Frigga had just left. Hela appeared in Bifrost's control room. Who are you? The three warriors of Asgard raised their weapons on the spot, as if they were facing an enemy. They just came back from a mission outside and don't know the legend of Hela yet. Stop! Heimdall stopped them. Hela ignored them. She took a deep breath of Asgard's air, feeling the return of Benari. After a long time, I announced loudly, I am Hela, the eldest daughter of Odin. I'm back. It has only been a few hours since Frigga decided to reopen Hela's history, and most people don't know her yet. Just the evil breath of death emanating from Hela's side made the Asgardians instinctively hard to like it. In the square of Asgard, Hela looked at the troops that were approaching and said loudly, I found that many of you still don't know my existence. I am Hela, firstborn of Odin, ruler of the Asgard legions, first heir to the throne, goddess of death. Odin is dead, and soon I will reclaim my throne by the ancient law of dueling. We were once a symbol of absolute power in the universe, and no one dared to challenge our authority, but Odin stopped in the 9 realms. Our destiny is destined to inform everything. I come back just to revive the glory and make the universe tremble for us again. The imaginary cheers did not happen, and there were still only vigilant eyes. Quack! It was as if a crow flew over Hela's head. However, because Heimdall informed the 3 warriors immediately, the soldiers did not act rashly. Hela also didn't do anything. In her opinion, these people are her capital to conquer the universe when she ascends the throne. No matter how strong a person is, he can't be a bare-bones commander, right? Although she can go to resurrect the decedent and form an army of undead. But the fighting power of that kind of skeleton soldier is really hard to praise. A shuttle of bullets can knock down a large area. Zhuang's momentum is not bad. If you want to play Skull C tactics, let's go to sleep. In front of the soldiers, Fandral said, no matter who you are, even if you are the daughter of the former king, the former first heir, before you can really seize the throne, His Majesty Thor is our only king. Although the tone was tit for tat, it didn't seem to be dead. Hela heard the implication. If you can really win, Thor, we will naturally accept you as king. If not, then go to bed. It can be seen that they are very confident in Thor's strength. As long as they are allowed to see their own strength, they will definitely be able to win the loyalty of these people. In fact, if she really won, Thor would really not play tricks, but instead helped Hela control Asgard to avoid a fight. I am determined to kill Thanos. If it is 2017 and I still can't handle a Hela, I might as well go to bed early. The time for the duel was set in 3 days. On the surface, Hela's strength is still slowly recovering, and the more time passes, the better it will be for her. The problem is, she has already felt that Thor's prestige is much higher than expected, and everyone in Asgard agrees with him more. If it drags on for a long time, even if you succeed in ascending to the position, there will be a large number of people who believe that Thor is the king in their hearts, which will be very detrimental to their control of Asgard. She definitely can take advantage of the warlike genes of the Asgard nation, fill them with chicken soup, and paint big cakes with the glory of conquering the world. But Thor is also not a conservative king. Hela's reputation has long been buried by Odin, and even if it is rediscovered now, it is like listening to a story to most people. Unlike Thor, most people in Asgard have witnessed Thor's great reputation. Whether it is the destruction of the Dark Elves or the repulsion of Thanos, it has only recently happened. Even if Loki had the feat of wiping out the giants of Jotunheim a few years ago, there is another important reason. With the death of Odin, Thor, who succeeded the king, will also usher in a rapid increase in strength. This is, through a duel, the ownership of the right to decide. Natalia smiled with great interest. Why do some races always have the most advanced technology and the most advanced political system, but they still use the most primitive method to determine kingship? Just like Wakanda, Sky concluded. No, it's not the same as Wakanda. Thor smiled lightly. I will win. The ceremony of succession to the throne was postponed until after the duel by King Lee. Thor brought the girls back to Asgard ahead of time. How could they be absent from such a major event in life? Yes, in his opinion, there was no suspense in this duel. It was just a play to convince Hela. How was the situation on Earth? Thor asked suddenly. It hasn't completely recovered, but it's much better than it was a few months ago, Peggy Carter said with a smile. At least, the captain's appeal is there, calling out to the camera a few times, and now there is no people rioted. Thor snickered, definitely stopped making trouble. The reason for the nonstop fighting was because Gene Bing's people were playing rhythm everywhere. By the way, for such an important ceremony, an old friend has to inform me. Thor suddenly slapped his thigh. Natalia rolled her eyes and said slyly, "That old friend you mentioned must be a woman again, right?" Peggy and the others looked over with disdainful eyes. Thor! Damn, the agent's sixth sense should be so accurate. Thor will suddenly realize that he seems to be really scumbag. Obviously, I have a lot of friends, most of the members of the Avengers Alliance on the Earth. Guardians of Galaxy is also a group of funny comparisons. Sakar's Gao Tianzuan can be counted as half, and Nick Fury's bald old man can also be counted as half. But at this moment, I only thought of informing Carol. Well, 783 must be because this woman is strong, so she is more likely to be taken seriously. Hello, why are you contacting me so soon? Don't you know I'm busy? Carol's teasing voice came from the communicator. Tell me, is there another super boss to fight? Could it be that the purple sweet potato essence is coming again? Sure enough, it is a humanoid Hulk with muscles in his mind and only fighting in his mind. Torkan paused and said speechlessly, "There is a boss, but I fought it myself. I just want to inform you that in 3 days, I will officially become the king of Asgard. Come or not, it's up to you." Roar! At the other end of the universe, a gigantic monster hundreds of meters in size was roaring, and its berserk breath, a heg, was overwhelming, sweeping all directions. Yet this was the last roar of its life. In the middle of its body, a hole was pierced from the chest to the back, and a woman bathed in golden radiance was leaving without looking back. Boom! The huge body crashed to the ground, stirring up smoke and dust in the sky. Carol sighed. It's too weak. With such strength, any Avenger can solve it. There are too few masters in the universe, and most of them are concentrated in a small area near the Earth. She looked helpless. Playing chess with the stinky chess basket all day, I will become a stinky player again. Forget it. Let's go to Asgard. At least we can practice with him a few times. These backward planets, without the protection of the Avengers, are helpless in the face of external threats, and Carol shoulders the burden of the space police. But for the backward planets, most of the threats they encounter will not be on the table. In the next 2 days, Carol cleaned up a large area of threats nearby, and these planets were safe in a short time. She came to one of the hidden planets and explained some things. Go at ease. We will maintain the situation. Opposite is the leader of the Skrulls, Talos. He smiled and said, 20 years ago, you promised to find a home for us, and you did it long ago. But you took the initiative to stay. Over the years, everything you have done for us and for these other planets, everyone is watching. The Skrulls have recovered a lot of energy over the years. At least they can protect themselves, and you don't have to bear everything alone. Oh, by the way, wait for me to say hello to His Majesty Thor. Unfortunately, I have to preside over the internal affairs of the race and have no time to go there in person. The Skrulls are different from the natives of other planets in this galaxy. They are not a backward race. On the contrary, they have a high level of technology. Although they almost lost everything when they escaped here, they have already rebuilt their home after so many years, and everything has recovered very well. Perhaps in a few more years, the Skrulls will be able to shoulder the burden of guarding this galaxy, and Carol won't be so busy at that time. After Catal explained some things, he flew up into the sky, glanced at the thriving screws, turned his head and left, and flew in the direction of Asgard. There's one more day. It should be in time, right? She didn't notice that a pair of eyes hidden in the dark were staring at her, watching her enter the wormhole. She left. The direction to go is probably Asgard. In the dark space, a voice suddenly sounded, with some gnashing of teeth. This woman's strength is very strong, and she is likely to be the last piece of weight in deciding the outcome. Therefore, we must avoid all of this. Message to the Kree. Tell Yanrog that the Skrull colony has been discovered. This guy has been following them for so many years, so he must be very interested. In the past few days, Hela has not been idle. In the depths of the underground palace, Hela looked at the corpse of the giant wolf in front of him, holding up a ball of flames with one hand. This is the eternal fire that Odin took from Surti hundreds of thousands of years ago. With the eternal flame, you are born again at this moment. With a palm slap on the ground, dark green energy poured from his hand into the giant wolf's corpse along the floor. A giant wolf tens of meters tall slowly stood up. Fenrir Wolf, Hyli's former mount. Dueling, it is allowed to carry mounts. For Hela, there is nothing more suitable than the Fenrir Wolf who has fought side by side for countless years. Hela turned his head and glanced at the countless corpses of soldiers around him. Forget it. Even if they are resurrected, there is not much strength left. Let them rest in peace. Hela was talking to herself. What she wants is the real army of Asgard. In the office, Talos is sorting out a document. For the rejuvenation of the race, it can be said that he has worked hard and spent so much energy for so many years. Not like Carol. As for Captain Marvel being in charge of fighting, he doesn't need to use his brain at all. Just complain if there is a problem, but he can't. In the past 20 years, there's been almost no rest for a day. However, he will be very relieved to see the Skrulls getting better every day. So, 997 is my blessing. Talos sighed. My lord, it has been detected that an unknown flight object is approaching. A subordinate suddenly ran in and reported to him. Talos didn't care. The Skrulls also have advanced technology, and they have not forgotten their previous technology. They have now rearmed themselves, and it is easy to deal with idle enemies. Have you found out the other party's identity? The subordinate hesitated for a while and said cautiously, I'm not sure. The other party's signal shielding is very good. Preliminary speculation is likely to be the Kree. Crack! The quilt in Talos' hand was instantly crushed. Is it just passing by or came to the door? To the north of Asgard Square is a very old arena. As a martial race, many things can be resolved through duels. As a royal family, definitely has the largest arena, enough for tens of thousands of people to witness the holy duel. It has not been open for many years since Odin started to take the peaceful path in the last few thousand years. Today, a battle to determine the kingship will start here. Seeing the giant wolf exuding a terrifying aura behind Hela, Thor beckoned. Onyxia understood and walked to Thor's side. Loki didn't know her identity, so he beeped softly. Brother, bring a real mount, the one you ride during the day. Thor, in the eyes of countless people, the petite and exquisite Count Katrana started shape-shifting in the next moment. The roar of the dragon resounded throughout the world, and a black dragon, which was no less in size than the Fenrir giant wolf, appeared in midair, with huge wings spread out, making her look even bigger. Zero, ask for flowers. Fenrir's wolf eyes showed obvious seriousness. Perhaps its strength is not much worse, but the ability of the dragon race is definitely much stronger than it. Can we start? Thor smiled lightly. The corner of Hela's mouth twitched. She knew that she would not take the dog with her for a few days. A transparent curtain rose slowly, covering the dual field and isolating the internal attacks. The battle for royal power has officially begun. The IQ of the Fenrir wolf is not low. It knows that if it does not take the lead, it is likely to be suppressed throughout the process. 0-0. It roared and rushed up fiercely. A trace of ridicule flashed in the dragon eyes of the black dragon princess. She flapped her wings and flew into the air, letting the opponent fly into the air. Before the giant wolf could react, it felt darkness around it, and a black figure rushed down from the sky, its mouth biting its neck. Wow! Seeing that the dragon's claw was about to grab it, the Fenrir wolf lay down on the ground and rolled over. Boom! The violent energy explosion. If it weren't for the effect of the protective shield, almost everyone present would be blown away by the energy storm. Taking advantage of the innate advantages of the dragon clan and taking deep breaths from time to time, the Black Dragon Princess has the upper hand, but the Fenrir wolf also has rough skin and thick flesh. Especially after being revived, it doesn't feel any pain, and it can be said that the more it fights, the more brave it is, and it may be hard to tell the winner in a short time. Everyone's eyes turned to the other side, where the real decision of the outcome was. Death. Bang, bang, bang. Hela used her signature flying sword. After recovering her power eggs, her strength soared, and countless black flying swords enveloped all directions, overwhelming the sky. This is to open the legendary unlimited firepower hang. The current Hela may have a headache, even if the ancient one is still there. After all, the magician is too brittle. Even if it has a shield, it will be finished if it is leaked casually. The best way to deal with this situation is to also open the Hang Invincible Hang. 080. Thor stood still with a calm expression on his face. Hela stared dumbfounded at the flying sword stabbing Thor's body, making a sound of metal collisions and falling to the ground with sparks. Man of Steel, so terrifying. The soldiers and civilians of Asgard who watched the battle in the surrounding auditorium gave out loud cheers. Loki laughed and said, "Did you see it, Queen Mother? I'll just say it's okay." Shouted to the audience, "Thor, cut her! How dare you make the great god of mischief kneel? What a shame. Kill this crazy ****ch. He was excited for a while and even got violent. A few days ago, Hela almost scared him to pee. After all, Loki is different from Thor. He has no blood relationship with Hela, and he doesn't want Thor and Frigga to get along for so many years. Hela is an alien invader to him. Ahem. Frigga coughed, and a murderous electric light pointed at Loki. Loki suddenly came back to his senses and realized that he had said the wrong thing. He slapped himself twice and smiled. In the arena, Thor didn't speak, but just looked at Hela with a blank expression. The meaning was self-evident. Is that all you know? Hela's face was ashen, and when she waved her hands, the ground broke open, and several tens of meters long dark green huge spikes floated beside her. Swipe, swipe, swipe. Spikes flew past one by one, spanning a distance of hundreds of meters in an instant, and the wolf stabbed at Thor. This was a terrifying blow that condensed Hela's whole body's divine power, and even Thor couldn't resist it without injury. Shouting all over his body, the shining thunder light illuminated the whole of Asgard, and he condensed his whole body's energy and punched hard on the frontmost spike. Boom! Huge amounts of explosions resounded through the sky, and smoke and dust billowed. In the smoke and dust that no one could see clearly, thunder flashed from time to time, and several constant explosions sounded. Only Hela at close range can see clearly, and his offensive has been completely broken. Just as he was about to react, an extremely thick and terrifying thunderbolt fell from the sky, rumbling fiercely on Hela. In the field of magic, Thor's thunder strike is at the same level as Hela's death power. The characteristics of thunder make it the most powerful of all magic. Hela's protection was completely irresistible, and the lightning broke through the shield in an instant. This is not the thunder power of awakening just now, but an attack that has been honed for more than 20 years and has already become extremely proficient. Hela was thrown into the air by huge amounts of shockwave, flew several hundred meters, and slammed into the protective shield of the arena, making a huge amounts of impact sound zero. The transparent protective cover flickered for a while and was almost broken by a blow. With a full blow, Thor also consumed a lot, and even with the strong resilience of the steel body, he gasped heavily. Outside the arena, Xingyun murmured, "No wonder. Even my father would be deflated." Not to mention the terrifying lightning strike that doesn't need to be read. The steel body with almost absolute defense alone can give a purebred fighter like Thanos a headache. In fact, she guessed right. It was Thanos who managed to gain the upper hand at the beginning. The long-planned fatal blow failed to break through the defense, but was poked into a hole by a backhand shot and almost capsized in the gutter. Now, coupled with the invincible Stormbreaker, I am afraid that Thanos will give it away when he comes. Is it over? Wanda asked in a low voice. Her strength is very strong. If she breaks out with all her strength, few people at the scene can stop her. Wanda is a special existence among all people. The relationship between her and Thor changes the fastest. Zero point 0.6 seems to confirm the relationship in an instant. Love at first sight is not so fast. But at the same time, she is a bit of an amateur in terms of combat, and it is difficult to see the way. Jane Foster, who has divine power, shook her head. It's not that easy. Although the opponent's defense is not as good as Thor's, her recovery ability is obviously stronger, and her vitality is almost unlimited. Then how can they decide the winner? Wanda asked a crucial question. One has unlimited defense, the other has unlimited blood. What a mess. Hela walked out from the ruins, her eyes full of fear. The attack just now, although relying on his special divine power, managed to withstand it. But she is very clear that although she seems to have recovered, there is still the power of thunder in her body, which needs to be suppressed forcibly with the power of death. If there were several more terrorist attacks like this, his body would be at risk of collapsing. Fortunately, such an attack consumes a lot even for Thor, and it is impossible to fire infinitely. Thor looked at Hela and yelled, "Stop all these temptations. If you want the throne, then show your strength." Hela snorted coldly. "As you wish." With a flick of his hand, 07 appeared in his hand with a slender black longsword. This is not the kind of little flying sword that was summoned by magic and thrown around casually, but also Hela's exclusive weapon, Night Sky Sword. Hela is proficient in almost all Asgard magic. She is a character who mainly uses magic as her ability. She doesn't fight much in melee. Generally speaking, Hela is more like a magic character than Thor. The most common use is to use the power of death to take out a pair of short swords, leaving no blade of grass where they pass, and return to the sect as a mythical version of 10,000 swords. But this does not mean that her melee ability is poor. She has powerful swordsmanship, and it is even more like a fish in water when paired with a perfectly matched artifact like the Night Sky Sword. Moreover, compared to magic, melee combat is more suitable for her to exert the power of artifacts. The real Asgard powerhouses are all skilled in both magic and martial arts. Just like Thor, it doesn't matter whether they call it war or not. Well, it's not that a family doesn't go into a house. Many people think that Thor is a warrior, but he's actually a thunder magician or a melee magician. Many people think that Loki is a magician, but people also like to stab people with small daggers. This is clearly an assassin, and an assassin with magician attributes. A witch like Frigga can suppress Malekith with her sword skills. Not to mention Hela for a few days. In the original book, the Magic Flying Sword group wiped out the Valkyrie troops of Megatron 9 Realms, and then relied on simple melee control Thor to get down. Seeing Hela copy the guy, Thor knew she was going to give it her all. The moment is no longer reserved, and the Stormbreaker is in place in an instant. In everyone's eyes, the swords and axes collided together. In a space countless light years away, a spaceship is floating around. Hey, hey! In the cockpit of the spaceship, a familiar rhythm sounded. The idiot Xingjue is dancing. Damn it, Turtle! How long will it take us to get to Asgard if you keep jumping around like this? Rocket avoided this guy, far away, as if he was worried about being infected by his stupidity. I have to declare, it's Quill, not Geyer. Xingjue spoke sternly, and then smiled lightly. Don't worry. I calculated the distance. We will definitely be able to catch up with Thor's enthronement ceremony. Gamora was expressionless. How do you know? It's today. Look at the time. Maybe the fight is almost over now. That doesn't matter. Xingjue didn't take it seriously. When he becomes king, he will definitely report a grand celebration dinner, the kind that lasts all night. We just need to catch up. Why celebrate? Drax couldn't turn his head around. His father just died a few days. Shouldn't this be a very sad thing? Why celebrate? Xingjue felt like he didn't know how to answer. He was born on Earth, so he doesn't know much about this culture. Only some court stories he read when he was a child. Does the new king have to cry instead of celebrating when he ascends the throne? Is he still waiting for a few years to consider the throne? He changed the subject and said, "It's not all like this." 643. Like me, my father's death is not all sad. Drax. Gamora seconded. I'm not sad when my father dies. maybe I'll dance disco happily. Rocket, Groot. I almost forgot, both of these guys had a rough life. However, you are much better than me, and at least you have Yondu, a foster father. Gamora said sadly. I can see that he treats you like his own son, and I'd rather not have this father. Gamora gritted her teeth. She is the adopted daughter of Thanos. Though Thanos seems nice to her, she will never forget that it was Thanos who slaughtered her planet. There was silence in the spaceship. Only the sound of popping buttons remained. Groot, who has grown into a teenager, is playing a game. How far to Asgard? Star-Lord broke the atmosphere of silence. Rocket Raccoon, who was driving the spaceship alone, said without looking back, It's not far away. There are probably 2 more jumps to be made. Sit still. There's 1 more jump to come. With a whoosh, the spaceship entered the jumping point and shook violently. Oh, Dead Raccoon, you must be drinking, right? No, Quill, it's your spaceship's clutch that's broken. I've said it needs a major maintenance, and you're still procrastinating to fix it. Juugud. Boom on a corner, sir. The violent shaking made Groot shake his hand. Looking at the game over on the screen, he was so angry that he threw the game console out and hit the windshield in front of the driver's seat. F***K. Xingjue was furious, rushed over and reprimanded loudly. How many times have I said, don't smash things? If you smash things again, no one will buy you a new one. I'm Groot. You should talk back. Quill. The rocket's voice sounded. Don't stop me. I must teach it a lesson today. No, look at that. When Xingjue looked up, his pupils suddenly shrank into a line. Damn, what is this? Xingjue's eyes were full of shock. What came into view was a huge monster that almost covered half of the starry sky. It was not easy for Xingjue to judge that this is not a planet, but a spaceship. No, it should be said that Star Fortress is more appropriate. I thought Thor's Millennium Falcon that I'd seen back then was exaggerated enough, but compared with the huge spaceship in front of me, it doesn't even count as a corner. Not good, Gamora exclaimed, with a voice full of disbelief and fear. This is Holy Place number 2. This is Thanos' car. Almost all of Thanos' troops are inside. What? Everyone was startled, and Rocket's ears and tail stood up. Just in time, Drax sneered. Today, I will avenge my wife and my daughter. Drax, calm down. Gamora pulled her back. Shut up, you idiot. Gamora cursed. Holy Place 2's firepower can easily destroy a planet. It only takes 1 round of artillery fire to kill us all. Xingjue suddenly calmed down and whispered, Calm down. Calm down. Don't panic, everyone. He explained, if the other party wanted to kill us, they would have done it long ago. The reason why they haven't opened fire yet may be that their purpose is not to kill us. Everyone squinted at him, with expressions of, are you mentally handicapped? It fell into the hands of Thanos, who would peel off the skin. 1 card means 2 endings. Death or life is worse than death. Seeing everyone's faces, Xingjue quickly explained, I mean the title of the book. He must be trying to capture us alive, so there must be some purpose. We could try to pretend to catch him, and then sneak attack him. But what is the purpose of extinction for us? Asked the rocket. Gamora's face changed. She seemed to think of something and pulled Star-Lord. What's wrong? Gamora pointed to the next room. Xingjue understood and said, Rocket, you find a plan. I'll come right away. Pull Gamora to the next door and close the door. Is there anything one told me alone? Gamora hesitated, gritted her teeth, and said, Quill, promise me one thing. You say, if your so-called plan fails, I want you to promise me that you will kill me immediately. What? No, absolutely not. Star-Lord flatly refused. Promise me, Quill. Gamora stared into Star-Lord's eyes and explained, because I know a secret that he doesn't know. If I let him know, the entire universe will be at stake. Xingjue was taken aback for a moment and asked in confusion, Wongda's what secret? Gamora shook her head. If I tell you, you will know too. The fewer people who know, the safer. Xingjue walked up and put his hand on her shoulder. If it's really such an important secret, shouldn't I know it? Unless you want to die. Why does anyone have to die? Xingjue disapproved. I beg you. Gamera's eyes were full of pleading. I want you. Swear to me in the name of your mother. Star-Lord stared into her eyes. After a long time, he whispered, okay. In Asgard, this duel about royal power has lasted for a whole day. It has been more than half a day since the fight started in the morning. Boom! With the duel, the two quickly separated. Hela looked at Thor solemnly, her eyes full of fear. Thor's Man of Steel is really too foul. Even if it's a night sky sword, it's just a white scratch, which can't do any harm at all. Only by attacking with all its strength can it cause a little threat. But Thor's Stormbreaker is the strongest artifact that deserves it. In Thor's hands, his strength has risen several levels. I dare not resist her attack head-on. I can only rely on the lightness of a night sky sword to fight him. Even so, she is also seriously injured now. The Storm 427 Tomahawk is really too powerful. Not only invincible, but also its powerful enchantment even dreams of suppressing one's own recovery ability. The majestic god of death, there will be a day when he dare not confront each other head-on. Think about it. It's really ironic. No, I won't lose. Hela gritted her teeth, chanted the incantation, and the night sky, sword in her hand, instantly became tens of meters long and slashed fiercely with the power of death. Boom! Seeing that his full blow was blocked by Thor's axe, Hela's eyes were dull. Are you still unwilling to give up? Thor looked at Hela on the opposite side and whispered persuasion. Our power should be used to conquer everything, not wasted here. Just as Hela wishes to subdue Thor, Thor also wishes to subdue Hela. If Hela can finally surrender, it will be a very important improvement for Asgard's combat power. On the other side, the Fenrir wolf fell to the ground and got up roaring. Boom! A group of raging flames descended from the sky and overwhelmed it again. After all, it is no match for the black dragon. Seeing the miserable situation of this old friend, Hela sighed a long time. Tell her to stop. With a flick of his hand, a crystal was thrown over. Thor caught it. What is this? What you want, Valkyrie's soul, is all inside. Thor looked inside, and sure enough, he found 28 souls, one of which was quite a few. Although the current soul looks very weak, it will not be long before they will become an invincible army again. Hela took a complicated look, gritted her teeth, and knelt down on one knee to express her submission. The audience cheered. In fact, this is quite normal. Although Hela's identity has been recognized again, for most Asgardians, Hela is still more like an outsider. Thor is the heir to the throne they recognize. Thor ordered, remove the shield. In the control room of the arena, the person in charge nodded. I want to activate the mechanism, but I didn't find a sneaky figure approaching at all. No, who are you? The light of the protective cover is slowly falling, and Thor looks at this scene with a lot of thoughts. The difficulty of Ragnarok, is it over? At this moment, the protective cover that was being withdrawn suddenly paused, then rose rapidly and lit up again in an instant. What's the situation? Thor shouted. Where's the person in charge here? A sense of foreboding suddenly rose in his heart. Soon, someone came to report. Report, Your Highness. The arena management office was attacked by unknown persons, and the control mechanism was destroyed. What? Everyone present was shocked. Today is an important day. The eyes of all Asgard people are attracted. At this time, foreign enemies invade. What are their plans? Could it be for Thor and Hela? Boom! Facing the protective cover, he slashed down heavily with an axe, and a crack appeared on the protective cover, and then it was slowly recovering. Thor frowned. The protective shield can't trap him for too long. The other party won't miss this, so who the hell? How dare you offend Asgard? Next to him, Hela had a look of anger. I don't know, the other party is obviously just planning to trap us for a while, so as to carry out a bigger plan. Thor pulls out the sling ring, intending to use the portal. The golden magical energy flickered away. The interior of this shield shields space transmission. In other words, my level in this aspect is still half-baked. Perhaps the space teleportation that truly ignores Asgard's prohibition can only be performed by Ancient One himself or through Tesseract. Wait, Tesseract? Thor was suddenly covered in cold sweat and shouted, "Leave me alone! Go and check the treasure house." As the voice fell, the reason began. On Holy Place number 2, all the Silver Guardians were imprisoned together in a prison. When Chi-Ruta's soldiers entered, they just resisted a few times in a symbolic manner, and then they were caught without a fight. A group of commoner heroes. Originally, they can only fight minions, especially the second generation of a certain god. Most of the time, when he fights a soldier, his wife will save him. It's also quite interesting to say, the same as the second generation of gods. And after losing his father, Tol's fierce competition, his strength continues to soar, and he can also awakening god-level skills, can miss father mode. But Xingjue was much more miserable. Ego became immortal immediately after his death, and he performed last in 2 consecutive big movies with heroes assembled. Those who heard it were sad, and those who saw it shed tears. Speaking of which, Asgard is indeed a very special race, and every superpower and offspring are not far behind. Like the children of Odin, both Thor and Hela are ruthless characters who can walk sideways. The only one who fights the 5 scumbags, Loki, is adopted. Other races are not so blessed. The descendants of those supermasters are basically the second-generation ancestors. Relatively speaking, Xingjue is pretty good. At least his IQ is normal when he is not stupid. This seems a bit strange. As it stands now, Star-Lord single-handedly hatches a plan to behead Thanos. All the Silver Guards in the cell were tied behind their backs with special handcuffs, and it was impossible to break free under normal circumstances. Even Thor would have to struggle to break free. But it's not normal right now. There's Groot after all. "Hey buddy, let's talk a little bit." Xingjue accosted the Kirita's soldiers guarding the door. The Zerita's soldiers didn't look sideways. "Who cares about you, idiot?" But what he met was Star-Lord. "Oh boy, it's all going to pass. Oh boy, everything will be better. Dance hard. One day we'll figure out how to—" Rocket Raccoon wailed. "Oh, what a shame. I really want to say, I don't know this guy." Sister Mantis murmured. "What the hell is he doing? Why is it like an animal courting?" Drax shook his head and said seriously, "No, little sister, you don't need to say such hints. I won't accept mating with you. You are too ugly." Xingjue once again let go of himself, betrayed his integrity, and then attracted the attention of the guards. What kind of nerves is this kid on? No one noticed that a thin branch quietly protruded from the cell, spread to the console, and quietly pressed one of the buttons. Crack! The cell opened instantly, and the electronic handcuffs on Enhu's hands fell to the ground. The Zerita soldier was startled and was about to sound the alarm when a hand was placed on his head. "Go to sleep." With a plop, he fell to the ground. "It's done," Xingjue said happily. "Don't be too happy." Gamora poured cold water on him. "It's just a soldier. Let's think about how to face Thanos. I've made a plan for a long time, and we're just like this. Zero. Seeking flowers." In the command room, a burly figure was looking at a photo with gentle eyes. The photo clearly showed Gamora as a child. Thanos, the supervillain who killed countless people, showed a rare tender side. "Little guy, you must still hate me, right? I always knew. After all, I slaughtered your planet, including your mother." Thanos stroked the photo lightly, as if talking to himself. "But I don't regret it. Your original planet is on the verge of collapse. You have no food and no clothes. It is I who prevented the tragedy from happening. Do you know what happened afterwards? You must have never gone back to see it. The children today are born with no worries about food and clothing, and grow up happily under the clear sky. It's like heaven. Salvation has always required a price. The universe is not infinite, nor are resources. If life is not restrained, life will cease to exist one day. All of this needs to be corrected by someone, even if it will bear the curse of the entire universe. And I'm the only one who understands this truth. At least I am the only one who puts it into action." Thanos said this with a nostalgic face, suddenly raised his head. His eyes became serious. "Come out, I see you." The next moment, Xingjue jumped out from a corner. "Hey, hey!" The magical rhythm sounded, and the king of dancing, Xingju, appeared on the stage. Thanos looked at Star-Lord, who was dancing and singing like a howling wolf, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Is this the guy who abducted the old man's precious daughter? I bought a watch last year. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. A green figure burst out of thin air and arrived in front of Thanos in an instant. Secretly, Rocket scolded in a low voice, "Damn it, why doesn't everyone follow orders?" Gamora jumped into the air and slashed Thanos with his sword. Thanos was Thanos after all. He recovered from being attacked within a few rounds, grabbed the dagger with 350 with one hand, and twisted it with a click. Seeing that the situation was not good, Gamora took out the artifact dagger Thanos gave her and stabbed Thanos hard in the chest. This dagger has a lot of background. It is called God Slayer. It can be retracted freely, and it is famous for being able to kill Asgard. Even in the face of powerful monsters, Gamora can use it to easily slit the opponent's throat. In other words, it can also easily slit Thanos' throat. The expected fatal blow didn't come true. The dagger stopped near Thanos' heart, and Thanos firmly grasped her hand. "My daughter, have you forgotten? I taught all your skills. Even, I can predict the direction of every shot you make." Thanos knew that Gamora wanted to kill him, so he dared to hand over the God-Slayer dagger to Gamora. He was definitely sure. On the other side of the universe, Talos looked at the destroyed Kree fighter with a serious expression. This is just an ordinary fighter plane. With the current level of air defense of the Skruis, it is not difficult to destroy it. The real key is, why did it come to this remote place? Did it do it on purpose, or did it get lost accidentally? Did it send a message to the Supreme Intelligence before it crashed? An adjutant faltered and hesitated to speak. "Just say what you have to say." The adjutant hesitated for a while and said in a low voice, "My lord, with our current strength, if the Kree invade in a large scale, I'm afraid there is a danger of extermination." "Should inform Ms. Carroll." Talos was silent for a while, shaking his head. "The other party may not be coming for us, so be more vigilant." Deep down, the Skrulls have some pride in themselves. As a race that used to compete with the Kree for hegemony, it is already very helpless to be reduced to this point. For the survival of the race, they have to accept the protection of Captain Marvel. But that doesn't mean he can feel at ease. After all, the other party has done enough for them over the years. "You already knew about our plan?" Gamora asked coldly. Thanos was smiling, and he could see that he was in a good mood. "I know you very well. If you don't have other ideas, it is not easy to catch you." Thanos knows the level of his men very well. Except for Black Order, those Cheerita people are all scum in group battles. Apart from relying on numbers to kill the enemy, the level of individual soldiers is really embarrassing. As soon as Gamora picked up the broken sword, he was about to strike, but Thanos grabbed his hands and subdued him instantly. "Thanos, pay back the lives of my wife and children." Drax rushed forward violently, raising his two knives, and was about to stab him down. Thanos grabs him by the neck and throws him out. Mantis Girl descended from the sky, trying to use hypnotic ability, but when she landed in the air, she saw an iron chain wrapped around her, and she was bound into a dumpling on the spot, unable to move. Before Rocket and Groot could move, they followed in their footsteps. "Purple potato essence. Let her go." Star-Lord rushed out with a loud shout. Haidongdong's gun was aimed at Thanos. "You're Gamora's little boyfriend?" "Peter Quill?" Thanos asked with interest. "No, I'm the famous gold medal Titan killer. Let her go quickly, or I'll blow off your like ugly face with one shot." "No, Peter." Gamora's face was full of tears. "It's not him. You promised me. You promised me." Xingjue was shocked and tremblingly lowered the muzzle of the gun, aiming at Gamora. "Daughter, you are too strong. He won't do it." The trembling in Xingjue's hand became more severe. Gamora shook her head and whispered, "Shoot, Quill, I love you." Xingjue murmured, "I love you too." He closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and pulled the trigger. "Bayu, Bayu under sir." With the gun in his hand, 3 suckers were shot out. "This is a toy gun," Thanos said lightly. "Not bad. Boy, I appreciate you." Xingjue put down his gun and gritted his teeth. "Purple sweet potato Jing, You will not succeed. Someone will definitely stop you. Thanos sneered. If you're talking about that Asgardian, you're probably going to be disappointed. He's probably in danger now. A blue light circle appeared. The Tesseract was activated, and Thor and Hela came to the outside of the shield in an instant. But the seriousness on Thor's face did not decrease a bit. The earth is still shaking, and there is no news from the soldiers heading to the treasure house. I am afraid that they have already... Thor picked up the Rubik's Cube and was about to go to the treasure house to see for himself. Boom! With a loud bang, the golden hall that had stood for countless years suddenly collapsed, and a giant covered in fire rose from the ruins, and his size rapidly expanded. 07, tremble before me, Asgard, and destroy. Surti, which is hundreds of meters high, waved the artifact in his hand, Twilight Sword, and countless buildings were reduced to ruins in an instant. Fortunately, most of the Asgards were near the arena at this time. Otherwise, countless casualties would have been caused by this blow. Ragnarok? How is that possible? Thor murmured. Since coming to this world, relying on the advantage of being familiar with the plot, he has always been used to controlling everything. Even the ultimate boss like Thanos is nothing more than a purple sweet potato essence in his eyes. For the first time, things were out of his control. Thor, a panicked figure, rushed over quickly. Loki, the god of pranks who pays attention to the most spectacle, is in a panic at the moment. He shouted, "The treasury has been attacked, and the opponents are Thanos people. They stole the gold gloves." Needless to say, I already know. This account has a chance to be settled, and now it is this monster that needs to be settled. Why? Thor's face was gloomy. He knew that he was too careless and relied too much on his familiarity with the plot. For so many years, he has been making arrangements, and Thanos has also made arrangements, and has endured for so many years, just for this moment. Surti is still wreaking havoc, and God knows where Thanos is wreaking havoc right now. He couldn't help being a little thankful that he didn't put infinite gems in the seemingly safest treasure house like the original book. It's just that he couldn't figure it out. How did Thanos break through the defenses of the Golden Hall and the treasure house and enter the deepest part? And according to Loki, the other party is not just one person, but a large number of troops sneaking in. Can't be distracted now. Surti with the eternal fire. This is a super existence almost no less than the peak Odin. Thor decisively ordered. Everyone evacuates out of the city. Hela, you stop it with me, and you assist from the side. He points to stronger Avengers such as Wanda, Jean Grey, and Jane Foster. A battle of this level is more dangerous than fighting against Thanos, and it is meaningless to intervene rashly if one is not strong enough. Everyone nods, including Hela. They know that this is not the time to ink. Boom! Asgard isn't really a planet. Its size is relatively small and larger than any other planet in the Nine Realms. But as Asgard is located, Asgard's crust is the strongest, and it is full of all kinds of enchantments. But now, Surti can cause an earthquake just by stomping his feet. With a wave of your hand, the volcano erupts. The flames rose, and the breath of destruction swept all directions. Whoosh, whoosh. Hela's feelings for Asgard are no worse than anyone else's, and she can't stand it for a long time. With a wave of his hand, the huge dark green spikes roared and flew towards Surti. Roar! With a painful roar, a huge spike pierced Surti's chest. Whizzing, a throne filled with the power of infinite death broke out from the ground, and Hela stepped on it and shot out countless spikes with her waved hands. Don't think Thor can resist death spikes. That's because the Man of Steel is too strong. If it was another opponent, even Thanos would not dare to resist Hela's attack. Thor flew high into the sky, and suddenly the sky and the earth changed color. A bright lightning shot into the battle axe, and the thunder light illuminated the sky and the earth, facing Surti's head with an axe. Ah! An earth-shattering scream sounded. The battle axe avoided the crown, split the hard head instantly, and tore straight to a depth of nearly 10 meters. If it was the previous Surti, this blow would be enough to instantly kill him. But now it is as high as hundreds of feet, and the head alone is tens of meters high. Thor's full blow only played a role in opening the skull. Nevertheless, Thor's blow still angered it. Surti reached out and grabbed Thor and smashed it hard to the ground. A gentle force lifted him up. It was Wanda. Cheen Galay launched psychokinesis, and suddenly a water dragon flew up from the lake, saying that Surti's severed head was poured into it. It is common knowledge that water can put out fire. But at the level of Surti, originally it is not scientific. With the strength of Surti, even if the whole thing falls into the sea water will burn dry in an instant, and it will basically have no effect. Like Thor's lightning, this isn't something a lightning rod can dodge. But things are a little different now. As a master at the same level as Odin, Surti can be said to be assembled to the teeth, and there are almost no weaknesses in his body. But the problem is that Thor's head was split open with an axe. No matter how wide its defense range is, it can't protect the inside of the head. Asterisk. There is a sound of boiling water. Surti covered his head and let out the most painful scream in his life. It looks like a poor monkey whose head was knocked open and filled with chili oil at some inhuman banquet. Good opportunity lead. For a moment, countless attacks bombarded Surti's wound. Countless flying swords descended from the sky, and the force of death pierced the head of the bearer from the gap in Surti's palm. Jean Grey, psychokinesis, drives several water dragons, trying to fill them with water. Jane Foster was flying around the edge of the great rift above Surti's head, thinking about how to throw Mjolnir into it. Wanda's red energy covers Surti's head. Try to open the gap. Thor was stunned by such an operation. These women are really fierce. On the second holy place, Thanos stood quietly on the throne. He's in good mood now. Asgard Golden Hall has its own protective cover, which has a strong defense, and it is absolutely impossible to be breached under normal circumstances. A place like the Treasure House has always been the place where the most important things are stored, and it is full of various authorities prohibiting it. However, a very powerful magician helped him and opened a portal in Jean G's extremely restricted place. I can't see that the group of jugglers who are usually looked down upon are really useful sometimes. Withdrawing his thoughts, he looked up at Gamora. Gamora's face was full of anger and hatred, while Thanos' face was full of helplessness. I hate this room. I hate this ship. Gamora gritted her teeth. I know, because you always say that, every day. You've been saying it for 20 years. At this point, Thanos changed the subject and said, "The reason why you never came back is because you have found the soul gem, right?" Gamora was taken aback, looked up, shook his head, and said, "No, I'm disappointed I didn't find it." Thanos sighed. "I'm really disappointed, but it's not because you didn't find it. It's because you found it but lied to me. Little guy, I know you too well. Every time you lie, I know all the facial expressions and movements well. I taught you all your abilities. I also taught you your kindness and generosity. But I didn't teach you to lie. You can't lie at all. Tell me, where's the Liangwei gem?" The lie was exposed, and Gamora didn't react at all. She had expected that she couldn't hide it from Thanos. She gritted her teeth and said, "You give up. For you, it doesn't matter whether I know the location of Soul Gem or not. Anyway, I can't tell you anyway. You should give up on it." "Oh," Thanos showed a grim smile. "You will tell me, and tell me on your own initiative. Damn, you're trying to stop the great prophecy. You have made a big mistake." Even though his mind had been muddled, Surti was still majestic, as if he had a mission engraved in his bones. It finally swept the Twilight Sword, and then lifted it high. In the next moment, the whole of Asgard heard its announcement. "I is the end of Asgard." The hundreds of meters long Twilight Sword pierced straight down with unrivaled momentum. This is a destructive blow poured into the life force of a superboss. Once it penetrates the core of Asgard, this paradise that the whole universe envies will collapse and completely become history. Thor soared into the air, raised his battle axe to meet him head-on, and slammed upwards at the Twilight Sword, falling in the air. Boom! The blade of the sword collided with the blade of the axe. Huge amounts of shockwave erupted, and countless people were blown into the air, even including Wanda and Chingale, two legal super users, Wang Zhao. With a strong momentum, The twilight sword's offensive even retreated for a breath, but it quickly began to suppress. In terms of strength, Thor is far inferior to Surt's opponent. Just as Hela was about to make a move, he suddenly asked in confusion, "Is there something in outer space approaching quickly?" Responding to her was a flash of light, and Carol approached like a shooting star, hitting Surt hard on the head, almost turning him over. However, at this time, Surt seemed to have lost much of his reason and raised his giant sword to stab again, as if for a mission. Seeing this, Carol couldn't help cursing. "Every time I come back, I'm a super boss? Are you kidding me? What are you so excited about?" Thor muttered something inwardly, and then saw the twilight sword that Surt held up high. Don't let his sword touch the ground, or all of Asgard will be destroyed. He raised his battle axe first to meet him. Carol followed closely behind, and the two caught the giant sword together. The powerful twilight sword paused, and the two sides were in a stalemate in contention. Stupid. Hela threw a huge spike at the right time, slashing across Surt's flaming hand holding the twilight sword. Surt, who was competing for strength, let go of his hand, but Thor caught the opportunity and hit his head with an axe. However, there is no soft use. Carol shot out countless energy rays, hitting Surt like nothing, except for drawing some hatred. From the perspective of the Asgard people in the rear, Surt was in a state of embarrassment after being surrounded by a group of people. 607, but only the person involved knew that this kind of beating was not acceptable. With so many people present, Thor's Stormbreaker was the one that could really inflict effective damage on it. Even so, it was difficult to inflict fatal injuries. Surt with the Eternal Fire is at the full level in terms of defense and life stamina, but Thor and others consume a lot in high-intensity battles. That won't work? This guy is stronger than Thanos. He can't be killed at all. What the hell is this? Carol said out of breath. She is reckless. It doesn't mean a plaque. After fighting for such a long time, I can only play a supporting role. The damage of Thor, the only one who has damage, can't keep up with his own recovery. She had just watched Surt's cracked head heal, and such an attack was not something even Thor would use casually. Surt, the legendary initiator of Ragnarok. He was defeated by my father 500,000 years ago and took away the Eternal Fire. We can't kill it, so we can only find a way to take the Eternal Fire and seal it. So how did your father beat it? The guy is recovering constantly. The characteristics of the Eternal Fire allow it to be revived infinitely, unless our destruction speed exceeds its recovery ability. Carol, you're talking nonsense. Thor stopped arguing with her, and while entangled with Surt, he was thinking hard about a solution to the situation. Fortunately, Surt has a problem with IQ. Although he can't be killed, he will be able to hold on for a while. Odin's last words ring in his ears. Asgard was never a place, but a place of people. Is it really necessary to abandon Asgard and transfer the entire race to other planets, as in the original history? If that's the case, you'll have to stall for time and let Heimdall take the people away with Bifrost. Wait, Bifrost? Thor suddenly had a bold idea. He shouted, "Heimdall, the power of Bifrost, can you teleport Surt?" Heimdall was taken aback and replied loudly, "It's useless. It's too powerful. Unless there is no resistance, my strength is not enough to complete the teleportation." "You are not enough. There is me." Thor laughed and said, "Then let the perpetrators feel the destruction of their homeland. Carol, you hold it. Jane, strike her with lightning. Maximum power." Carol rolled her eyes. "What does it mean to strike me with lightning? Although it sounds like this, can your wording be more appropriate?" Jane Foster was at a loss. What? But isn't she on our side?" Seeing Surt stabbing down from the air with another sword, Carol put his hands on the edge of the sword and still couldn't stop falling. Jane no longer hesitated, let out a big drink. Boom! A thunderbolt hit Carol. In the next moment, Carol's whole body was full of light, and he pushed away the twilight sword as if he had been injected with chicken blood, and hit Surt's chin with a tang-long punch. The body, hundreds of meters high, crashed to the ground. Jane Foster was dumbfounded. "So, I was a power bank?" Thor quickly landed beside Heimdall and asked, "Do you know the coordinates of Titan?" "Yes." Heimdall nodded. "That's easy. Take me there, and we'll take Surti over. There is. Awakens Surti's homeland of the culprit. Thor sneered. The biggest reason why Thanos made up his mind to embark on the path of half-destruction was to witness the destruction of Titan. Although there are no natives there anymore, that place obviously has a different meaning to Thanos. Ragnarok, not Asgard's twilight, but Titan's twilight. Titan, the former home of Thanos. Here, like many other planets, the population is exploding and resources are limited. When the population reached a certain level, Thanos proposed a solution massacre. Completely random, without any personal emotion, without distinction between rich and poor. The scheme definitely did not pass. In the end, in the process of scrambling for resources, they destroy themselves. Thanos, the only survivor. When Thor set foot on this land, what he saw was a barren land without any life. In fact, after the demise of the Titans, the planet is slowly recovering and has become a habitable planet again. The reason why there are so few people is probably because of Thanos. As a former homeland, even if the tribe is no longer there, it will not let other races get involved. But today, this former homeland will also be reduced to ashes. Thor lifts Stormbreaker. After Thor left Asgard, the battle situation became more and more precarious. The real main force in the battle is only Hela and Carol. Hela is better at attacking. The black flying sword shoots like Gatling, and Yondu sentry arrows are not as good as her. Destroy all of Asgard except Thor. No kidding. The problem is that the Surti who holds the eternal fire has its own undead attribute, and it doesn't have to rely on Asgard like Hela. Hela is against this product, and the attribute is completely restrained. There is only one helmet left, and it can be resurrected with full blood. Unlimited defense plus unlimited life means that offensive heroes are greatly reduced. But the problem is that the superheroes present are almost full of crispy magician, Wanda, and Chingale with high attack and low defense. The only one who can resist is Carol, and this is on the premise of bringing an infinite power bank. Despite Jane Foster's occasional thunderous charge, Carol still has a hard time limiting Surti's movements. She's already struggling to deal with it now. The violent energy has plunged the entire city into a sea of flames. Outside the city, the soldiers and civilians of Asgard looked at the nearly destroyed city with dull eyes. Boom! With a loud noise, a statue collapsed and turned into ruins all over the place. This is the statue of Bor, the ancestor of Odin and grandfather of Thor. If it was the old days, Loki would definitely gloat heavily and then get beaten up. But now he is not in the mood. Loki glanced at Frigga with a lonely face and said in a low voice, "The extent of the damage is actually not bad. As long as the foundation is still there, it doesn't matter if the city collapses, we will rebuild our home. One day, this place will once again become the paradise envied by the whole universe." As if to confirm this sentence, just as Loki finished speaking, a rainbow of 7 colors spanned the sky and earth, connecting Titan and Asgard, which are countless light years away. The light of Bifrost enveloped Surti, as if to drag him away whole. Despite losing much of his sanity, Surti was still struggling. Seeing this, Heimdall immediately inserted the Guardian's sword into the mechanism, and another Bifrost enveloped it. 0*. 2 waves of Bifrost power, one pushing and the other dragging. The still struggling Surti was finally lifted up slowly, and then turned into a streamer and flew into the sky. Successful. Titan Star, the berserk breath swept here. Surti, with a high IQ of 5 points, doesn't realize that the venue has changed. All he knew was that those annoying flies were no longer there, and the only Thor was floating high in mid-air at this moment, seemingly no longer out of samadhi. He raised the Twilight sword in his hand and let out an iconic roar. "I is the end of Asgard." 0. Kacha! The Twilight sword broke through the ground, and the endless power penetrated the Earth's crust in an instant, reaching the depths of the Earth's core. A muffled sound came. The next moment, overwhelming flames enveloped the entire Titan star. The Earth trembled and cracked inch by inch, and magma erupted. It was probably roaring, and then it was instantly evaporated by the sweeping flames, revealing the cracked ground bed. The huge Titan star, the entire planet is shaking violently. Boom! Even Thor, who ran a few light years away, saw the dazzling light flash away in the distance, and then completely dimmed. This is the last ray of light erupting from a planet. Titan star, this planet that was once known to everyone in the universe, exploded into countless debris in the extremely dazzling light at this moment, and ceased to exist. Surti, who created all these, is floating in the universe at a loss, as if he has lost his purpose in life. Holy place number 2, Thanos, who had just returned from a trip, felt something, as if something very important was lost. He thought hard and couldn't think of a reason. Shaking his head, he pushed the strange thought out of his mind. Now is not the time to think about other things. If there is anything, we will wait until the balance of the universe is completed. In fact, he really wanted to take the opportunity to attack Asgard on a large scale and take the 3 gems on Thor's body into his bag. But this kind of risk is very high. After all, if the other party really risked everything to fight their own lives, there's a high probability that they will overturn. Drip. Congratulations to the host for triggering vision-related missions. The hatchet ending. Mission description. As a superhero who died twice in a row within 1 minute, Vision's tragedy can be imagined. What's even more tragic is that one of them was killed by his lover. Now, since Vision's emotional line has been cut off, it's time to experience Vision's ending. Mission objective: to be killed by one's lover. Mission reward: the character's exclusive plugin is triggered once. Just when I returned to Asgard to report the good news, I heard the mission prompt. The system that has not released tasks for a long time has once again shown its presence. The task reward, Thor will not consider it for the time being, because his complaints are all about the task content. By the way, Mr. System seems to have a problem with his EQ, the hatchet ending. Vision is called sacrificing one's life for righteousness, not a hatchet. Okay? Is the hatchet ending referring to me? Thinking of a huge number of girls around him, Wonger shuddered. The task content is simple: be killed by your lover. Countless mud horses galloped past Thor's heart. Everyone is dead. What a cheat. Looking at Wanda, not far away, Thor couldn't help but stop her. Wanda, kill me and try. I don't. Wanda glared at him, thinking he was joking. Even if I die, I won't hurt you. Wanda ran away angrily, and Thor spread his hands. Natalia came over with a puzzled face. What's the matter? What are you doing? Making everyone angry. It's nothing. I just asked her to try and see if she could beat me to death. Natalia glanced at Thor with caring eyes for the mentally retarded, and stood a little further away silently. Poor child was beaten stupid by Surti. Natalia's heart hurts. Well, this plug-in probably has no chance to get it. First of all, I have no chance to die. No one knows how powerful the Man of Steel is. Not only is it the strongest defense in the universe, but also its recovery ability is second to none, much stronger than Surti. If it weren't for the scruples, the 10 Asgard Thors could fight Surti forever. According to Thor's speculation, there are not many people in this universe who can kill themselves. Even the dead Odin can't do it. The only way, I'm afraid, is to snap the fingers of the 6 jewels. Definitely driving the power of Stormbreaker by itself can also break Man of Steel. But Stormbreaker is blessed and can only be used by itself, and will not harm the Master by default. Having said that, why was the Vision mission suddenly triggered? And at this time, Thor and Vision have been in contact many times, and there is no trace of triggering the mission. Moreover, just now I didn't even think about anything about Vision. How could it be triggered so suddenly? What exactly does Vision do? Thor suddenly felt a surge of alarm. Immediately took out the communicator and checked. Damn it. Hundreds of missed calls. Steve, Stark, Hawkeye, Banner. Almost all the Avengers left on Earth called themselves. 947. In the battle with Surti, just now, violent energy enveloped Asgard, swallowing all communication signals. Realizing that something was wrong, Thor quickly called Vision. BB. No respond. Thor's face became more serious. He thought about it and called Stark again. Thor, you be asterisk, 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 asterisk D. Stark's voice sounded full of energy, but Thor could still hear a little tiredness. What happened? Thor asked in a deep voice, ignoring him. What the hell are you? Stark yelled furiously, cursing for a full minute before stopping. He took a few deep breaths and said in a low voice, Thanos is here. Vision is dead. Thanos has taken the mind gem and the time gem from Doctor Strange's chest. An hour ago, as Surti raged across Asgard, its roar was heard almost throughout the galaxy, not to mention Thanos, who kept his eyes on Asgard. With great difficulty, Thanos suppressed his desire to take advantage of the fire. For one thing, Surti is an indiscriminate attack regardless of whether it is the enemy or the enemy, and he intervenes hastily, but the effect is not very good. Secondly, I have more important things to do now. Asgard's 3 infinite gems have been counted, except for the missing soul gem. The remaining 2 are on the Earth. Thor and the rest of the Avengers were held back by Ragnarok, and Earth's defenses may be at their most vulnerable at this time. Vision was the first to be attacked. Vision, who owns the mind gem, is regarded by many as one of the strongest Avengers. Except for Thor and Carol, who has not returned to Earth for a long time, almost no one can beat him. And Vibranium's body and the property of passing through matter also make him not easy to be attacked like many crispy heroes. So Vision usually acts alone. On a street in London, Vision, who was out on a mission, was attacked from behind by Corvus Glaive. Ugh! Vision looked at the spear point protruding from his chest in disbelief. He immediately found out in despair that this gun restrained his use of gem energy, and many abilities could not be used, including the most important flight. Fortunately, as a vibranium robot, Vision itself is also very strong. Quietly sent a signal to Stark, then pushed Corvus Glaive away with all his strength, and the mind gem above his head violently shot a ray. Ziz! The double-edged gun in the hands of President Corvus Glaive easily blocked the rays. Apparently, they've been working on Vision for a long time. Perhaps, when Thanos sent Loki to invade the Earth, he originally tampered with Mind Gem. If it's just a Corvus Glaive, Vision might be able to hold off until reinforcements arrive. It's a pity that Ebony Maw and Proxima Midnight are also here at the same time. The Black Order, with the exception of the dead Supergiant and Black Dwarf, are all in. It's a dead end for Vision. The rays above Vision's head didn't last long, and the pain from the gems from time to time made it hard for him to hold on. Boom! Proxima Midnight made another sneak attack, knocking Vision into the air. People are not around to watch you fight alone, especially this husband and wife team. They have always cooperated with each other. Ebony Maw stretched out his hand, and several vines stretched out from the ground out of thin air, binding Vision tightly, making him unable to move. It's over. Corvus Glaive stepped forward, raised the double-bladed spear, and stabbed Vision in the forehead. Abe! Vision screamed. What happened? Corvus Glaive was puzzled to find that the mind gem couldn't be pried out no matter how hard it was. Compared with the original, Vision is both unfortunate and fortunate. Unfortunately, in this life, he didn't have Wanda's cover by his side, nor did he have the exiled captain of the United States and others to support him. On the contrary, there was an extra Ebony Maw on the opposite side. I was backstabbed once, and I couldn't even hit one, but now there are 3. What a mess. The only luck is that he got a piece of the hardest celestial cap in the whole universe. Could it be that green metal? Ebony Maw wondered. They had noticed earlier that Vision's skull was green in color, as opposed to the red color of his body. This is an unnamed alloy brought back by Carol from space, which is far harder than vibranium, and it played a major role at this time. Black Order is a bit difficult. This wave of their attacks was originally for the purpose of taking them by surprise. It is best to take the gem and leave. Any delay may cause side effects. The boss came up. Thanos walked slowly, took a good look at Vision, and then grabbed him by the neck. Well, Vision couldn't move under the pressure of Thanos. He had already guessed Thanos' identity and was horrified. It's useless to resist. Mind gem I put on the Earth. Thanos grinned grinningly, stretched out his other hand, clasped the gem, and twisted it hard. Gem went see. To get Li Zhao does not move. Black Order looked away, as if a crow flew over Thanos' head. In the distance, a streamer is rushing to order. As soon as he received the call for help, Stark rushed over quickly. Despite the amazing speed of Iron Man flight equipped with the latest armor, the distance from New York to London is far away, and the battle on Vision's side is over quickly. Thanos is annoyed. Glancing sideways, he sneered and said, "You think I can't do anything about you if you can't get the gem?" He held down Vision's skull and twisted it hard. Crack! Vision's neck snapped. When Stark arrived, what he saw was Vision's headless corpse, which had turned vibranium's original black color due to death. It's true that Thanos can't break the green metal for a while, but he can unscrew the vibranium. So he just screwed Vision's head off. B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Stark growled in rage. As a robot he made with his own hands, and with the consciousness of JRVS introduced, Stark has a deep affection for Vision, like a family. It's Thanos. 611. A somewhat familiar voice came from behind. Doctor Strange steps out of a golden portal. Stark turned around abruptly. Who are you talking about? Thanos? Damn, he's here. It's a name that's been on his mind for years, since the Great New York fight. Especially when he learned the details of Thanos from Thor, he was extremely cautious. Over the years, his battle armor research has been extremely fast, and it has been updated almost every month. Many people think that Stark is rich and willful, but he is not. He is trying to improve himself so that he has the ability to fight against Thanos. Originally, I planned to find another gem, but I didn't expect you to deliver it yourself. An indifferent voice sounded. Stark was startled, turned around, and saw the imaginary enemy, countless times Thanos. Hand over the gem so you can live. Thanos looked at Strange and said in a low voice. Although the tone was very flat, Stark and Strange still felt a burst of pressure. Friday, call Alding me. Stark was not big enough to single out Thanos. He immediately called Thor, the strongest Avenger. Yes, sir. Beep. Beep. Sorry, the user you called has no answer at the moment. Please try again later. Shit. Stark cursed. Thanos saw what he was thinking and sneered. There is no need to call for help. Asgard. It is hard to protect itself now. After today, it is hard to say whether there is Asgard. This time, Thor is fighting with Surti. Stark gritted his teeth and slapped the reactor on his chest. Then I'll do it myself. With the reactor as the center, the red battle suit spread out to the surroundings, covering his whole body. Mark 50, the latest battle armor that was successfully developed last week, is also the first set of formal steel nano armor. Thanks to nanotechnology, armor has entered a whole new realm. Weapons such as guns, cannons, shields, and sword can be combined with nanoparts. Facing Thanos' rushing punch, Stark squatted down, raised his hands, and a shield appeared out of thin air. Boom! The shield holds back Thanos' thrusting fist. In the next moment, a large number of jets appeared around the shield, pushing Thanos up with one push. Thanos staggered from the unexpected blow. Randomly, Stark pointed forward with both hands, and 4 half-moon mechs flew out from behind him. The blue lasers condense and shoot at Thanos in unison. Boom! With a loud bang, Thanos backed away dozens of meters before stopping. Before Thanos could react, Stark condensed a triangular dagger composed of nanomaterials in his hand and rushed forward, heading straight for Thanos' forehead. A golden halo appeared in front of his eyes. Stark got into it, instantly appeared in the air behind Thanos, and stabbed Thanos hard on the back of the head. Thanos punched back, and Stark was already dodging through another portal. Cooperating with Doctor Strange's portal, Stark can appear in places Thanos can't care about every time. Thanos quickly found the magician who was hiding on the side and casting spells. Regardless of Stark's attack, he twisted off a utility pole by the side of the road and threw it over. Strange quickly dodged, and the magic stopped immediately. Stark took the opportunity to stab Thanos in the back in large numbers. However, Thanos moved faster, and his fighting skills were the best in the universe. He returned, grabbed Stark, and gave him a headbutt. Boom! Stark flew upside down for a few hundred meters. Even with the protection of his battle armor, he was still dizzy. Before landing, he subconsciously fired a missile. It's interesting. Thanos smiled faintly, grabbed the missile, and threw it backhanded. Stark, who had just got up, hurried out of the way. Boom! A building was blown up, collapsed towards Stark, burying him whole in an instant. Okay, now it's just you. Stark was crushed in the rubble and couldn't get out for a while. Thanos looked up at Doctor Strange. Strange shook his head. I don't think so, because it means you need to confront a magician head-on. Thanos was non-committal, hand over the rough stones. The meaning of their existence is to help me complete my mission. As long as all 6 gems are collected, half the life in the universe will disappear with just a snap of your fingers, without any feeling. This too, my kindness to them. Totally random, regardless of race, high or low. I think that's compassion. Strange stood up slowly, and then it's a long-lost rest. Amidst the gratitude and curses of the whole universe, watch the sunrise. Only the most powerful can make the most difficult choice. Strange sneered and made seals with his hands. It's Thanos who speaks of genocide so great. Thanos sighed. I never expected all 07s to understand me. Opposite, Strange struck the ground with both hands, unleashing 2 powerful bolts of magical lightning, which headed towards Thanos, causing huge amounts of damage to the ground passing by. Unfortunately, Thanos jumped into the air, dodged the blow, and punched him. Although Kamartaj's lineage is basically a melee magician, there is still a big gap between them and an authentic barbarian like Thanos. In just a few rounds, the legend of history was forced to make a big move, the shape of Aishi. This is a skill similar to duplication. The difference is that each duplication retains a part of ability. Numerous duplications surrounded Thanos. A red light flashed in his hand, and at the same time, he used the Sector Red Belt, firmly pinning Thanos' hands. This is a very powerful magic tie. Even with Thanos' strength, it is difficult to break free. When the red belt is pulled, even the room is destroyed with a loud sound. Facing magicians like Kamartaj who are proficient in all kinds of strange magic, pure fighters like Thanos are the most troublesome. Even if it doesn't cause any harm, all kinds of harassment and control still make him very uncomfortable. In the original book, Thanos is dead, and I have the gems in my hand, so it is naturally easy to deal with Doctor Strange. Strange has seen this ending, and now he wants to see how the empty-handed Thanos, without gems, can break his trick. Now Thanos is not hanging, he has a thick skin. Where are everyone? Come and help me. Hoo-hoo. A truck came flying in mid-air, making a quick circle around Thanos, and strange duplications popped like pop balloons one by one. Only the main body opened a shield at a critical moment and carried a hard. Strange was knocked to the ground and was about to fight back when several vines rose from the ground, tied him tightly, and sent him to Mia. Thanos grabbed Strange by the neck and taunted. Your tricks have become better, magician. It's a pity that you don't have a chance to use your ultimate weapon. Strange rolled his eyes. You shameless 2-on-1, do you still have face? Ebony Maw hid behind and shot quietly, pretending that I didn't know. If you are capable of single-handedly, I can beat you with tricks down. Obviously, the thick skin of Thanos' old thief is comparable to the armor of Holy Place Number 2. Pulled off the eye of Agamotto and shook it hard, the debris in one hand. Fake! Thanos' face darkened, and he threw him to the ground. UP asterisk 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 D me off, juggler. The defect of the crispy magician remained here, and Strange was hit so badly that his waist was sore and his back hurt, and he couldn't even climb up for a while. Boom! From the ruins, not far away, a red figure soared into the sky and flew in front of Strange to face Thanos. If you hit me with a building again, I'm going to lose control. 1 inch. Stark? I know you. You are a man cursed by knowledge. Thanos said flatly. He was answered by a barrage of missiles. In the sky full of smoke and dust, the battle armor of Stark's legs merged into one, and he kicked Thanos hard on the head, knocking him back. All 020's energy was concentrated on the arm, and he punched this purple potato face hard. Boom! Thanos brushed the wound on his face with his left hand and said with a sneer, "It took so much effort just to make me bleed." This was the first time in the entire battle that Stark had the upper hand. And for the last time, Thanos flipped him over and beat Stark so hard his mother didn't even recognize him. Thick-skinned is thick-skinned. In fact, Thanos is a very proud person. Being beaten to blood by a lowly creature in his eyes is definitely a very shameful thing for a Titan star. Although Thor fought harder in Nadawi back then, at least the opponent was also a god, and he also had a super artifact like Gungnir in his hand. It's not that Stark didn't try to resist, but after all, it was difficult for him to fight against a powerhouse of Thanos level. He's a hunk with a military body punching and partying Hulk. Thanos, who launched the ruthless attack, lived up to his name. His steel armor was torn open like paper, and he pulled Stark out with one hand. This scene declared that the power of mortals was finally defeated by the gods. The Iron Man at this meeting has been seriously injured, with several broken bones all over his body, unable to move. Thanos lifted him up and whispered in his ear, "I admire you, Mr. Stark. After my plan succeeds, half of humanity will survive. I hope they will remember you. You are a true fighter, and I will give you a decent death." "Stop!" Strange, who was unconscious at the side, woke up at some point. He whispered, "Let him go. I will give you the rough stone." Thanos gave him a thoughtful look and nodded. A gemstone exuding a green brilliance slowly floated into Thanos' hands. "Why give it to him?" Thanos and the Black Order left. Stark was too weak to stand up. He still turned his head to Strange, gritted his teeth. "Do you know he will destroy 3.5 billion people?" "I'm sorry, Mr. Stark," Strange said lightly. "He has already obtained the Mind Gem, and he can use it to control me at any time, so as to obtain the Time Gem. And he can only get 3 gems at most. Of his 6 infinite gems, 3 are in Thor's hands, which he can't get anyway." But Thanos just said that Asgard is also in trouble now. Strange shook his head. "No, their troubles are probably over by now." In the distance, a supersonic fighter roared and rushed to land, and a vigorous figure jumped down. "Oh, Mr. Stark, what happened? Why is it so badly hurt?" T'Challa, the Black Panther who had reclaimed his throne, was the first to arrive and lifted him up with a concerned face. "Your injuries are serious, and you may be paralyzed. Come back to Wakanda with me, and we will heal you." He greeted Strange and helped Stark onto the plane. Strange watched the fighter plane leave. A golden circle of light slowly appeared beside him. Fatty Wong came out with a complicated face and asked in bewilderment, "Why did you hand over the eye of Agamotto? You lied to him. As the holder of the Time Gem, even the Mind Gem has no control over it." Strange was silent for a while, then whispered, "Because in the ending we want, Stark is an indispensable part." All was settled when Thor dealt with Surtre's threats and contacted Stark. Vision was killed, and Stark was seriously injured. What's more, Thanos has collected both gems. The status of the 6 rough stones is the same. No one is higher than the other. It stands to reason that mastering power, reality, and big gems is the place to lose. But the problem is that Thor knows very well that the only thing he really uses is a power gem. Reality gem is also a liquid in the state of ether. Asgard doesn't study it enough. The teleportation ability of the space gem is very useful to others, but I have mastered both Sling Ring and Bifrost, which is useless. And Thanos knows infinite gems far better than anyone else, and he can play with every gem. Thor thought for a moment and made a call. The phone displays a busy tone. Then I made several phone calls, but none of them got through. Thor's face was a little dignified. "Here's how to get in touch with the Guardians of Galaxy folks. Thanos is already on the move. As the strongest existence among gemstone owners, the 3 gemstones on his body must be the most difficult to obtain in the eyes of Thanos, and Thanos will definitely try to obtain other rough gemstones first. No one knows better than him what it means for Enhu to lose contact at this time." Kusisai, in a room at Holy Place Number 2, a group of scientific researchers are manipulating a set of cutting instruments to cut a piece of green metal. Thanos watched Tiger blankly from his side. This is Vision's skull. I don't know where this strange alloy came from. No matter what, Qian Qianjiao can't break it open. The mind gem that I have already obtained, but because of this thing, I still can't get it off. An abrupt voice came. Why let him go? Thanos didn't look back. He has given me the gem. Don't forget your agreement with my master. I promised to destroy Kamar Taj, and I will do it naturally, and I will never break my promise. Don't treat me as your master who can't afford to lose. Thanos stopped his movements, turned back, and said in a deep voice, How do I have the final say. He also had some disdain in his heart. If he promised something, he would definitely abide by it, instead of beating around the bush to take advantage of loopholes. Asgard. Thor pondered for a long time, and finally made up his mind. Although Nebula is not in Thanos' hands in this life, Thanos can also force Gamora to submit by torturing the Silver Guardians, especially Star-Lord. He couldn't count on how long Gamora could delay. The initiative had to be regained. He whispered, Natalia, come with me. Where to? Vormir Star. Under the ruins of the Golden Hall, Hela pulled out the corpse of an Asgard soldier. With a wave of his hand, a dark green light covered him. Green flames were burning strangely in the soldier's eyes. Both Frigga and the 3 Asgard warriors behind him frowned. This behavior is tantamount to desecrating the bodies of soldiers who died heroically. But they had to. Jean Grey put her hand on his head, trying to check his memory. A few minutes later, he shook his head. His memory has been defective, and the important part is lost. Or he didn't see. Hela said indifferently, Then change it. Asgard's palace treasury. Even I can't force it into it, let alone quietly. If you don't find out the reason, it will be a time bomb. You may not be so lucky next time. Or, we have an inner ghost with a high status, and there are more than one. Several people glanced at Loki. From their point of view, Loki is the biggest suspect because of his background and previous convictions. Loki is expressionless. Frigg shook her head and said, It won't be Loki. I trust him. Hela continued. There's also a possibility that a very powerful magician opened a portal. The Golden Hall has a lot of restrictions, and there are not many magicians who can use space magic here. As far as I know, there is one on Earth. Hela will never forget. Ada, the bald ant, was able to beat her in seconds, and she can open the door at one Odin's seal. The Sorcerer Supreme of Kamar Taj, Ancient One. But she is dead. Frigg still shook her head. Vormir Star, this is a dead planet. Obviously, some atmospheres also have water that can support human survival and are suitable for survival in all aspects, but there is no trace of any biological existence. Oh, there should be one on top of the mountain, if he doesn't count as a creature. As soon as Natalia came here, her face changed. She had seen this place before in Wanda's frightening dream. This place has a nice view, what do you think? If it weren't for something happening right now, it would be nice to come here for a vacation. Thor was not used to the depressing atmosphere here, so he joked. In normal times, Natalia would have slapped him with anger. This kind of place where people don't shit or lay eggs, you tell me you're on vacation? Is this an easy way to get rid of my old lady? But now, she didn't blow her hair, but looked at Thor with full eyes. Well, you can do whatever you say. Thor glanced at her somewhat, inexplicably. When did Black Widow become so gentle? He couldn't help touching her forehead with his hand. It stands to reason that this is another action that can make her go crazy. However, Natalia still smiled slightly, grabbed Thor's hand, and covered her face. Thor? Hell today. Well, I really saw a ghost today. A monster with a face that looked like a skeleton, floating in the air and looking neither human nor ghost floated over. Welcome, Thor Odinson, son of Odin. Natalia Romanova, daughter of Ivan. I am the guide that leads everyone to the soul gem. I thought that the other party would react. At least it needed an explanation. But neither Thor nor Natalia was moved, as if they knew it a long time ago. Thor is because she knows the plot, and Natalia is because she has experienced it. A hoarse voice came from Red Skull. What you are looking for is close at hand, accompanied by your fear. Soul Gem is revered among infinite gems. It has its own wisdom. Everyone who wants to get Soul Gem all needs sacrifices. Sacrifice what? Natalia tried to confirm. A soul, and it must be the soul of the person you love the most. If you want to get the original stone, you must lose your love. This is an eternal deal. Only by changing souls can the user know its preciousness. Natalia looked at Thor with tenderness on her face. I've known this moment since you brought me here. I didn't expect that at the last moment I could still understand your heart. It turns out that your true love is me. In this case, I have no regrets. Then she ran to the cliff and jumped off. Wouldn't it be nice to die as Thor's favorite, just like what happened in Visions? Natalia thought so. Then plunge into a golden halo. On the second holy place, Thanos finally succeeded in separating all the alloys and got the mind gem. The figure flashed and appeared beside Gamora. Tell me, where's the soul gem? I told you, I will never tell you. Very good. With a wave of Thanos' hand, a screen lights up, which is the monitoring of the cell. Those of her partners are being tortured at the moment. The worst thing was the Star-Lord she cared about the most. Ebony Maw manipulated several iron chains around his limbs and head, pulling them bit by bit like a 5-horse corpse. Star-Lord's painful screams came. Gamora couldn't help covering her ears and yelled, "Be asterisk 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 D. You are too despicable. You have a chance to save him." Thanos said indifferently, "This kid is not bad. I don't want to kill him either. As long as you tell me the location of the gem." Impossible. Gamora calmed down and looked at Thanos with hatred on his face. I said, even if we all die, I will not let you succeed. Better bend than bend? Thanos shook his head. It's a pity that their deaths will be meaningless. With a wave of his right hand, a golden gemstone gleamed on the glove. You know the function of Mind Gem, right? I can completely control you with the power of the original stone and tell me everything I want to know. But I don't want to do that. Boom. Natalia fell hard to the ground, opening his eyes dizzily, seeing Thor with a narrow face. He couldn't help cursing. My old lady, I've been in free fall for 10 minutes. You be asterisk 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 D. Do you know how hard it is for me to muster up the courage? How dare you cheat me like this? Go to hell, you scumbag. Thor laughed. This is your punishment for making your own decisions. Pulling her up, the words became much gentler. I want to obtain the gemstone, so as to stop Thanos' original intention, which is to protect everyone in you. If you need to sacrifice instead, wouldn't it be putting the cart before the horse? Natalia's eyes brightened. Red Skull's voice came out suddenly. Don't listen to his nonsense. He won't let you dance because he doesn't love you most. I'm afraid he doesn't know who his favorite is. Thor. Seeing his unlucky face, Natalia couldn't help but burst out laughing. Thor stared at Red Skull with a murderous face. Red Skull, right? I remember you. Unexpectedly, Red Skull became excited all of a sudden. Be asterisk 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 D. I would have remembered you a long time ago. If you hadn't sent out the secret signal 70 years ago, my great cause would have been completed long ago, and I wouldn't be here place. Red Skull hates it. Steve's various actions back then were like fish in water, and the big reason was that the Hydra code was leaked. Many times, when the group of brainwashed idiots heard HYDRA hail, they immediately trusted unconditionally like chicken blood, put away their weapons, and swaggered forward. At the beginning, he didn't know the consequences, and he didn't know Thor's true identity until he became an Asgardian of Soul Gem. Glancing at Red Skull, who collapsed to the ground after being beaten up by Thor, Natalia asked suspiciously, Since it's not to get gems, then why did you bring me here? Definitely for Soul Gem. Natalia was confused. Then he thought of something, pointed to the Red Skull who fell on the ground. Soul for soul. Does it count as throwing this guy down? 0. Seeking flowers. Red Skull turned and ran in fright. Thor laughed and said, Just him? What a fart. Is Soul Gem so easy to deceive? Then what are your plans? Thor calmed down and said seriously, I brought you here not to make you sacrifice, but to let you take the gem back. What's the meaning? Thor was very embarrassed and said in a low voice, It means that I can't be sure who I love the most, but I can be sure that your favorite must be me. 0. As soon as the words fell, Thor jumped down under Natalia's shocked gaze. No. In the originally dark Vormir starball, a dazzling light illuminated the sky. I saw. Among the ruins of Asgard, Chin Xia suddenly called out. What did you see? Hela asked hastily. I saw it. A magician in a yellow robe opened the portal and let the enemy in. The way and the dress, very similar to Kamartaj, but I don't know him. She had accompanied Thor to Kamartaj and had a certain understanding of him. However, the other party's eye circles are particularly dark, and his face is also very strange. Not like a regular magician at all. Frigga was a little dignified. Perhaps. I know who is behind the scenes. Loki never said a word. Fandral beside him said, Okay, Loki, your suspicions have been cleared. Don't take it to heart. She stretched out her hand to pat his shoulder, but it was empty. What's going on? When Natalia woke up, she was lying in a lake, as if in a dream. But the orange gemstone in her hand was telling her that this was not a dream. I once thought that I had forgotten the tears. At this moment, she held the gemstone tightly, holding back tears, but finally couldn't help crying out loud. Suddenly, Soul Gem trembled and struggled violently, as if it was about to leave her palm. Surprised, Natalia held the gem firmly. However, the power of the gemstone was too strong, and finally broke free from her hand and flew into the distance. 867 no. Boom! The fast-fleeing soul gem seemed to be mounted on a wall, suddenly stood upright, and then trembled violently. A familiar voice sounded. Since you have come out, don't even think about going back. Natalia's eyes widened. Thor? A familiar figure appeared out of nowhere in front of him, tightly holding the soul gem that was trying to escape. Natalia was taken aback for a moment, and no longer had the restraint of being a Black Widow. She jumped up in surprise and joy and hugged him. Thor embraced the widow in one hand and soul gem in the other, and said in a low voice, I know, you have your own thoughts. Although I don't know where your strange rules come from, but since you have passed the test, then honestly become my weapon. I can promise that for up to 10 years, I will set you free. I know that you like to devour souls. I will sacrifice tens of millions of souls to you. You will not lose money on this deal. Otherwise, I can destroy you right now. Let go of Natalia, and on the other hand, the light of the power gem flickers. Although the routine of one-handed carrot and the other-handed stick is simple, it is easy to use. An emotionless voice sounded in Thor's heart. Why should I believe you? Thor froze for a moment and said, just because I am the strongest in this universe. The vibration of Soul Gem slowly stopped. Thor vaguely felt that there was a connection between himself and the gem. Within 10 years, Soul Gem was completely driven by himself, even more reliable than other rough gems. Natalia regained her sanity from the mixed sorrow and joy and asked in confusion, Thor, what is going on? I can explain it to you. Another figure appeared in the dark, the god of pranks, Loki. My transformation technique is almost the same as the original body, and no one can tell the difference. In fact, it is not the real Thor who jumped down, but an illusion. Loki has a smug look on his face, tricked the fabled infinite gems, and put a radiant glow on the face of the god of mischief. Thor glanced at him, but didn't see through his arrogance. Go to the phantom to deceive, Soul Gem? It's just to deceive the earthlings like Natalia who don't understand the original stone. In fact, only the original stone can fool the original stone. The last of the 3 infinite gems coupons obtained 20 years ago, Soul Gem creates an indistinguishable soul that is exactly the same as the target, generated at the specified location. Time and place are optional, valid for 1 minute. Loki's illusion just created a shell, and what really hides from Soul Gem is a soul exactly like Thor. For a minute, this soul is absolutely real. No one in the entire universe could tell the difference except Thor. Soul Gem devoured the sacrificial soul and emerged contentedly. But when the statute of limitations passed, it realized that it had been cheated, struggling to leave, but was caught by Thor. Being deceived by the soul created by his own power, Soul Gem can be regarded as shooting himself in the foot. So, what would you do if you hadn't tricked the soul gem? Would you sacrifice me, or one of us? Natalia asked. Thor shook his head. No, I'm not Thanos. The victory that requires sacrifice is never a real victory, and I will not leave a lifetime of regrets. If I don't succeed, I will destroy the entire Vormir Starball, along with the gems. He took out the battle axe. The purpose of my gems is to make 5.3 Thanos lose one gem. That's all. This is what really solves him. In the vast universe, Carol Danvers is flying absent-mindedly. She was thinking about the past. Facing the large-scale attack of the Kree, the Screwists finally couldn't stand it anymore. The Kree issued an ultimatum, requiring the Skrulls to surrender unconditionally within 1 day, and the whole family became slaves and lived. Otherwise, let this race be completely exterminated. Talos finally couldn't bear it and sent a distress signal to Carol. Carol was troubled. Although Surt's crisis has been resolved, it is really difficult for her to walk away at this critical moment when Thanos is about to launch an all-out attack at any time. Unexpectedly, it was Thor who persuaded her to go to the rescue. This is a conspiracy. Thanos and the Kree are definitely in collusion. They deliberately attack at this time to hold you back. Ultimatum? This day is not for the Skrulls to consider, but for you to rush back of. Then you still let me go? Carol asked. Thanos' apparent strength is far inferior to ours, so he has to use various layout designs. But in the face of absolute strength, all conspiracies and tricks are useless. Don't worry, as long as I'm still alive, Mia will not win. I would make him and his entire force-space junk. Go, don't leave any regrets. Withdrawing his thoughts, Carol looked forward. An extremely huge spaceship came into view. Holy Place number 07, Thanos' super stronghold. Carol showed a subtle smile and said to himself, I won't let you have any regrets. On the Holy Place 2 spaceship, Thanos has just left with Gamora, heading for Vormir Star. With Thanos in possession of the Mind Gem, Gamora knows she can't hide it. For the safety of her companions, she had to agree to take Thanos to find the gem. And her companion was left as a hostage in Holy Place 2. It's been a whole day since Gamora was taken away by this purple sweet potato essence, and there's no news yet. Will something happen? Xingjue asked worriedly, looking at his teammates, hoping to get a word of comfort. However, Rocket Raccoon gave a supplementary knife. It's hard to say, although he is Gamora's godfather, but these days the real father is not necessarily reliable. Drax added, Thanos is an executioner with blood on his hands. He has no humanity at all. Father-daughter? See how much Gamora hates him. Damn, Xingjue said angrily. We must find a way to save Gamora. Rocket lowered his voice and said with a smirk, Why don't you dance again, Quill? And Groot reaches out to open the room. Star-Lord, even if I, Quill, stay in this life and die inside, I will never use such a disgusting method again. It's not your face that loses your feelings. Are you already used to watching me dance? A few minutes later, several people quietly walked out of the cell. It smells so good. Quill, do you feel something's wrong? Rocket touched Star-Lord's arm. No, Xingjue grimaced. Rocket Raccoon whispered, You have to trust my sixth sense. Anyway, it's a raccoon. Animals have the instinct to perceive danger. The next moment, a piercing siren sounded. I rely on you, dead bear. Crow's mouth. Xingjue almost jumped up. I betrayed my integrity and escaped from prison in less than a minute. So don't get caught again. Rocket pulled him back and said in a low voice, This is already an alarm for the entire spaceship. We are not worthy. The siren that resounded throughout Holy Place number 2 naturally couldn't be for the little jokes of Guardians of Galaxy. In the control room, Ebony Maw looked at Captain Marvel rushing towards him with a livid face. The naval guns are firing. Be sure to shoot her down and notify everyone to prepare for battle. An officer said disapprovingly, My lord, what about it? It's just a woman, and a random group of people can solve it. Before he finished speaking, he was slapped. Idiot, this is the woman who killed Black Dwarf. If you want to kill me, I won't stop you. The officer shrank his neck. Just because he is reckless doesn't mean he is stupid. Boom, boom, boom. A series of artillery fires fired at Carol. Carol didn't change his face. He didn't even have the idea of leaning down to avoid 920 and rush straight up. Countless shells hit Carol, and the sky was filled with flames. Carol rushed out of the sea of flames in an instant, and the flames of the explosion seemed to be the background board. Real men never look back at explosions. This sentence applies to her as well. It's impossible. Ebony Maw yelled in a frenzy. Boom! There was a loud noise, and the whole holy place number 2 trembled. Carol, covered in golden energy radiance, directly penetrated holy place number 2. The energy radiance on his body seemed to have dimmed a lot, but the speed did not decrease, and he disappeared into the vast night sky in an instant. The scrolls were at stake, and there was no time to stay and fight the gang. Besides, the current situation is enough for Thanos to have a headache. Well, Thanos stole Thor's house to help him steal it back. The spaceship was pierced through, a large number of control devices were destroyed, the control system failed, and the naval guns that were still firing were instantly dimmed. Countless Arita soldiers were instantly sucked out of the spaceship and died in a vacuum in just half a minute. No, Ebony Maw can do nothing but impotent rage. He couldn't imagine what Thanos would look like when he came back and saw the house was demolished. When the Jing team demolished the house, Mielu was taking Gamora up the hill of the Vormir Starball. Red Skull floated slowly. Welcome, Thanos, son of Allers. Gamora, daughter of Zahobari. Thanos twitched his lips. He thought the other party would say that Gamora belonged to his daughter. Who are you? You know us. Thanos asked in a deep voice. I, a cursed man, know everyone who comes here. Thanos interrupted him. I'm here to find Soul Gem. I know that everyone who comes here has this purpose. But you should know that, as the most mysterious infinite gems, it takes a lot of money to get it. I'm ready. Thanos looked fearless. Everyone who came here thought they were ready at first, and they were all wrong. In the end, the rough was never taken away. Red Skull laughed at himself and led them up to the high platform on the top of the cliff. Soul Gem is the most special of all infinite gems precisely because it contains unique wisdom. Tell me what it wants. Thanos is getting impatient. He didn't have so much time to waste, but this guy who was neither human nor ghost kept talking about it. Red Skull smiled and continued. In order for everyone who uses Soul Gem to realize its preciousness, the rough stone needs to be sacrificed. Sacrifice what? Life. Red Skull said in an emotionless voice. In order to get the Soul Gem, you have to jump from here and give up your life. Soul for soul. This is an eternal transaction. Both Thanos and Gamora stared wide-eyed. Thanos asked suspiciously, didn't the gem have no owner again? He will now understand why so many people came to look for gems with high ambitions, but in the end they failed. Red Skull chuckled, shook his head and said, so no one has ever been able to get the Soul Gem, because none of them can afford the price. Thanos frowned deeply. Isn't this an endless loop? Get the rough stone and die? Then there's still a use for sacrifice. Ha ha! There was a burst of wanton laughter, and Gamora taunted loudly. Is this fate? Even if you find the gem, you still can't get it. Thanos frowned deeply. His purple potato face turned into a moldy purple potato. If someone voluntarily dies for the raw stone, after the sacrifice is successful, can the original cloth be taken away by another person? Thanos asked with a hint of expectation, even though he himself thought it was impossible. After all, it was too easy. If possible, there are many subordinates around him who are willing to sacrifice their lives for him. As a villain, he also has subordinates who regard death as home. This is also a kind of charisma. Red Skull shook his head. Once the owner approved by Soul Gem dies, the rough stone will be hidden again, waiting for the next owner. Red Skull murmured to himself, although you are ugly, you are quite a careerist. Give up, this is God's will. You are doomed to have no chance to realize your so-called ideal. This is the first time Gamora has seen Thanos' tangled expression, and she feels that she is so excited from the head to the soles of her feet. After all, Thanos didn't have the courage to sacrifice his life for righteousness, or in other words, he wasn't ready to die here now. After hesitation for a long time, he whispered, "Let's go first. I can't die until I complete my dream. The universe still needs me. Wait until I get the other gems. Come and get the soul gem at last." And Nuo Zhaorun. He had already thought about it, and when he snatched a few gems in Thor's hand, he would come to exchange his life for the rough stones. He believed in his own will, enough to snap his fingers before he died. Just about to turn around, Thanos suddenly felt a thrill. This is an instinct developed through countless years of fighting in the universe, which makes him extremely sensitive to dangerous perceptions. Drink! With a loud shout, he punched towards the rear. Boom! Thanos' fist and Red Skull's fist collided heavily, making a loud noise like a planet colliding. As soon as Red Skull's fist made contact with Thanos, it returned to its original form. Thanos sees Thor's nastiest face again. Relying on countless years of accumulated combat experience, Thanos concentrated all his strength in a slightly hasty punch and knocked Thor back with one blow. Thanos also took a few steps back, almost reaching the edge of the cliff, and he staggered a bit before stabilizing himself. Thor definitely would not let go of such a good opportunity and quickly rushed forward, pushing Thanos off the cliff. The two rolled and fell. Thanos reacted quickly and slapped Thor's chest with all his strength. The Man of Steel's strong defenses made Thanos' arms go numb, but he had a victorious expression on his face. Because this blow pushed Thor heavily to the bottom of the cliff, and he took advantage of this counterforce to soar up to the top of the cliff again. Thanos grinned grimly, and it seemed to him that Thor had shot himself in the foot. Boom! A thick thunderbolt fell from the sky, bombarding Thanos 490 head-on, and Thanos in midair was unavoidable. The rising momentum was suppressed by the thunder, and Thanos fell like a kite with a broken string, but saw Thor, who should have fallen, was suspended in the air. Stupid? Grandpa can fly. Thanos, he felt like he hated the bloody prince of Asgard even more now. Oh no, it should be the king of Asgard now. Thanos will regret it to death. He didn't even bring the Overlord's heavenly blade. Otherwise, he could be used as a propeller rotating at high speed, pulling himself up. Boom! After a blow, Thanos finally fell to the bottom of the cliff. The moment he landed, orange light bloomed, and an extremely cold force invaded Thanos' body. Soul Gem. On the ground at the bottom of the cliff is a very mysterious black magic array. Relying on this magic circle, the crisis of Soul Gem can be fully released, taking away anyone's soul. Even Thor, who is a god, has a strength that is hard to find an opponent in the entire universe, and it is still very dangerous to face him in this place. Not to mention Thanos. Although his will is amazing, it is still difficult to control the power of the Soul Gem. In just an instant, the soul began to leave the body. Thanos let out a painful roar and clenched his fists at the moment his soul was swallowed. A glaring green light burst out suddenly, and even faintly suppressed the orange light of Soul Gem for a moment. Time freezes instantly on Thanos, and the soul that was about to leave the body returns instantly. Boom! Before he had time to catch his breath, Thanos stomped his feet vigorously, leaped high like a sky monkey, and landed on the cliff, panting heavily. It was terrible. Just at that moment, he even experienced the feeling of death. It all happened so quickly. Thanos jumped back before Thor knew it. Not only Thor, even Soul Gem didn't react. The expression of Gamora, who witnessed the whole process, is indescribable. Thanos looked at the faint orange light below his eyes with lingering fear and recognized Soul Gem. He finally understood that the gemstone had already been in Thor's hands, and he was deliberately setting him up. Turning around and about to speak, a cold light flashed in front of my eyes. Subconsciously raised his right hand and shot horizontally. Boom! Crack! If it is an authentic infinity gauntlet, it is made of the same material as the Stormbreaker. At least it can barely block the blow of the tomahawk. But now Thanos is holding an imitation, which will explode with a snap of his fingers. Naturally, he cannot withstand the power of the Stormbreaker. If the axe cuts hard, he might hide his glove. After all, Thanos didn't dare to use the glove as a fist glove and slapped hard to make the direction of the axe blade slightly staggered. The tomahawk that was originally slashing at the neck was slightly deflected and fell on the shoulder. There was a heart-piercing pain, and Thanos' left arm snapped. Thanos just grunted, gritted his teeth, and immediately raised his right hand to make a fist. Time Gem and Mind Gem fired rays to bombard them at the same time. The power of the Gem Ray is very powerful. Although it is not as powerful as the thunder and lightning released by Thor, it is not much weaker than the energy wave of Captain Marvel. It is a very practical long-range attack method for short-handed soldiers like Thanos. The ray bombarded Thor. Although it couldn't do any damage, it still successfully knocked him back. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Thanos picked up the broken arm and fled. After controlling the soul gem before, Thor devoured Red Skull's soul immediately. This product is not a good thing originally. Thinking of Thanos coming back here, he simply laid an ambush and asked Loki to use illusion to turn him into a Red Skull. As for the difference in soul, Soul Gem can handle it, and it is easy to deceive Thanos, a pure fighter. Using the mysterious magic circle under the cliff, the possibility of success is still very high. It's a pity that Thanos couldn't be fooled. Although Thor temporarily changed his plan and forced his hands, he still let the other party escape. A catastrophe. But this result is not bad. At least one of his claws was chopped off, and Stormbreaker's power restrains gems. Even Time Gem can't easily recover. Soul Gem slowly floated up and returned to Thor's hand. "It's worthless," Thor scolded. "I sent it to you," and let him run away. Just now it almost succeeded. If the Soul Gem successfully devoured Thanos' soul, everything would be over. It turned out that this product was unreliable. It was reversed by Time Gem at the critical moment, and the key point was to let Thanos jump back. Soul Gem is speechless. It is also depressed to death now. The duck on its mouth actually flew and said. Thor withdrew his thoughts, looked at Gamora, and said with a smile, "I saved your life, do you know?" Gamora looked at him suspiciously. The real test of Soul Gem is to sacrifice the person you love the most. And the person Thanos loves the most is you. What? Gamora's eyes widened and she denied it. Impossible. This is definitely not love. That butcher, he never loved anyone. That purple sweet potato essence loves you the most. If he wants to sacrifice, it can only be you. Soul Gem's emotionless voice came. After a brief moment of excitement, Gamora fell into silence and asked in a low voice, "So, he will choose to sacrifice me, right?" Thor nodded. Yes, he once escaped his destiny, and then the Titan star was destroyed. So this time, he will not escape again, even if he needs to sacrifice you. For his goal, he can pay any price. Even though he is an enemy, Thor never chews his tongue behind his back. He doesn't bother to do so. Definitely face-to-face gunfire to fight Thanos is part of the tactics. Thanos is a very contradictory person. Strictly speaking, he is not even a pure bad guy. Everything he does is for the balance of the universe. Unfortunately, his line is fundamentally wrong. Good people do bad things. It is more terrible than a bad person doing bad things. Because no matter how many evil deeds he does, in his opinion, it is only for your own good. In fact, the real bad guys don't have to be hostile. Just like Gao Tianzuan and Jean Bin, they're not good things, but Thor is still very happy to cooperate with them because they all have their own desires. On the contrary, Thanos has no desires and desires, only the ideals in his heart. If this ideal is correct, it's okay to say, but Thanos just went astray, and it's a F asterisk 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 G-dog. Gamora didn't speak. 0. Seeking flowers. Thanos boarded the donut spaceship, rushed into the space wormhole without thinking about anything, and confirmed that Thor did not catch up, so he was relieved. The majestic overlord of the universe will also be hunted down one day. Thinking about it, it's really ironic. Clenching his fist, The Light of Time gem was activated, and the broken left arm and shoulder wound were spliced together. To some extent, Time gem is equivalent to unlimited full health. No matter how many injuries you suffer, you can instantly full blood. Thanos frowned suddenly. He found painfully that there seemed to be a mysterious force in his wound that was resisting the Time gem. He didn't know that this was because Stormbreaker originally had the function of suppressing the power of gems, not to mention a Time gem. Even if 6 gems were gathered together, it would not be the opponent of Stormbreaker. The ability to go back in time is restricted, and the injuries that could be recovered instantly can only be recovered slowly by relying on the powerful physique of the Titans. Thanos bared his teeth in exasperation. Turn on the screen, ready to set the destination. Let's go back to the base camp first. The screen lit up and was instantly swiped by countless communication messages. Thanos stared dumbfounded at the message from Ebony Maw. Thanos' rage was so mad that he smashed the screen with a punch. He never thought that after he left for a while, his home would be gone. If Thor is here, I'm afraid I'm going to hit him with a sentence stealing people. Ah bah, stealing people keeps stealing.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.